suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night you don't be it's once again. Everybody will pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, the refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you must pay me some more money, make I bring her. I be the master. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my marital, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you wife, but you must pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. I be the master. You know, when I came here earlier for the sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come.
Good evening, everyone. It's me again, your host on Dupsy Baby Show. It's been a while. We're here this evening to talk about is marriage dead in 21st century African society? So I want to hear all your views regarding this. So what I would say regarding this is that I still believe in marriage, and I believe marriage is not dead in the 21st century in African society. I still believe in it, and I still believe a lot of people are happily married. So I know marriage is not for everyone. I don't argue from that point. Marriage is not for everyone, and it's not something to be forced. And I want to disagree with the opinion that people will say marriage is to be endured. No, it's to be enjoyed, in my own opinion. So it's about two matured minds coming together and forming a union. And it is not for everyone. So that's why you see that some men, they are good as a friend, they are good as a son, they will be good as a father, but they can't function in that role called husband. Likewise for women. Some women will be very good as your friend, a very good daughter, a very good mother, but they can't function. No, a very good wife, but they can't function to nurture. Do you get me? Do you get what I'm saying? So some can function in that role of a mother, but can't function in that role of a wife. And some can function as a wife. They can actually function as a mother. So we should all get these things right, and we should stop condemning people. I believe in marriage, but I'm not going to condemn somebody that does not believe in it. Yeah, because I could find my soulmate. I could find somebody that understood me, and we've been in it for years, for decades. So I won't condemn you if you are not finding somebody that is up to that standard to be called your partner. So I don't want anybody to be forced into it, but I don't believe it's dead in the African society or even the society at large. So I don't believe that it's dead. I believe that if you have a kind of trauma that's affecting you, you should treat yourself first. You should be a whole person first. You should be a functioning person that can function by yourself. Don't look for somebody to complete you. I don't believe in that. Be somebody that is whole, to bring your whole self to another union so that you can function both as husband and wife. I don't believe that you're traumatized, you've got some kind of things going on, you don't want to heal yourself first, then you're looking for somebody to complete you. No, that is BS. I don't believe in that. If you know there's some kind of underneath trauma, then try and heal yourself. Then you can then bring yourself into a particular union. Then it's going to gel, it's going to click as two matured minds coming together to come and set some kind of precedent for their kids. So that is what I believe in. And it is not for everybody. If you see a guy that's a good friend of yours, but his wife is complaining, it doesn't mean that you judge his wife, that his wife is just condemning him, that this is a friend that has been with you ever since, is a good guy. He might not be able to function in that role called husband. Some people are not made for that. So that doesn't condemn that person as a useless guy or he's not good. No, it just can't function in that role called a husband. And you just see that kind of a person function very well as a good friend, as a good father to his children, but can't function in that, can't have that kind of discipline to report to a particular person what he's been up to in a day or what he's doing at the moment. He can't see himself like that. Likewise, a woman as well. So we can't condemn, but I don't believe marriage should be dead. And I don't think it's dead. There's still loads of happy marriage around in the African society and in the society, even in the Western world. There are loads of the Caucasians that are married, happily married Asians and all those people. So I believe that people are still happily married in their various homes. So I don't believe it's dead. But I think what people talk about most is the failed marriages, what people force themselves to be in because of the societal pressure or the religious pressure. Don't be pressurized into anything called marriage. It's too matured mind, a whole person coming to meet another whole human being to be able to form a union. So it's not about you coming to complete me. No, that's BS. Don't complete anybody. So I hope I'm clear. So if you're coming in to come and talk about this, don't come and attack me. We are not here for attack. We are here to exchange views and to learn from each other. Because I know some people now, when they see me talking now, they're riled up already. I'm not a feminist. I continue to say it. But I understand where the feminists are coming from. I continue to say it on this. But so many here wants to tag me as a feminist. No, I've got 3 boys. So I'm not a feminist. I just understand where they come from always. That's why I empathize with whatever they're saying. It's not as if the dynamics in my home doesn't allow me to be a feminist. I'm just, a wife, a mother. So I believe in marriage, and I believe that we should still encourage people that are ready for it and are matured enough for it. It's not just for anyone. So is it Chioma that is at the background, or woman? Anybody that is there, I want you to allow people to come in to say their opinion on this. I want to listen to a lot of people. So I'm inviting people. Okay, Chioma, you're here. Hi, Chioma. Woman.
Morning,
Okay.
baby. What's
Hi, Choma.
poppin'? How are you?
I'm very well. Happy. What do we say?
New
Happy
Year. We
4th
should
of
say
July.
Happy New Year because it's been
Happy New Year. You're
a long
lying, Choma.
time.
You're
Okay.
you're you're lying. It's not Happy New Year. Me and you, we talk all the time.
No, I mean for the
It's
show. For the
okay
show,
for
it's
the
been
show.
a
Happy
while.
New Year, guys.
Me
Okay,
and
I
you
get
talk all the
you.
time, but for the show though. But for the
For
show.
the show. Okay. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. Yeah. Choma, do you want to contribute now? Let me just leave it for you to say.
I'll just allow you to greet everybody in the studio. I think the
Okay. Yeah, I am Zita. Ekene, I saw your video. Ah, bro, you look so good.
oh, yeah,
Serious.
what do you think about that video with me and Ekene?
Yes, I saw it. Ekene is a sexy guy. How are you, Ekene?
I dey fine, Mr.
Yeah,
Dupsy.
yeah.
Miss Dupsy.
When did you
Thank
start
you for
interested
joining
in
us. Thank
me?
you.
I thought I was
Zita, how are you today? Thank you for coming in. I'm my boss. You're welcome, boss. Thanks
thank
for
you for
coming
having me
in.
back. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Woman, do you want to say something, or do you want to give Chairman a chance to
Yes, I mean, if
come?
Choma is happy for me to chime in, I'll just chime in.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Marriage.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so marriage as we have it now is different from marriage as it previously used to be. I think we're all in agreement on that. Historically, especially within the African setting, the traditional roles, the man, traditionally historically is the breadwinner, and the woman traditionally historically is the nurturer. So there is those two elements, but you don't have that anymore these days anyway, because at most families are two income families just to sustain that household in most instances. And in a lot of instances now, even the woman is the main breadwinner of that family, especially in the diaspora. That's just the way some of the dynamics work. So there's that. And also, even moving forward now, there's a certain sort of fluidity to relationships as well. So there's a fluidity to it, and with people becoming more involved into different types of sexuality, there's that element of it as well. If you look at the top echelons of our Nigerian society, virtually all of their children are gay. Domi Okupe, who died recently, his son is gay. Peter Obi, who will rave and rant about every single day here, his son is gay. Your president, Bola Tinubu, his daughter is gay. The governor of Anambra State, Charles Soluto, his son is gay. So there's new sexualities being discovered. There's a fluidity to the relationship between men and women, and even relationship between men and women is now even not clearly defined. So there's so many moving parts that historical African mindset that the man is the hunter gatherer and the woman is at home nurturing the children, that sort of a relationship gone dead and buried.
One man. So
So one
yeah, I agree with. Okay, Choma, go ahead. Choma, go ahead.
I want to ask woman a question. So after all that you said, your conclusion is that marriage is dead?
No. In the his marriage, marriage is going to be increasingly dead anyway, because instead of the formalized, I am getting married to sign a document, that because people are having more like lifetime partners now, as I'm sure you're aware, and marriage is not any guarantee of longevity as it previously used to be. So the idea of going to you can have a ceremony without having a formal marriage if you just want to have a celebration of an acknowledgement of a relationship, you can have that without having a formalized marriage. But because the tie that marriage ties together is tied again, it's tied by so many different legal instruments now. So it is not necessary as it was then, and it doesn't even have the status or the cachet in contemporary society that, oh, we're a married couple. If you're a long-term partner, you've been living 10, 15, 20 years, you're as good as, even the law acknowledges it to the value of a marriage. So really, the necessity of marriage in contemporary times is not as pressing as it was previously.
Okay. Well, my opinion to that is that well, first of all, I'm not in a position to really have an opinion. However, from my observation, I feel that marriage is like in this 21st century, it's not what
So sorry, Choma, so sorry. Cyrus, go back in and come back in again. Your device is not connecting fully, so go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on, Choma.
yeah, I was going to say that marriage, in this day and age, is not the same as what it used to be. It's not the same, the concept, things have changed. So I agree with you, one man, but I still do believe in marriage. I believe in I'm more of partnership, right? In terms of when you find a partner who's willing to, work with you and, um, be with you, love you through thick and thin, pretty much, right? I believe in that. But
Yeah, but
because
that's a different concept, Choma. Yeah, that's
no,
a
because
long-term
you think,
partner. Do you need the ceremony of a marriage? Do you need the formal document signing of a marriage? And why?
uh, well, it doesn't make a difference because people are getting divorced every day. Like sometimes it's expensive to get divorced. You know that, right? So it to me doesn't. I feel I'm starting to respect traditional marriages because they don't really need formal documentation. It's more of like the whole village know that you two are together. You get my point? I respect that, but because nowadays everybody's just getting divorced, so it's just more of like to me, I see it as what like a bond between two people, and that's just enough for me.
I don't understand, Chairman. So you're saying you prefer the traditional marriage? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said right nowadays I'm starting to respect traditional
Yeah.
marriages. You know,
Okay,
because
but yeah.
if it no longer works out, you know, you can just go your separate ways. But at least people know that you two are one. Like the village people and friends and families, important people know that you two are together, pretty much. But
Have you noticed that women are, well, I say women, that's a fraud because I was actually thinking women, but I was going to say people. Have you noticed that, let's go with women, that they're marrying later and later in life? The average woman now marries early to mid 30s, if at all. Some even comfortable to marry in their 40s now, because marriage is not as pressing as it used to be.
And
yeah,
I agree with that. Marriage shouldn't be present. Woman, nobody should be pressurized into it. It should be your choice, not the society or your religion or your parents. I don't believe in that because it has to do with a whole lot of maturity to be married. So nobody should be pressured into it. That's what I believe in. Sherma, go ahead.
One man, can I comment into this?
yeah. Go ahead, rational mind. I'll give rational mind.
No, no, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't come in. This is my show. I called the next person. So AI came before him. I don't
Okay.
want to. I don't. Yeah, nobody should jump the queue.
I
Choma,
came
if you
before
finish,
rational
then
mind.
AI. Who? Who?
Èwo ló ń ṣe ẹ́ dúpẹ́ kí ló ń ṣe ẹ́ kí la gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kí ló gbà
Choma,
lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀
Yes, ma.
kí
should
la gbà
AI
lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ tó
go ahead? Should
kí ló ń
AI
ṣe ẹ́
go
dúpẹ́.
ahead?
You see, even Dupsy and rational minds, there are sufficient enough reasons why nobody should get married. They're like, I know
That's
marriage not
really good. Like
is
Woman, woman, you're not
I,
serious.
I,
Be
I
my
really
husband or
good.
what? Nobody will call him. He will just come and start jumping guns here. Did anybody call him? Did anybody call him? Did you invite him?
Well, it's a forum where everybody can talk. It's a forum where everybody can talk.
Let me call let me just do it the way I want. It's my show.
Can I say something?
Can I go ahead? Can I go ahead?
Okay. Thank you. We're talking about marriage. Honestly, these days, somebody like me, I don't really believe in marriage just like that, because many men are afraid to be committed these days. That commitment
Ekene, are you not married?
is no.
I thought you're a married man. You're not married because you saw Chioma now. You're saying not to be married again because you met with Chioma in Nigeria. You are now claiming that you're not married. I thought you were a married man.
No. You talked now, but you don't know me now. That's your thought.
Really?
The way Chioma was stroking his chin.
Exactly. This guy has fallen to a sick guy because of Chioma. Hey, what about CBC trouble?
You know?
Hey, can I continue?
So, being committed is.
Answer the question first. Are you married or not?
I'm a divorcee.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for letting us
know. So, that commitment is what really is a problem these days, because many men want peace. Somebody like me that love peace, and I don't joke with it in any way, and I cannot trade it for marriage. So marriage cannot come and stop my peace or enjoyment or whatsoever. So for that reason, that commitment is very difficult these days to find. And for somebody like me who have gone that process and come out of it, I will not advise any man today to just jump into marriage. It's a very difficult task. So, and if it's easy for two people to agree to have kids, train those kids together, make them their children, I think I believe more in that than just staying together for the rest of your life and all that. It doesn't worth it. It's not worth dying for, honestly speaking.
Ekene, are you not married?
He just answered us already, Madam Zita.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, sorry, sorry. He said no.
But he was married before and he has a child.
I have 2 daughters.
Good.
Well taken care of, yeah.
Okay, so where is your ex-wife?
She did work for Anambra.
Let's not make this about anybody now. What are we doing here? Are we making this about people?
I know why I'm asking him that question. He's not complaining. Rational mind.
Rational mind, if you're not going to behave
he
yourself,
can decide to take it offline.
I can tell you to just go.
Okay.
The wala is too much.
Can you
keep quiet? Can you keep quiet?
Are we making this a personal thing? That's what I'm asking you.
But AI is asking Ekene, and Ekene is not complaining.
It's okay.
No, it's not that when you put people on the spot, it's not good. It's not good when you put people on the
spot. He's an adult. He might decide not to
has the right to tell me I will take it offline.
Exactly.
It's okay, everyone.
So, anyway, never
mind. Go ahead.
Then I will talk to you later.
No problem. It's not a big deal. Just that the society today is very difficult to get a committed wife or a committed husband. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I'm not saying that but to find a woman who can carry up man's imperfection and make him perfect is very difficult these days, and the commitment is lacking so much these days. That's the real fact. So these days, it's just that it's very difficult to agree on having kids or being married. I think I love it more, honestly speaking, than to just go. Even the Bible doesn't even recommend marriage itself. So why are we killing ourselves about this marriage stuff? That's an issue. Marriage cannot stop you from making progress. It cannot stop you from having any.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
That's what we said to Ekene.
The Bible encourages marriage, Joe.
No, it doesn't.
Let me ask you a question. You know, with marriage, there are about three phases for a marriage to be successful. From my own perspective, so there's the courtship phase where you get to know each other, and I think really, if you're going to be in a long lifetime relationship, then that courtship phase should be about 12 to 18 months. So there's that, but you would never know somebody until you're fully living with them. So then when you get married, then there is the honeymoon phase where you're still, subsumed with the joy of that relationship. So that's about 5 years thereabout. So when you are about 5, 7 years into a marriage, so that is when you then start to build it, because it is not all the time that you love each other, but you're accustomed to each other, the idiosyncrasies, whatever it is, the peculiarities. Let me because I can't find that right now. So there are you have to work at it. It's really the thing, and you have to make adjustments to your stance, and the other party has to make some necessary adjustments as well. So a lot of give and take, and sometimes even you have to. There's a phase of tolerance as well. There's a phase where you tolerate each other for like a few years, and until you then settle into how your relationship is going to be ongoing for the future. So there's so many pockets of spaces that makes a marriage work.
There are many there are many of it, but one man, when you have a wife, and at the same time, at the center of that marriage, I don't like financial women just like that. I don't like it, honestly speaking. So when I see that all I have is financial woman, just trying to, and in the process of that marriage, she even won the divorce, because she know that when you divorce, if she goes to the ministry or the women affairs or whatever, she will be getting some cut from you every month in order to be taking care of herself and the kids. So she's okay with it. So those are the society we are living in. So women believe that the laws covers them more than the men. So, and it's becoming a problem to the society. So just like what China did is what I just like. Their new law in marriage is what I just like. If you come to the marriage, if you are tired of the marriage, both parties goes with what they acquired in the marriage, not just trying to leave the other person off. You understand? So marriage is a very difficult task, and I am not. I will not encourage any man to just go into it. Just like I said before, Bible did not encourage marriage. If you watch how the Bible put it, first of all make it a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem in the first place. But to avoid some certain things, if you know you can bear, he now allow you to go and get married. But if you can stay alone, it's even more better. He even says it's even more better to even stay alone or stay single. It's more enjoyable, more better. So that is it.
So much. Thank you, Ekene, for your submission. Please just wait. I don't want you to leave yet. Chioma, you're saying something.
I have a question.
Okay.
I want to ask Ekene a question. If this thing you just told us, is this what you would advise someone personal that you know, like maybe your child or your niece?
Honestly, it's an advice. In fact, if I see any woman today that wants to say I want to get married, I will tell her, see, if you cannot do this, you better stay in your father's house. Find a man and get pregnant and get a child and train for yourself. That's an advice I'll give you, honestly speaking. So there are certain things I know women cannot bear in marriage. So, and the marriage requires those things. And most of the women these days, when they see or hear those things like respect or honor a man. They don't see it as what is doable. So, in order to avoid that problem in the first place, avoid a man. Go and get pregnant.
Even in your Bible, it is written in your Bible that men love your wife. Then wife respect your husband. So it's the love first before the respect, right? So you have to be able to love, according to the book that you're quoting now, you have to love according to how Jesus laid his life down for the church, right? So love first, according to how Jesus loved the church. Then your wife will give you the respect that is due to you. So if you want to go by that book, I don't believe in that book. I even hate people quoting it on my show. But just because you're referencing it, that's why I'm talking about it. So that book, that's the way that book was written. Husband, love your wife. Because the Bible itself knows that you have to do that. It's only a mad woman that won't reciprocate that love with respect. So get that, brother. It's not going to be that woman's fault alone if you're divorced. So it's two matured mind coming into a union. That's what's going to make it 100%. But when you carry your own burden to that place, you're not mature. You want to enjoy yourself. I'm just quoting you. You want to enjoy life. I'm just quoting what you said. So if you're still looking to enjoy life, you're not good for that union called marriage. Go enjoy your life in peace. That's why it is not compulsory and nobody should be pressured into it. Do you understand that?
No man. Yeah, I understand you, but no man or woman that doesn't want peace. So peace is part of enjoyment. And when you value your peace so much.
Peace is relative. If you want to go out clubbing all night, your wife and your daughters are waiting for you.
No, so it doesn't necessarily means clubbing. Let me tell you one. Let me tell you one thing. Let me say one thing.
We have to be fast so that we can allow people to talk. So
okay. Let me just say this thing now. What kills a man so easily starts from the heart. So immediately I discovered that stuff, that for a man to die, the heart of the man have to bear a lot of or have a lot of problem. So when the heart of a man begins to acquire a lot of problem, a lot of thinking, a lot of burden, and emotional traumas and all that, that's when man begin to die slowly. So having discovered that,
so I don't think that you're talking as if you are the only one in the union. So you don't consider the woman's emotions, what she thinks and how she feels. It's not relevant.
It's not only me. It's not only me. The woman have to be treated all right also. Not, it's vice versa. You understand? But you see, this heart you see is very fundamental for human health. But once your heart start acquiring a lot of burden, you begin to die slowly. And immediately I noticed that I have to do away with anything that causes me bad emotion, especially when it comes to love or marriage or whatever. So I've gone through that, the process, court process, all that and all that. So, and I don't desire to go it again. So it's a very difficult task.
This is serious.
I really appreciate the way you've shared a lot with us today, sincerely. But I think marriage is not for you. You are not in that space. You are not matured enough for it. And that's why I always preach that you have to be in that space of being, getting entangled to another human being in the name of marriage. You have to be emotionally ready, and that emotional intelligence has to be there. So I can see Ekene has been selfish. He's just thinking about his own. Because you could hear from who is that? Everybody should mute, I beg. Zita, I think that noise is coming from your end.
I tell you, hell is let loose behind my house.
Oh, okay, I get that. Okay, sorry.
For the
Zita, if you're ready, if the noise is not that much, you can tell me so that I can call you. But let me just hold on and give Cyrus a chance to talk. Cyrus, you can go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, panel. Yeah, Dupsy, how far? I think.
Oh, thank you.
You're only like 5 hours late. 5
Am I
hours late
5 hours
today.
late? I didn't realize
I
that.
think
Blame Chioma, not me. Blame
this
Chioma and
is
woman, not me.
this is the holiday in the United States, so everybody's at home today. You haven't even heard nothing yet. That is just light stuff you hear. So everybody's enjoying today, relaxing. But I was looking at the topic today, earlier today when I was at home. I was going to say that marriage is not dead for the African diaspora society. But once I started thinking about it, I said, no, marriage is dead, at least in the African diaspora society. I think at home, I think we as Africans, we don't really value where we're winning at. I think marriage is something that we do better than any other culture. Because if marriage is dead for the Africans, there for the Africans, then what about the white people culture? I mean, what is they say? They still getting married and divorced. They're still doing it because marriage is the stronghold of society you want to build. You have to get married. So this one that Brother Kene is talking about, that a woman should just get pregnant. I mean, in Nigeria, you can't even take care of one person. So coming on public platform and giving that advice, I don't know how that's going to work. But I think marriage is we're in terms of African diaspora society, we have problem because the men are not really prioritizing what the value system should be. We come here, we get married, we train our women in school, but we're not training ourselves. And at the same time, at home, the main thing we're invested in is just building as they call it, a money museum. Just a house they'll bury us when we die. But are we really training up our children the way the Chinese are, the way the Japanese are? I don't see that. So we have lost the African man has lost the concept of marriage in the diaspora. But at home, I think everything is good. I think we need to change that. One man was talking about something about first generation. It's not going well, and something like that. And I think we have lost the priority and what it takes to be successful in America. It's or abroad. It's not just you go to school and your children have degree, but are they replicating that success, or are they copying what they see from the African American society, the bad part of it? And that is what we're seeing. So marriage is something we Africans are doing better than any other person on earth. I think we need to champion that. It's not perfect, but there's nothing that is perfect in this life. So that's what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thanks. Are you married, Cyrus?
I'm enjoying. So I'm enjoying my marriage. I don't know what the Kene is talking. Go and find a woman a bed. Go find
No,
another
that's
woman a
Ekene's
bed.
opinion. That's Ekene's
Leave
opinion.
Lagos.
Nobody
Leave
should be
Lagos. Go
pressured.
village.
No,
Man, go
nobody should be
village. Go
pressured.
find
Ekene
person.
wants his life. So we just have to
Na village
respect that.
itself, na was past itself. Na village itself, na was past. Forget.
You
Marriage is not an
did
easy
Lagos
stuff.
too much. Go village. Go.
Yeah, I
But it's
know.
compulsory
Some
now.
may enjoy it. It's not. Maybe it's not. It
It's
might not
not
be for everybody.
compulsory. It's not
So
compulsory to be married to
some
us.
might be
For
enjoying.
society.
For me, I love kiss
It's
so
not
much.
compulsory.
I love kiss, and even as I am, I love my two daughters very well. But it doesn't mean that I have to die in the hand of a woman. You understand?
No,
So
no,
it doesn't
nobody
worth
should
it.
be pressured into it.
So
I agree with you.
you see my peace. I value my peace more than everything in this life. That's how I take it, and not
Thank
even
you,
marriage can take it
Ekene.
away.
Lucy, I have
Thank you to Cyrus. Okay.
a
Chama wants to say something.
question.
Yeah.
I have a question to you, Dupsy. Do you believe in divorce? What do you think
Yes.
about divorce?
If it's not working, people should divorce. If it's not working out. I hate divorce. I don't like it for any reason. Don't even get into it. That's my preaching. Don't even get married if you know you're not in that space. You're not matured enough to be married. Don't get married. But if you're married and it's not working out, please divorce. There's no, I don't belong to any religion. So what's my own? I won't believe in divorce. If it's not working out, bro, get out of the marriage or sis. Anyone. File for a divorce. Yeah. Yeah. So there's no big deal in it. But I don't even like it, the kind of
Question.
emotional trauma and all that. That's why I don't even like it at all. So it's better not to marry. Just see the way Ekene is a sweet person. See the way he's sounding when it comes to marriage. I don't like it when men feel so, traumatized and so hot, because of marriage. So that's why I don't even want you to go in it. Don't be pressured into doing it. I don't believe in that. Okay, let's move on.
I have a question.
Dupsy, let me say this. Marriage, I believe I would have make a very perfect husband because I even married early self. I just stayed only 4 years in it. I married 20 at the age of 29. You understand? So and I married very well. Did everything I was supposed, even my white wedding and everything. So it just lasted for 4 years. So, but the experience is even more better than not going into it. So it's not something. If anybody comes to me and say he wants to get married, I'll just tell you go and sit down and think very well. You understand? So if you want to, if you have a perfect woman, it's okay. I believe there are still good women and good guys out there who can match together and form a good union. Yeah.
Why do you keep saying perfect? There's nothing like such as
You see,
perfect.
that's the problem there. We
There's not
are
something that's
looking
perfect.
for Prince Perfect and Princess Perfect. And marriage, there is much, marriage goes beyond just love. And I don't understand why people focus on the Bible verse that kind of support them. In Proverbs 24, verse 3, it says, true wisdom is an house built, and by understanding, it is established. You see, I think people married for wrong reasons most times, and people choose their spouses for wrong reasons. And if you look around lately, people value classism more than people weigh what they want and the kind of man, what the man wants, more than the actual marriage itself. And from people are going to serve. I know a lot of people when they are going to serve, they tell them, oh, now that you are going, make sure you find the husband, make sure you find the wife. The pressure is too much. It makes a lot of people
Sorry,
choose.
Dupsy. Are you still hearing the noise?
Yes, I can hear it on AI.
I'll put on the noise cancellation.
Go to the basement
The
now.
whole place is on fire.
Maybe you should go to the basement.
That's where I
Go to the
actually
basement.
am.
Okay.
Madam AI, you're so
I'm
funny.
telling you, the whole place is on fire. I can't believe
Oh
this.
my
I wouldn't
God.
have come in the first place.
Oh.
I'm in my mother-in-law's house, and then the
Okay,
street.
I let DOG finish, then we can let you talk. We just manage it that way. We don't have a choice.
Yeah, it's not too loud anyway.
Yeah. DOG. If you
Yeah.
want to finish on that, yeah. DOG. Okay. Zita, you can come in. I think DOG has muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Zita,
But
okay.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
Yeah.
so I think it goes beyond just loving. At some point, there has to be passion, because at some point you won't even love somebody. The love will go, but that desire to want to be with that person, love alone is not enough. Keeps you in that marriage, and that is why we see you go to a wedding within 1 year they are divorcing because they've choose for the wrong reason.
DOG, we can't hear you.
Because
wow.
my screen locks or every time my screen locks, it mutes me.
Oh my
So
God.
let me be quick about it. So what I'm trying to
Sorry,
say
you have to stay
is,
muted.
so when the challenges of life set in, because you've choose for a reason that might disappear, you've choose just because, oh, I love this person. So there are times you are not even loving each other, but because you just care, that passion to want to be with this person, that passion to build together, a lot of things comes in play when those challenges come that keeps you in that marriage, that makes you both want to weather the storm. But if you choose, like, let's say you've choose to marry a man because he has money, what about when things happen, life happens, and that money is not there. Obviously, it's hard to weather the storm with that person because all you saw was the money. And if the money is gone, it's hard to think, oh, we can rebuild. But when you choose for the right reason,
Let
yeah,
me ask a question.
yeah.
What should be the biggest consideration in getting married? Is it love? Is it money? Is it intellectual compatibility? What? Because you can't just marry just because you love somebody, because there has to be other factors that has to come into consideration to see if there's any prospect of a long-term future. So what considerations should you have before you make that decision to commit?
Yeah, first, obviously, first you have to love each other. Then, while loving each other, there
Sorry,
has to
how high up the hierarchy is love? How high up
love.
the
Love
hierarchy?
is the start. Is the start, but it's not the. It's
But is
not
it
the.
the most
It's not the
important?
major. Yeah, it's not the major. And I believe most times it's good when you practice the same religion with your partner, and there has to be an understanding and that bond to know that okay,
But it's
we want.
family. Can we
What?
be honest? It's you got to check family background because in the African setting, it's not only us that make the decision. It's that our parent. If our mommy said no, it's no way, yo. So we can't just jump off and go to marriage. So
Well,
the whole
if you
family
say
has to
family
agree.
background, I would be looking at it's not even whether they say no or they don't want you guys to marry. I would be thinking, okay, what's this person background? What's the orientation? Are
The
they
family
family
character.
oriented? You understand? Even okay, people like now, I know people that will say, oh, I don't want to marry from somebody that has come from a divorce home. There are people that are from divorce home and they're having a good marital life with their partner and they are living well, but at some point it's how it has impacted people. Some people are single mothers. The way they train their daughter is hard for them to like um you know um cope with a man. They it's easy for them to, and I just think people digest a lot of things from social media these days. So there's too many things to digest, so people don't even have a pattern to it. So that's why I'm saying a lot of people will focus on a man should love their wife, woman should. There are a lot of Bible verse that says a lot that doesn't support anybody, because most of the Bible verse people quote, they just use it to support themselves. If a man is quoting, he's quoting because he wants to back himself up. If a woman is quoting, he's quoting because he wants to back his own side up. But what about where he says true wisdom is an house built? Both of you need wisdom. Those of you that, and by understanding, it is established. So you have to have wisdom. That must be understanding. But the start is love. You have to see somebody. You have to love somebody before you start understanding them. Then you start understanding each other. Then I believe you have to
Sorry, yo.
have. Yeah.
Can we spice this up a bit? Because marriage in Africa is different from marriage in having some issues. So can you zone in on that diaspora element? What is the
Yeah. You see
problem
that.
that
You see
in
what I see.
Africa we're okay?
What I see in that way, there is not much different apart from culture. The culture is just different. Nothing is different in marriage. You have to
But do
love each
you,
other.
do you believe marriage to be an achievement? Or is marriage
Marriage
an
is an
achievement?
achievement because to me, I'm a Christian. God said you will grow up, you will get married, then you will reproduce and create yourself. So to me, that's part
Then
of the
if you
step
are a
of.
Christian, if you are a Christian, then marriage is not an achievement to
It's an achievement to me
Paul
because
the
you have to.
apostle.
God has created us to
Hold on,
reproduce as
Miss
well.
Dupsy.
God said, "Go
Miss
into
Dupsy.
the world and
Okay,
multiply
man.
and multiply." That's part of it. You
Can
know.
it seem
No,
as if you are hurting? You
Hold
should
on,
calm
no.
please.
down.
Yeah, Chairman, you're saying
It's
something.
obvious.
I
It's
was saying
obvious.
Oh, hold on, please.
I was looking for one man because we have like two super chats from Ike and
And
Ayo. I mean, they're throwing
okay,
up money. Big
okay, yeah, I think you brought it up. Yeah,
okay.
thank
Sorry,
you,
guys.
Ayom, and Chairman Sugar Daddy Ike. Thank you so much. So let's move on, please, so that a lot of people will be able to talk. AI, can you just unmute? And let's hear your submission. Yeah.
I don't know my background. I've removed the background noise, but still, the head is let loose here. I don't know.
Yeah, we can't
But
hear
But I
anything.
think it's
Daylight. Go
better though.
ahead. Yeah, we can't hear anything now. Go
okay.
ahead.
First of all, if I want to talk about marriage, I will start from what is marriage? How did it actually start or started? You know, about over 4,000 years ago, marriage was not what it is today. It was. Are you hearing the noise?
Just keep talking.
Marriage was not actually what it is today. It was a strategic alignment between families. So, but over the years, it kept evolving. And in the 18th century, it became something of religion, emotion, and tradition. You know, they put in one or two things inside it to make it look like as if it's a must do. It's not helping it, because before now, what it was at the beginning was better off than what it is today, because it was at the beginning, it was an alignment. Two families, your son come, my daughter, and it was a family thing. Like, the families help them grow, the families enable them, the families speak to them, the families advise them, the families keep bringing them together, the families hold the foundation of that marriage together. But now, it is not an emotional something. And then, not only that it's an emotional something, it has become something I will call, I don't know how to say it. Will I say it's like just as an achievement, some sort of. The reason for marriage became something that is confusing. Everybody has the reason why it's going into marriage. Some women are going to get a help, you know, somebody to take care of them, feed them, clothe them, do everything for them, and even including their family. Some people are going into marriage because they just want to have children. And when they have that children, that's it. They don't care about any other thing. Some people are going into marriage because they want companionship. Some people are going into marriage because they don't have anybody. They wanted somebody by themselves. And then the reason for marriage became so confusing. Everybody has their own reason why they want to marry. But there is something I want to say to any man, not only wants to marry or wants to keep a woman beside him. My simple advice to you is that nature in itself is in a conspiratorial accordance with women. I repeat, nature in itself kind of conspired with women. Why am I saying this? If you are a man, I'm just trying to give an instance. I'm not saying this, but let's take it back. If you are a man, you beat a woman, you are in trouble. A woman beat you, you are in trouble. So you can imagine the level nature has kept a man. It kept a man in a situation whereby they cannot, even the law, their fellow man will even fight them because of a woman. Even the tradition, the culture, will fight them because of a woman. The law, the legal institution will even fight them because of a woman. Why would I marry a woman and at the end of the day, he takes me to court for divorce? Then I'll be the one paying her. I don't get that.
Zita,
But
Zita,
that's
let
what
me
I'm
ask you a
saying.
question. Let me ask you a question, Zita. Who do you think covets marriage more? Who do you think covets marriage more? Is
I
it
didn't get the question.
who do you think covets? Sorry, I've got the air conditioner on where I am. Yes, in Kent, it's so hot, so you may be hearing some background noise. But who do you think covets marriage more? Who do you think wants marriage more? Is it the women or the men? Because my thinking is the women wants the marriage for the status and the men want the marriage for the children. So who do you think wants it more, the marriage?
Actually, that question you ask depends on where you are on planet Earth and who you are. It's not you can't say it's men, you can't say it's women, because in some places in the world, women are being so much empowered that they don't need a man. They're being trained that way that they don't need a man. The same thing in some places in the world, the men are being trained in a way that they don't need a woman. But in some cultures, there are so much pressure on the woman, even when he doesn't want it, he has to just get married. Now, the biological aspect of it is the one that is most interesting, one man, because biologically, humans are meant to reproduce, to keep the planet going, to keep the planet moving, to keep the planet in existence. Who does the carrying of that reproduction is a woman. And that same woman has a lifespan where she can do that. By the time that time passes, she can no longer do it. So you see what I'm talking about? Biologically, the pressure, I think I will say biologically, who wants to get into marriage when it comes to having children and producing is a woman, because she has limited time. But for a man, a 60-year-old man can get pregnant a woman, even 70, even 80, depending on how healthy the man is. So when you are a man, you are going into marriage, you will have so much to drop. I won't use the word lose. If I say lose, I'm trying to put it in the negative line. I'm not going to say that. I will say you have so much to give, both emotionally and physically. Why? Because of the way nature has conspired with women. So if you are a man, you are not ready. But there is something I want to tell men, actually trying to put it on the submission people have given this evening. I'm trying to say that women are very easy for you to get on their side. Let me rephrase it. Women are easier for you to woo to your side. As a man, very easy for you to woo a woman to your side and control her. Very, very easy. But most men don't know this. Why? Because they have not taken time to study that area of that woman that you can lash on and take over her. The moment you find out that area of her, you can take over and control her, you win her heart. Some people will say women like money. She's always asking for money. There are several ways you can handle that. I have an uncle that married a wife. There is nothing that wife talks about other than money. I will tell you what the man did. Whenever the money comes, he brings it to the table and call her, "Oh, yeah, come. Business must continue." She say yes. Children's school fees will be paid. She say yes. You go buy clothes now. She say yes. And your cream, she say yes. So I start to share the money. At the end of the day, it was actually the wife now that if he wants to buy something, the woman will be, "Hey, the money is not enough. Oh, we have to do this. We have to," because it's obvious to her. She's seeing the money, she's seeing the quantity, she's seeing how much you have. And she was the one actually that shared the money.
But Madam Zita, Sorry, I just want to come in there. I think that woman likes money, but at the same time, she has understanding.
That's why I said in the first.
So even
First
though
answer.
I'm just want to make that point that the way he handles it, there are women that likes money, even though bring everything on the table and it is not enough, there is still problem and there is still trouble. So that
Let me,
woman has understanding. It's not what he was
But
doing.
Madam
It's
Zita,
just the
Madam
let me
Zita,
say something. Let me answer him first. You see, first impression matters. This thing I'm saying, you don't start it in the middle. You start it from the beginning. I see some men, they don't really have enough, and they want to woo a girl to marry them. They start showering, more especially the part of the world I come from. My brothers in the East are very fond of that. They live in, more especially those in Lagos. They come home every Christmas. They don't come home in Christmas. They usually come home in January, after 1st of January, because they have to do their marketing. Christmas period and the January sales, that is January 1st. They usually come back around January 7th, 8th. And they start this drama. I have to say this drama of flaunting all they have saved for 1 year. They do all manner of meetings, they do all manner of dressing, they start spoiling a girl with gift, cheap perfume. I'm talking about those that are not really very rich. They buy cheap perfume, cheap body lotion, and the girl will be doing a kind of point and kill for him that December. They change numbers, love starts. No, it doesn't work that way. If you give a girl impression that you can get her anything she wants, at the beginning of a relationship, you are in for deep shit. She should like you for who you are. I want purple skirt. How much is purple skirt? 50. How much is the white one? Girl, you get to take the blue one. No. I don't have that kind of money. She might not like it. She might not appeal to you. Don't be too pushy. Leave her. If she is a sensible girl, she will say, that man tells me, he will even show me and tell me that, look, girl, what I have here is 10,000. So you have to use this 10,000 and buy the blue one, or we go home. He showed me. He's very open with me. Look, honesty pays. Even when you are honest with her, in future, you might even be cheating her. She will still believe that you are being honest with her.
Is that a time limit for everybody to speak, or is this also some kind of indefinite talking here? What are we doing?
After Zita, you can go ahead, Narashna.
Okay.
But
Is
let's
that a time
Let me
frame?
round it off. Let me
let Zita
Let me
finish.
round it off so that other people can speak. So what am I saying in essence? First impression matters, but I am not overruling the fact that some women are devil. Some women are just no. At the beginning, if you see that red flag, please run for your dear life. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Zita. Please, girls, if you are listening to us today, or women, ladies, don't go with people like Rational Man. It's too petty. You should go with matured men, people that can actually listen and understand you. Don't go with immature men. People like Rational Mind, avoid people like Rational Mind totally. Rational Mind, unmute and let's hear your submission.
It's like I don't know. Yeah. So, anyways, I greet everybody. I think a lot has been said already by everybody, and I think everybody has a point. Especially DOG. It's been a while we saw you here. I mean, what's going on? But
Bro,
it's
man,
nice.
it's
It's good
just
to hear your voice again.
most times I listen to you guys. Trust me, it's just
I
sometimes I don't have.
I begin to convince your voice with Larry. Both of you have this same tempo, the way you speak. You
Yeah,
know, this both inflection. So, anyways,
yeah.
having said that, I think a lot has been said. Like I said, You see, this thing called marriage is a very complex um, arrangement. Even from the dating to the wedding and maintaining that relationship called marriage. Uh, I think somebody was trying to tell us how the evolution of marriage, how it all evolved. Well, I think biologically, it's given that a man and a woman must come together at some point to procreate, to start a new line of humans that will take over them, take after them after they are gone. If not, the human race will cease to exist. But then, if we try to do it in a way that is inimical or that is detrimental to the society, we would start a new generation of people who have no, who are not morally grounded. What I mean morally grounded, I'm saying what I mean is this: the way I won't say evolution. I don't believe in evolution, but for some of us people who are atheists here, who just go by that. We say mother nature, we say God, or we say whatever. So, but anyway, that the way it's designed, the human race is designed that a man and a woman will come together by copulation and produce a kind of them or their own kind that will take over after them. But then, how can that be done in a whereby that seed of theirs would also um, continue that their line, and it would be responsible. It would maintain that society that they are leaving behind for him or her. It's true if both of them are together to raise those kids. So what am I trying to say here is that we've seen how our society has gone on a decline. Why, where we find people having kids outside marriage or after marriage. I mean, they start having kids and they all divorce. They become single parents, and we see the challenges that comes with that. Where most kids who were raised in single homes, especially um, when it's the women handling those kids, it's been according to statistics, men does a better job at raising kids than women does that. This is not me making it up. It's statistic. You can Google it there, right there where you are.
Do
A
you
lot of
think? Do you
the
hold on? That's not my. I don't think it's because men does a better job. I just think kids need both masculine and the mother, the father
okay.
figure in
So
the house.
we'll get to that
But
when the time
I
when we get to
think
that time.
kids with just their fathers alone to have their own challenges as well. It might not be
No,
as
I'm not
bad.
ruling that fact. What I'm saying,
Yeah.
let me just land the point. The point I'm
Okay.
trying
Okay.
to make
Carry on.
is
Carry on.
this:
Carry on.
men does a better job. Does not mean that they are best. I mean, there are women that raise kids that are even better than men. But statistically, children that ends up in jail, in prison, they have been found to be from single family homes, and especially where the father is missing. That is when usually these kids they end up in jail, and they become some they become delinquent as juveniles. If you go to juvie, many of the juvie centers here, you see a lot of them. They are kids from broken homes. So evolutionary, I mean, let me not say evolution. By setup biologically and by the one who made all things himself, God, that union called marriage is to bring protection for the kids that will be raised. Not just protection for the both of them, the man and the woman, but also protection for the kids, their own progeny, their own kinds that they will make, to raise them together, having the balance of the mom and the father in that, and both of them will raise these kids and give them that view that yes, you have to continue in this line. You have to raise your own kids too. And that way we can preserve the human race. But if we continue having kids out of wedlock, like we've been seeing in recent years, or for many years now, centuries, should I say, that is how we're seeing how our society has devolved, has become what it is. A lot of kids today are on medical antidepressants. I'm not saying kids that are raised in where both family, both parents are there does not have that, but it's very low. Kids that are on women or kids that are on antidepressants, a lot of them they are from broken homes. So, hence for me, I think marriage is necessary. Not just marriage, but a good one where you can raise kids that will continue the next line of generation of
I
people.
want to ask you something when you are through.
So, just for me, I would say yes. Is marriage on the decline? Yes. Is it being challenged? Yes. There's so many factors around it. Is it going to get better? I doubt it. The reason why it's not going to get better is because, number one, the government will not let it get better, because if you understand the foster system here, the dollar around it, I mean the money factor around it, and how if women and men go separate ways, how the um, child support system works, you understand why they don't want to do anything about it. But is it helping the society? No, it's not helping the society. That's why, like here in America, we're seeing a huge decline in marriage, because many men comes to that realization that if I marry a woman and within 2-3 years you don't divorce me, what do I start to benefit? And I was continue paying child support, I continue paying her alimony. What's the point of that? And on top of that, I have to take care of my own crap as well. After I divorce her, I'll be paying her even after we're long gone, going our separate ways. Does it make sense? No. So economically, it makes sense for the society here, because when women doesn't work, they live on alimony from the man. She can spend, she can go buy Chanel, buy Gucci, go buy anything, because she's not the one making the money. Because she just needs to sit down. I mean, every month a paycheck just comes in. So, but you see, there's a lot of social ills around this. That's why I say I don't see it getting better, because it won't. It will not promote. Look at, okay. Let me cast some of us who grew up maybe in the 70s and all of that. If you cast your mind back when our parents, some of us would live with our own parents, you understand that back then, when most women are probably they work full time. I mean, they are full time housewives. The man brings the bacon, the woman cooks the bacon, and so you understand that in that kind of situation, there is protection for the kids. The woman is always there to monitor how the kids are, how they are faring. I'm not talking about people that never really had such experience. But for some of us who had such experience, you can understand why it's a protection for kids. And most of us, we turn out to be great kids or great parents of our own too. But you see, it's another different topic if we have to go into why is marriage devolving. I know some people have already touched it. Why is it people are going separate ways these days? There's a whole host of factors. For some of us who are in the diaspora, I would say the pressure of living in a society like ours here, that pressure is no doubt one of the most biggest factors, or factor rather, that is behind why a lot of people divorce. If you've talked to so many Nigerians here, or Ghanaians, or so many Africans that are here, they will tell you why they decide to go their separate ways. When a father and a mom, they have to work, nobody's home to take care of these kids. They are all stressed out. They come back from work, they take it on each other. How is it going to work? Because they realize they have to pay bills. Maybe they bought a home, they're still paying for that home. So it's the stress of the economy here and all of that. That is on one side. And some other ones could be probably because they are missing affection from their mates, from their spouse. And before you know it, they start having office love, office romance. And before you know it, something happens. So there's a host of factors. But for me, you see, trying to give a solution or one size, a straight jacket kind of solution to it, or one size fit all kind of solution, it's very hard. But what I would just say is, like somebody said, wisdom. It's only by wisdom one can, it's only by wisdom you can build a home. If you lack that wisdom, but I just want to conclude this way. Another thing again is this, which is the greatest part of it, which is the main one that women fail to understand, is this: is that a man needs or craves, or whatever you want to use, or whatever English words you want to use, deserve respect. That is one thing with most of our diaspora issue. Women do not know how to respect a man. The good book says it. It says a man should love, because one thing a woman craves, I would say, I'm not saying all women, but most balanced, well brought up women, what they deserve from their man is that affection, that care, that love. But in turn, what a man deserves from a woman is, show me that respect, give me that respect as your head. But when you use the word head, so women it turns them like How can you say you're my head? How can you be saying you're my boss? No. But oftentimes some of you have boss at work. If you work, maybe you work secularly. If you work, you have your own, you work in the office. You will say yes, yes, to your boss, right? But why can't you say that to your, I mean, I'm not saying you say yes to your husband, but why can't you not be submissive to your husband? Being submissive here does not mean a man should be a tyrant ruling over you. I don't support that. But the thing is that striking that balance of knowing when to show a man or giving a man his respect, that is where most women get it wrong. They get it wrong. And as soon as you start this, even no matter how you do for the man, you give him good sex or whatever, as soon as you start disrespecting him, forget that man's mind is out of that relationship. What I've seen in most cases, he might just be pretending that, maybe because of the kids, he just want to keep the marriage. But I tell you, as soon as those kids they grow up and he finds himself like, I want to move out of this thing. I'm tired of this woman because you disrespect me a lot. So women should understand that thing, that there's a concept called respect for a man. As soon as you start disrespecting the man, wow, you might lose that man. You might be losing that man from there. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe if there's any question, I'm willing to answer that.
Let me say this
I want
rational
to ask
mind.
you a question for this gibberish.
I want to say this rational mind. Because it's just I'm just here to learn and hear some things. But actually, how do you feel when a woman says that she loves you, but she cannot prove that love by her action? And do you think that childbearing is sufficient to sustain a marriage? And another thing, apart from all these things that I just asked you, love, childbearing, and what other things? Do you think that these things are enough to sustain a marriage? Just to tell a man, I love you, I bear a child for you, I did you a favor by getting married to you, and all that. Do you think those mere words or those things are enough to sustain a marriage? Rational mind.
Well, you see, everything is contextual. Like I said, I don't like giving some kind of a one street jacket kind of solution to questions like this. But what I would say is this: I understand every marriage has its own dynamics. But if for what you're giving me, it sounds like somebody's rubbing something in your face, which I know women are very good at doing that. After all, I give you kids. After all, I married you. I do a very huge favor by marrying you. I forgot just go marry that my secondary school sweetheart or whatever. They just start rubbishing you that way, or rubbing. Let me not say well, it's rubbishing, yeah, but there's some sort of rubbing something on your face, making you feel less of a man, probably because, like I said, I don't exactly know where you're going with that question, but it sounds to me like what you're saying, that somebody's rubbing something in your face. In another word, disrespecting you in some sort. So, and hence a man starts feeling that disrespect. Forget, I tell you, that is the beginning. That's the genesis of going their separate ways.
It's only disrespect that you've been shouting.
Let me say this. Let me say.
Only you are not talking of how you should take care of the woman. That's what Ekene is asking.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that.
Don't disrespecting me.
Now, yeah.
Let me say this one, so that you know where I'm coming from. Let me say this so that you know where I'm coming from. You have a problem with your wife, and the family says, because you have children, because there is already a child, you guys have to stay together no matter what is happening. If not for anything, because of these children. Somebody like me might get irritated because I cannot marry a woman because she can be a child for me. I want a companion who can keep me together and give me peace for the rest. Those children can grow and become whatever they choose to be.
Ekene, did you leave your wife, or did your wife leave you?
Let's talk about
I don't think we should be asking that question. What I think,
Please don't let him make it. Excuse me, hold on, everybody. Please, Ekene shared his story willingly. Please don't ask him personal questions about his life. He shared it willingly. We should not make this about Ekene, please. Let's let's be careful about the questions we ask.
Yeah.
This is a very
That's
sensitive.
okay.
So
Can I quickly answer your
so
question? Can I?
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
So
okay.
I would say yes. Children should be enough for you to hold out to hold it out first. If I were to be in that kind of situation, I tell you, my brother, I will stick it out because of my kids, because those kids need both parents to become to become balanced adults when they leave home, because there's a lot of heals that will come out from that if both of them go separate ways. Because one week they stay with their former mom, so next week, those kids, they become so confused. So for me, it's enough. My own kids are enough for me to stay out to wait it out in a marriage, and then we can go our separate ways at that point. But I understand that for a man usually desire companionship.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Children are not enough for me to keep a marriage.
Can I
Honestly speaking.
answer your question, Emeka?
Okay.
You see, what keeps marriage is commitment, not children, not love. Because the institution of marriage is not based on children and love. The brain that conjure marriage for you and your wife to come together is not based on love and children. It's based on commitment and the
God bless you.
understanding of our individuality. So,
Madam Zita, now you are coming.
So
Continue.
if you are going into marriage because you love somebody, it's not working out. And if you are marrying a woman because he was singing into your ears that she loves you, I don't even know what that means anyway, that she loves you, you are getting it all wrong.
But why would you have kids with the other person when you already you've seen that sign? I beg, don't
Can I
finish.
finish answering the question, please?
Okay, go on, please.
No, let her finish. Sometimes those things can happen, but if it happens and you cannot keep it, the best thing to do.
Then you're not. One is not. I mean, I'm not saying you. Such a man is not being responsible. Then you have to understand that children are very, very important. You need to understand. I mean, that any man needs to understand that.
Do you remember an adage?
Rational mind. Let me put it to you. I can be with a woman that can never bear a child with me, as far as I'm very peaceful with her. So it's not children.
Thank you. Okay, let me say this, Emeka. Do you remember an adage in Igbo land that said, "Ogori odiono sinamwa debere abedi"? Mananke no digono sege poromanwa.
That's too constant. That's too concrete.
Yes.
Okay. It's that adage.
Yes.
Good. So marriage, I will repeat, believe it or not, it's not based on love or children. Marriage is based on commitment, your ability to commit. When I mean committing, you have to commit some certain aspects.
So what's that commitment about? What's that commitment about?
Hold on.
When you say commitment?
Come on. Commitment is a kind of there is some things in life you like doing and the way you like doing it. You can commit it in a relationship by letting it go.
So your commitment is anchored on something. Yeah, right?
Hold on. So that space might be occupied by your partner. If you are in marriage or you are going into marriage, you are not built in a way that there are things you love doing, I must say, but your partner, or you love doing them, but you cannot commit it for the marriage, then you are not ready for marriage. That's what
Madam Zita, let me say this. Madam Zita, thank you very much for your submission. It really was it. But just like, because I decided to join this platform for this purpose, and this night for this purpose, and I've gotten what I wanted from Madam Zita. And I used to say it when I tell a woman that I can marry you without a child, they think I'm joking. When I tell a woman that I can I can stay with you forever without even giving a child or giving birth to me as a man. They think I'm joking. So, but they don't know what I'm saying. I'm looking beyond the present. I'm looking within the obstacles that will occur along the way. I might have it when I'm getting married to you. What happens if I don't have it at the wrong run?
But do you understand?
I
Do
put
you
all
understand the
those things
implication?
into
But,
consideration.
but do you
Let me
understand the
finish,
implication of
Professor
what
Rama.
you just said? Hmm?
Yes, I
That
understand the implication of what I'm saying.
the
See, let me tell
implication of
you.
having kids.
Let me tell you. When I wanted to get married, I only have a mind to bear 2 kids, whether 2 girls, 2 boys, 1 girl, or whatever. I don't care whether they are girls or whatever they are. That's why I love my two girls so much, because I never intend to love a boy or a girl. I intend to love my kids, whether boy or girl. You understand? So that's why sometimes when I talk to some Igbo men, they think I'm crazy. And when I say that I'm satisfied with my 2 girls, people think I'm crazy. You understand? So, when I tell their mother that I don't bother to live the rest of my life training these kids and be contented for the rest of my life, she thinks I'm crazy. Because I know those are not my basis for marriage. There are many things that I
Ekene,
think and I believe before
Ekene,
getting married. Yeah.
let me say one more thing to buttress what you're saying. I said commitment, but let me say this. That commitment should be, as a human being, you know yourself. You know the things in your life you cannot lay down. Take, for instance, your peace and happiness. Those ones you
So
cannot
peace and
commit.
happiness is a commitment. Is that what you're saying?
Please, can I speak? I beg you. People are listening. If you cannot, no matter the situation, Ekene, in your life, let go of your peace, and you find yourself in a situation with a woman who wants you to lay down your peace, commit your peace to that marriage, do not have anything to do with that woman. You can get a child from anywhere, not even with the advent of technology. You can get a child from any woman, irrespective of your romance with her. It might be a one night stand. She gets pregnant, you tell her, okay, fine, you are pregnant, it's for me. One, we do a DNA, it's my child. You have it, I take my child. Or I will keep you, take care of that child. When it grows, it comes for me. Do not let anybody, I repeat, because of child or because the person is singing love in your ears, commit what will lead you to your early grave. If you are somebody who like when you come into the house after a long day, your wife laughs, plays with you, gists with you. Yes, she might show some concerns about the happening in the house, but then not to load it on you. You want that peace. If you cannot get it, and you know you cannot commit it, please run for your dear life. Otherwise,
Let me comment.
let me finish.
You've been talking now. Can we comment?
Before time.
Madam
Okay.
Zita,
So hold on.
National man say mani suru,
Money's rude now.
Ọmọ
What's
má
wrong?
sọ̀rọ̀
you
lè
but
níyàwó
I
nǹkan
just
tó ń
want
ṣe
to
yìí.
I just want to digest what Madam Zita. I want to digest what Madam Zita just said. Just like I said it in the beginning, that I will not trade my peace for marriage. I said it here in the beginning of this program, and it's just where Madam Zita just landed me. I'm not a troublesome somebody. I'm not a wife beater or a woman beater, but I am somebody that knows how to run away from problem or from issues that will destroy me. It's very easy for me to detect it and just run away from it. and that's what I did.
But
And ever since I
sorry,
did
if I may ask you a
I have my
question,
peace.
first question is: you say it's easy for you to detect it. So how come you didn't detect the red flags while you were cutting?
Please don't
Because
make the questions personal. I beg you in the name of God, or name of whatever you're watching. Please.
what am I saying? I'm
I
not
say,
saying
roll
anything
it.
wrong. I'm just
Don't make
asking
it
Ekene a
personal. Don't say,
question.
why didn't you dictate it? Rephrase your sentence.
I
He's
don't need to
been
rephrase my
magnanimous
sentence. I've
enough to tell us
actually agreed with
his
everything you said,
story.
which was what
We
I
should
said.
respect it.
Can I speak?
Please.
Can I speak? I've actually supported what you said, which was what I said when I come in, that marriage is love alone is not enough. There must be commitment. But in Ekene's situation, I think the basis at the start, the foundation was cracky, and he didn't see the red flag before he got into it. And I think there is a bit of lack of communication as well. That is why I'm trying to ask him the question I'm asking. I've not asked a question that I need to rephrase anything. So I've said your point.
Okay, George, let me answer you this way. Let it not be that I'm dodging anything here.
Ekene, can we say something before you go
Let
on?
me
Because you've been saying you want to. Hold on. I've been wanting to comment. You see, I think DOG has a point in what he said. No, we're not trying to personalize it. I'm not going to personalize it like AI want. We should not do that, and I respect that too. But one thing we need to understand is that, like somebody said earlier, some of us we have a wrong notion of marriage and relationship, and I begin to suspect a measure of selfishness when a man is about just himself and not about a woman. A man can be very selfish, and when a man is selfish like that, that marriage or that relationship or union will never work. It sounds to me that when a man says, "Oh," I've been hearing, I'm not saying you, but if you understand what I'm saying, that, "Oh, what I want, I can be without kids." Well, how about if the woman wants kids? So it sounds to me like DOG said, there has been some kind of a miscommunication somewhere, or some kind of a man seems to have had a false or a bad.
there is no rational mind. There is no miscommunication, because at the first place, you told a woman your choice, the kind of man you
Okay.
are. You made it clear.
Okay.
You want 2 kids, whether girls, 2 girls, 2 boys, girl, boy. As far as they are 2 kids, you're okay with it. Because for somebody like me that believes that training a child is more important than giving birth to them, you understand? So, and at the end of the day, you as a woman want to turn it that that commitment you made earlier is not it. You understand? So I think it's the problem of the woman, not my problem. Because I will still stick to that thing.
I get it.
I will still stick to that thing that gives me peace, and I always maintain it.
I understand
I will not
the need for peace.
marriage for peace. So, but the issue is this. I found out that most women adapt to change at any given time. They can change at any given time. So it's only for good men, that people like you that maybe thinks you are a good man, that can always change for them in order for that that marriage to continue. You understand? So, but somebody like me, who never married for children, who never married for, I married my wife for myself, not for my kids. Let you know this, what my rational mind. I intend to enjoy my wife for the rest of my life. You understand? And
so, like I said, here you go again.
Let me finish. Let me finish. So when other things begins to destroy the focus of that marriage, which is she is and I am his. You understand? She needs to fight my secret battle. I need to fight her secret battle. She needs to bear my weakness. I need to bear her weakness. She needs to cover my sins. I need to cover her sins. You understand? So this is the only thing that I think that make me, as a man, survive a marriage. This is the only thing that I know as a man that can make me survive a marriage. So, and when those things are not in place, it begins to disturb your peace, because you prioritize them before getting into marriage. You understand what I mean?
What you just said? Hold on. See,
can I say something to you?
Let me say something now. I mean, Madam,
Okay.
I want you to come in.
Talk now, rational
I'm
mind.
going to talk. Come in. You see, I don't want to sound like maybe I'm about just starting to poke hole into everything you say, but I'll just say in general term. You see, when a man is always about just what you need to understand is there's what they call accountability, accepting responsibility for one's actions. And I think our Nigerian people us Nigerians, we have that problem. Taking accountability for our actions and seeing beyond a situation in front of us. When you make some statement like okay, let me not say you. When a man makes a statement like, "I marry my wife for myself," yes, every man marries a wife for themselves. But you also have to. Well, any man that does such also must recognize some of that responsibility that comes with that. Responsibility of, okay, if we start having kids, don't get me wrong, my peace is more important to me, like you said, like yourself, when you said your peace is, I cherish my peace. And I don't want a woman to disturb my peace. And I understand in some extreme cases, I'm not there to see what you as a person is going through. You know what each man knows their own heart, what they're going through. But what I'm trying to say here is this, that when kids are involved, I'm not saying because of that you should continue a marriage. If you want to go, that's up to you, that's your decision. But you have to also understand that with that comes the negativity that comes with that. There could be some consequence that will come from that could impact those kids for the rest of their lives. So every man who wants to go into anything like that has to count the cost. You have to be prepared to count the cost. You cannot chop. My people say you cannot chop yam without making you eat the oil. And sometimes we eat oil just to eat yam. So you have to accept the good and the bad that comes from it. But when a man tries to look for an easy way out or wanting to, you see, there's a whole lot of things here I could say, but I'm not there to know exactly what your situation is or the situation you're trying to describe to us about this person you're talking about. To us, is about. But for me, I just see that there's an element of selfishness here. Yes, there's an element of selfishness, and maybe that selfishness was not considered in the totality of the consequence that can come out from going into that union. I'm not saying the other person does not have our own responsibility, our own what's it called, our own fault in this matter. But for me, if in my own situation, if I were to have that kind of situation like you described, I will wait it out for those kids. Because to me, my kids are more important to me. They are very, very important to me. I want them to become more balanced and have a better life for themselves, and not to repeat the same mistake.
Rational mind, let me tell you this.
I can understand as a man.
Let me tell you this.
Now.
Okay, Madam Zita, speak before I say what I want to say.
Can I?
Yeah.
Let me say this, it's always very easy for us to ask questions like, didn't you see it? Didn't you notice it? Let me say this. I've been in marriage stuffs for years now, listening to people, their problems, the ones that want to break and the ones that have broken. I came to the conclusion that finding a good partner in life, I don't want to be superstitious, but let me say this. I think it's kind of divine. Why did I say that? I have a girlfriend in those days. He had this young, handsome guy. During the beginning of their relationship, this boy showed this girl a kind of a red flag. Something as a woman you are not supposed to tolerate in marriage. Because this guy works in an oil firm, he's well-to-do. This girl continued with the relationship.
Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. One man, can you please send link? Thank you.
So this girl continued in this relationship. And anytime I'm having a conversation with her, she unconsciously made this comment that sent jitters all over me. Up to today, I regret not telling that guy that thing, because today the marriage lasted for 2 years. This girl will make a comment like, let me just wait. I no go talk. Let me just keep quiet. Make him marry me first. She makes that comment unconsciously. She just wanted to get. It's like, I don't know whether we say she's trying to punish that boy by winning the game of getting him to marry her. And then after some years, she might walk, because the way the boy behaves, I don't know. The boy is not even married up to today. But my friend is in the United States. And every time this girl will be discussing, and say, she will tell you what that guy did as the relationship is going on. And I said, what? He did that? The girl will say, Mazi, leave. Make him marry me first. I go through and pepper. One day I asked her, are you going into marriage for war? Because the way you're sounding, you are not sounding as somebody who is going into marriage. You are sounding like somebody who have a different mission from what I understand about marriage. So you see, most men find themselves in that kind of shoes, unknown to them. So this question, and this girl, whenever he's with this boy, or will I call him a man, she's at her best. But all that is pretense. She's at her best. You won't believe the way she cleans the house, the way she cooks, the way she dotes on the guy. How can a human being behave like that? And at the end of the day, the boy was going about singing like, well, she got me. She's the best thing that has ever happened to me. She tolerates me. She understands me. She knows me. So why not marry her? So this question of, didn't you notice? Sometimes you might not notice. That's why I will say, from my own understanding and my own observation in marriages, getting a good partner, I will conclude, is actually divine.
I agree to that. It is divine, but your friend noticed
Well,
it. She didn't try to.
There's nothing divine about it. Don't,
It is
it's a
divine.
gift.
please,
It's a gift from
there's
God. It's a gift from
nothing
God.
divine about it.
It's
Christians
divine.
have
It's divine.
started with their sentiments.
Yeah, I know.
There's
You
nothing
the
divine.
atheist,
You
right?
have
And
to,
the gift from God is not divine.
There's nothing.
It's
You
a
have
gift.
to.
It's a gift.
Don't let us confuse
Okay,
people.
so
We have to be. Please let me talk, Zita. Can you let me talk? You have to be matured and be focused on what you want from the union called marriage. There's nothing divine. There's nothing that has to do with God about marriage. So people should learn how to be very, very how do I say, open, and be able to see what you want to see in your spouse.
I agree with
Think
Dupsy as
this is
well.
a
Because if you
matured
look
man.
at Madame Zita's friend,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
intentionally
Dupsy,
waited.
can I talk? I've not talked since morning, please.
Okay, Dorothy, hold on. Let DOG finish, please. Dorothy, hold on.
I agree with
Just
you. I
1 minute.
see the angle you are coming from as well. If you see that this thing is not going to work for me, why do you want to force it? So some
Thank
of us
you.
can be lucky and meet the right person, then you build together. And that is where I agree with Madame Zita as well, that commitment. Love alone is not, you have to be committed. There is a lot of things to sacrifice. There's a lot of things you do before, but because you now have a partner, you know she needs support, maybe with the kids. You can't go and hang out with your friends the way you used to hang out. So it's a different ball game when you come together. You want to build together. Marriage alone is not by just giving birth. You want to strategize together. You want to have business plan together. You want to build, then raise your kid, have plans for your kid. And this is what makes love interesting and the marriage interesting and keeps you all going. But when two people, there is no understanding. And when people read Bible verse, I think we just read it wrongly. It said, by wisdom, a house is built. And by understanding, it is established. Wisdom is building the house, but you both have to have understanding on how you want to establish it. Because building, if you might not complete it even with the wisdom, but you still need understanding each other. And where I see what Rational Mind 2 was trying to say is the way Kenny was mentioning things, it was like as if it was him. And sometimes I like to hear the both part of the story when it comes to things like this, because maybe they get it right. That's why I was trying to ask him a question, because Madazita shut me up. I was trying to say that is not understand, and I think people delve into their relationship. If you have understanding, there is commitment. It's hard for you to bring people into your relationship that family is now starting to get involved. And I think when you get to that point in your relationship where people are not getting involved, friends are getting involved, this person is coming to talk, people bring different ideas that they don't even
DOG.
from their own.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
It doesn't work like that. People will come and tell you out of their own experience. Your situations are different. So when you allow people to start coming into your relationship, most times it's not even healthy for your relationship. That is why you need understanding. You need compromise, which is where sacrifice, like Madam Zita said, is sacrifice, commitment. You need to get understanding. You need to be able to communicate and get understanding. So from onset, I believe you need to build this foundation with the person you want to be with. And that is why I think you should align together as well when it comes religious cases as well. You have to practice the same religion. It helps as well. So a lot of things is embodied when it comes to marriage. It's not so from onset, the foundation really matters a lot. How you understand each other. Just like Madam Zah was pointing, you can't be spoiling a girl. You don't know how to say no, even though you know you are just spending just to impress the girl. But what if this is what this girl is saying, and she thinks it to continue? And if the girls have choose the man because the man is spending, she has choose for the wrong reason. So I think a lot of people choose for the wrong reason as well. And that is where the foundation, we need to understand that marriage alone, love alone is not enough. There is a lot to sacrifice. There's a lot of commitment needed in marriage. And I think you need to align in religion as well, so you can pray together. Thank you.
I want to
Thanks,
respond to
DOG.
Dupsy.
Let
Can I
me.
respond to Dupsy?
Okay, AI, because I want to let Dorothy
Just for
air his
a
own.
second.
Okay, AI,
Dupsy,
go ahead. Yeah,
I
go
am
ahead.
sure that most women, the man they married today is not the first person that has their hands in marriage. I can categorically say 99.5% of women today, or all over the world, the man they eventually settled for is not the first that came for them. So the question I
Hold on,
ask you,
excuse me. Hold on. Sorry, Madam Zita. To everybody in the studio, and Miss Lou, I'm coming. Give me 5 minutes. I'll let you in the studio, and I'm gonna highlight your super chat. Sorry.
okay, so why didn't that person marry the first person? The second person, probably the third. Maybe it's the fourth man that caught your fancy. And you say it's not divine? I'll rest my case.
This is what I'm trying to say. I think the way Dupsy said, I get. That's why I say I get a point from the angle she's saying.
Yeah, I don't really believe in
Even if you
divine,
find somebody
DOG.
that
I
is,
don't know what
even
is
if it's
called
divine,
divine.
if I meet the
I
right
don't
person
know.
now,
It's not everybody that understand that.
if I meet the right person now, if we don't understand each other, if we don't build the foundation, at the end of the day, might still have to go our separate ways. We might lost our peace in that relationship, even though it's been divine. God has ordained it, but because we didn't act the right way, you can't won't build the right wrong path. And that is why as Christian too, you can go the wrong path, even though you are a Christian, you hear the word of God. You can start doing everything that is against to the word of God. You can turn to a sinner. You can start doing the things that God doesn't want you to do, even as a Christian. So God might ordain somebody for you. A lot of people have lost their main partner just because of their behavior, the right person they should have married. A lot of people get into relationship with the right person, but it didn't come to reality because of probably they are doing the wrong thing. The person can't stand it, and the person will move on. That doesn't mean the person will still go and find the right person somewhere else. So you can't. So that's why I understand and I agree with Dupsy with what she was saying. Like, even though if it's divine, if you don't do the right things, it won't work out. Forget that it's
Thanks,
divine.
Let me hear Dorothy. Dorothy, can you unmute so that you can?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm unmuted. Yeah, what a wonderful topic tonight, hosted by Dupsy. It is a wonderful one, and well, you are actually correct if you say that the marriage is in a decline. You know, The major thing I want to say is this: everyone that goes into a relationship, must have one or two things that gingers them. Like they have their based on principles and also where they want to see themselves in a particular time in their life. Has to be factored in. So, and I would say that even in the Bible, I heard Dupsy saying that she doesn't believe the Bible part of it. That this. But the fact is just that the man is meant to love the wife, and also the wife is meant to submit to the husband. Now, there is a lot of misconception about all these things, but in all of it, many people just talk about these two things. If you look at that particular passage, there is a particular part of it, which is I think Ephesians 5:21, where it says submitting unto one another. That submitting unto one another comes before the wife submitting, then the husband loving. So submitting to one another means that you are not going to win all the time. So at least the little time I spent, in marriage, I can say sometimes you will want to like, oh, I should be the one to be correct here, and the other person will also say, oh, yeah, I should be the one to be correct. But at the point, you just have to understand that for this thing to work, somebody has to. Sometimes you have to step down. So, and the major thing is also based on what did you talk about before you get married. Truth is, I would say that apart from submit, that what will make you to be able to submit to one another is okay. What did you talk about the visions that you share together? That this is where I want to be. What is your vision in life? This is where I want to be after some time. What are your values as regards family and some other things? Then after that has been initiated, love will initiate that. Then what we have to understand along the line, a whole lot of things normally change also. A lot of things normally still change. So if for example, let's look at it this way. What the person wants at a particular time, even when they are starting the marriage, might not be the same. And it goes like that. If at the beginning you wanted so thing, okay, what if you got that thing? Will you not change? If you are a woman or you're a man, you are not too buoyant, financially capable when you started the marriage. You are not at the level that you are right now, probably after 5 to 10 years. Will will you not change? Like start to take your wife, probably start to take your wife for granted. If you are a woman, probably you just, for example, when you were getting married, you barely had a degree, but after some time, you already got a PhD. You have a working business. You have a whole lot of things working for you, better than you were 10 years ago. Will your commitment not change? So, and that's where communication comes in here, because that's when some people, for example, if it's a woman, you might decide to start pulling the word. Of course, how much? I do not probably need this man. Already, I'm okay. I'm made. I'm okay financially. Okay, the man also may probably, if he's not a man to his word, I also being accountable. So might feel like okay. I think probably you are much more far better than what I was the other time, and I can take her for granted. I can do anything I want, and there will be no consequences for that. So, and that's where communication has to come in. That come, how are we going to manage these things? Because I look at Ibukwa Ushika. You know Ibukwa Ushika, Madam Ibukwa Ushika. She's married, and she for somebody to get to that level of being the chairman of First Bank, you know what that means. That bank is not a small bank in Nigeria. So, and she normally gives some insight, and there's even um, a particular journal that somebody was sharing. I was talking about the 500 500 companies. The biggest 500 companies in the world. That majority of the words of the married people there. I mean, the richest people, even the richest CEO that are women, they are what they are married. Should it mean that they don't have issues? Should it mean that even I myself that I'm talking, does it mean that I've not had issues before? I mean, in my mind, there are some issues that we like, oh, like tears of marriages apart. We know. So, but there is an understanding, communicating to one another, your vision and your need, in probably a new need or per unit time, and the other party responding to it, makes the marriage works more and more. Because I will look at that woman. That woman, Bukaushiga, she's actually more richer than the husband when she got married to her husband. She normally shared that several times. She was more richer. She has been into business. She's loaded before she got married to her husband. Her husband was just a civil servant then as a petroleum engineer. But today, they are well to do, and they still able to what and she has been a very good. Has motivated a whole lot of young people, so to be able to know what they should prioritize before they start the marriage. Marriage is a good thing actually because um, most of the time we look at it and I'm better off staying alone. But I would still say if you're able to even say that people that are single or probably that are out of their marriages, when they could not bear some certain things, they still look back to wanting that because the basis of our existence is actually companionship. So, and that's the reason why it must be the basis for what? For for marriage. I normally say it. Companionship is the basis for marriage. So everybody must find a way around it to make sure that you make your partners still feel needed to be able to stay. Because at the point, I might tell my wife, you see these kids, they just have limited time. The 15 years, they're out of it. They're out of this place. Once they get to school, they get to higher institution. That is the end. They are gone. They can go anywhere in the world to go study. They can decide, oh, I'm staying in the United States. I'm staying in so place I am now, and that's where I want to live. And you can't what you can't hold them by the jugular for that. But the fact is that this the communication that's and the understanding between the two of you, because it takes wisdom and understanding to be able to you know rearrange your priorities and to communicate it with one another. It's like a vision. So if the two of you, if I'm seeing different things and you are seeing different things, although most of the time these days people now have different orientation and they have different end game. You have a woman that has a different end game before he even gets into the marriage. You have a man that has a different end game before he also gets into the marriage. So, and everybody keeps their gameplay. So at the point is they start shifting goalposts and a whole lot of things start to happen based on different influences. Social media is there, a whole lot of negative energy that is flying around against even government policies like Rational Mind was talking about. So we still have that opportunity in African society, probably back in Africa, in the diaspora, is really under threat there because of the government policies and the society around that area. But even at that, we still have some people that still keep it real with themselves and they evolve. They evolve and they're still doing well for themselves. And even when you look at it, people do well together, even in the Western world. I mean, they do well together. In fact, there's a conspiracy theory that was saying that probably for people that are from the African descent or African immigrants, right? Okay, most of the time, people that are able to do well, they stay married. They stay married, or probably they are still, even if they have opted out of a marriage before, they are still married. If you look at the statistics, it looks like it's something reasonable. I mean, I think it's probably partly correct. Uh, so the guys that I know that are very, very that are rich bags, that are even in the diaspora, they are married. They are married. Wulesi and Co. These guys are married. So we
No,
don't know what
Dorothy,
they are going through. But I want to
don't let us say
I
you
want to
have to.
believe.
No, you have to be married
No, no,
before
no,
you're
I'm not saying.
successful.
No, I'm not saying.
No,
I'm not saying they are.
I don't.
I'm not.
Nobody
No, I'm not
should
saying they
pressure you
have to
to
be.
be married.
No,
Aha.
no, no. What I'm saying is that.
There are a
What
lot of
I'm saying is
single
that.
people
What
that
I'm
are
saying is that.
successful as well. We are just saying
No, but
marriage is a
what
good
I.
thing if you're in the right one. That's what
Yes,
we're saying.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was what I was saying
Let
to
me even
that of
shock you. Sorry, let me
those
shock you.
guys
So most of these
that
top people that you see and you say, oh, their marriage is so sweet, they are still married. I know a rich
no,
couple and they are prominent people and they stay in the same house for a whole year without talking to each other. But the outside people will be looking at they are happily married. They do normal. You don't know until they brought their matter
yeah, of course,
to
of
my
course.
grandfather to settle for them. They've not been talking.
DOG, I don't even like to cite anybody's example because I don't
Exactly,
live in
exactly.
the
Yeah, you
marriage
don't
with
know.
them.
You only
I'm
see the
not inside their
surface.
house. So all
Yeah,
this
you only see
Ibukwa
the
Woshika,
surface.
I'm not tripped about them directly. All this Ibukwa Woshika you've been
Yeah,
mentioning, you are not there. You don't live with them. So please don't just
I
talk about your
understand.
own marriage and let's just say
I
the
understand.
marriage is not dead. Yeah, I don't like mentioning people. You don't live in the house with them. We don't know what is happening in the
Of course, I
marriage.
know.
So you just know
I
about
know
you and
people
your
fake
wife.
life.
Exactly.
I know people
So
fake
let's
fake
talk
things.
about,
I know
yeah,
people fake
it's
things.
about you, your own marriage, how it's
Yeah,
working, how you can encourage people into it. That's what we're saying. Not
but
citing, I don't
but
even, especially all these your religious men. Most of them are bullies.
hello,
They bully their
no,
wives. So I don't even want to.
but
Most of
Dupe.
them are
no, I
bullies. So
disagree.
I don't want to
I
even
Uh,
keep
disagree.
mentioning
How can you
somebody's
I
disagree
name.
with
disagree.
that now?
No, 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 no. I don't.
Dupe, Dupe,
I'm not.
No, no,
the only thing
no.
I agree with you on, Joma
Yeah.
Binucho, the only thing I agree with you on is when you said maturity is necessary in marriage. Yes. Even the good book, which I know you don't like hearing me when I mention that good book name, which is the Bible, also talks about that. That you must be past your youthful prime. So when people just let emotion rule them, that's not maturity. So I agree with you on that. But not everything you say
Exactly.
about that, but I agree with you on that point that yes. But
Mm.
there's something that Dorothy was saying, which I don't think we've not look at it from some other angle. I think in Nigeria now, I've been looking at the stats still from Nigeria that the rate of divorce is skyrocketing in Nigeria now. And the
But are you
angle from Nigeria,
surprised, rational mind? For example, for example, if you look at social media, you see some people proposing and the girl is slapping the guy. Then you look at
exactly
it.
that too.
What kind of
Mm,
relationship are you having? Haven't you sit down to talk
exactly.
about this girl you are dating, about
So
marriage? I think you should have talked about marriage before. Like you can tell the person wants you. Why would you propose to a person that doesn't want that will even slap you
Once
in
they
the face
want
exactly.
of
you,
So
everybody?
imagine.
So that
it's
there are
so silly.
conversation we should have. That is the
Exactly.
foundation is cracky.
Yeah.
That is why it collapsed. After a
So
year of marriage,
yeah.
everybody's divorcing. You know?
So when the foundation is so bad, it leads to I've had some of my friends who have been married for many years, like 20 years, 30 years, who've been married. Recently, a lot of them are just separating and divorcing. And one of the reasons is because of the economic situation, because the man no longer is able to provide for the family and they're just separated. So that Nigerian factor own thing is, I think somebody was measuring, like which I already mentioned before, social media. Maybe I didn't mention it, maybe this guy here did.
Yes.
So anyway, so social media,
Yeah, I also
you look at
mentioned
how
it
people,
also. Social media is
yeah, you look at, do you know that in Nigeria now there's a site where people they meet up for, what I mean, but then you can always even choose a guy, choose a girl. It's like something it's just like you go into a buffet. You're choosing what kind of food you want to eat at the buffet. So all this, the advent of this whole dating app and everything that is already making inroad into Nigeria too. It's also another thing that is making marriage not to last, because it's so sad that I had some of my friends, their wives had to engage in extramarital affairs, so just so they could just move on in their lives and be some other guy that could take care of them. And some of them even end up not even being the guy just want to have a one night stand or just want to have the fun and that's it. So you see, this internet thing has also ruined many marriages, because women sometimes they go by what they see.
It's
It
not
used to be once upon a time.
comparison, they say.
Yeah, comparison. It used to be that men are the one that usually goes by what they see. Women go by what they hear.
emotion.
But now I think women are becoming like men. It doesn't have height. It's not 6 feet tall. It's not this. It doesn't have 6 pack. No, these are the things that we men will consider in a woman. We look at the woman. Only one goes by what he hears from a man, says to her. But it's like the whole thing is just so messed up these days that you can blame it on so many things. I think our society is on a decline, and there are so many social ills that are responsible for that, that are factors for that. That is why I believe, like we used to say when we learned in social studies years back, it says family is the nucleus of a society, of a community. So when you do not get it right in your nucleus, that's why our friend here that left, that I think he left already. Just so you understand, do yourself, do you? I'll do mine, because everybody has their own unique situation. I'm just only coming from a perspective of kids. I love kids.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to have more, and I plan to have more. So accountability, accepted accountability, because when you basically it is your responsibility to take care of those kids. I mean, maybe you don't understand Yoruba if you're still listening. For me, kids are more important. I'm not saying one should stay in a loveless marriage because of kids. If you understand your situation very well, that it makes no sense staying in this marriage, I can raise my kids without my other person being there. Fine and good for you. Do you, my brother? But my point is this: is that we Nigerian men used to understand something. This way of thinking that you can always make a decision, and then when the decision does not work for you, you can just backtrack and not damning the consequences, knowing that the consequences will not only affect you, but other people are affected, that were also going to be affected in that decision. You need to take that into consideration. So having said that, the Nigerian factor now is this economic situation, comparison that our women are doing in Nigeria now. 80%, I mean, out of the marriage stats, 80% of the times, the women are the one initiating divorce. I gave you an example of some of my friends. I know at least I now have about 4 or 5 of them that recently went through separation, and they are going through, I mean, I think 2 of them already had divorce already. 3 is in the process. Now, the issue is there are women initiated this divorce. They're no longer happy. They get bored. Like here in America, we say women get bored. I think Nigerians are becoming so. And again, another thing again is we are living in a very overstimulated society. If you understand what that means. The society is becoming we say it here in America that we live in an overstimulated society. So women get bored easily here, because when men becomes like, okay, work, take care of the family, this man has to work. But the woman needs some more stimulation than that. It needs them to be able to, like, okay, let's go out on camping, let's go on a road trip, let's go to this place. And the man has to work, because his work is not going to give him enough time, because he has to take care of it. He has bills to pay. So you see, it's all about communication.
Rational mind. Are you saying holidays are not important, or you're not?
No, they are important. They are important. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not. Okay. But there's some unique cases whereby a man has to work because he knows he has to pay some bills. He has racked up some credit card.
You still have to have time for your family as well.
Yeah, they should be balanced. Yeah. But my point is this: is that this situation, what I'm trying to describe here, is very
it's not easy to be balanced.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. So, and women, one thing about women, they just need that stimulation, constant stimulation. Like constant stimulation.
That is why you can't just base your whole marriage on let's give birth. There must be other things you want to do.
Yeah,
there must be. You want to build together.
You must talk.
Is this going to be one man's show today, or this is the show?
This is the show for today, Zita.
Huh?
This is the show for today.
Okay, so you will soon close?
Not soon, as I just want the topic to run its course. I'm not putting any time frame on it. Are you want to go, or what?
No, I'm just asking. It's all about marriage we are going to discuss.
Okay, you want us to
No, we can talk about some other things, like, I mean, anything, like, it doesn't have to be marriage.
No, I'm just see, as I said before, nobody wants to believe me. Marriage is divine. If you fall for you, you enjoy. If you don't work for you, you cry. That's all.
I beg Zita, nothing day divine for this world.
It's that
kind of thing.
If you talk about maturity, let me tell you something about maturity.
Is divine, no?
Okay, sorry. Let me just for a second, a minute. Dupsy, you keep hammering that marriage is maturity. Maturity of the mind. I'm sure that's what you are talking about, not age. But let me say this. Marriage, I will repeat, is commitment. it will be good for you to know those things you cannot let go for any reason or any circumstances whatsoever. Look for a partner who can let you be in that area. Whereby you cannot find a partner who can let you be in that area, the marriage is bound to break. It has nothing to do with how mature you people are. It has a lot to do with you trying to drop something for another person to take that space. Full stop. It doesn't take maturity to do that. It takes understanding of individuality. Simple. But if you see it's maturity, I don't know what you mean by maturity.
So what's the difference between
I get everything right?
Exactly. What's the difference between maturity and understanding? Is it not the same?
No.
Zita?
No.
Oh.
Maturity don't have to do with understanding.
Matured mind drops just the way you said it. Drops things for the other person.
Nothing to do with understanding.
It has everything to do with it.
We're not talking about physical maturity. We're talking about
we
mind.
are talking about matured minds. That's what we are talking about. And it has a lot to do with understanding.
It has a role to play.
You cannot
please
don't mind.
No
Please
matter
hold on.
how much
I want to
but Dupsy,
hold on, please.
Dupsy,
no
is he progressive?
No matter how mature you are, if your partner is not ready to understand your individuality or tolerate or take your individuality, it's not gonna work.
We are saying the same thing, Zita. Is you that you're changing it. Please, I want to see this this last person here. Can you unmute? Who is this person that just came in?
That's can do now. Can do.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I want to listen to your submission.
Yeah, I've been listening for a little bit here, and my position is when the history of this time is written, it will be incredibly sad. Obviously, excuse me, there are so many dynamics to this marriage and relationship thing. I'm definitely one that believes in the institution. I mean, I grew up in a household with a mother and a father, with 4 sisters, and knock on wood, all of them, as far as we know, are happily married. Some have been married for a little over 30 years, 26 years. So, I tell people I am one of the luckiest guy on this planet to have had that dynamic. And obviously, looking at how relationships have progressed way back when I was growing up in Nigeria and looking at what it is today, yeah, they've always been abusive men. But growing up in a humongous family, extended family, what I saw were men that were providing, protecting their family, not people that were abusing them. Virtually everybody that I know of in my extended family have some degree of education. And when I just think about this, when I think about this dynamic, I ask myself, I'm not a praying person, but one of the things I've always said, if I was going to pray, I will pray that none of my brother-in-laws ever passes away anytime soon. Because most of my sisters are in their 50s now. And I ask myself, what does dating looks like for any one of my sisters at 60 or 65? To date who? With the intention of doing what? I feel for women. I honestly do. even if you have Oprah money, even if you have Oprah money, it's not the same. It is not the same. A 65 or 70-year-old man can easily go and get a 35-year-old woman. It is going to be incredibly difficult for a 65 or 70-year-old woman to go and get a 40-year-old guy. Even if the money is long, it's not the same, and we're not made, and in my own book and in my own understanding, we're not made the same. It's not about competing. It is about people understanding the role that they play in a relationship. Hopefully, a man marries the woman that he wants, that has the type of life that he wants, and hopefully a woman does the same. And I think a lot of times, a lot of what we're seeing these days are people marrying for the wrong reason. Oh, she looks good. Oh, he looks good. Oh, she can provide me with this, or he can provide me with that. You know, um, I know a lot of people, including my parents, that when they started out, they started in a one room, not a one room apartment, one room. You know, thankfully, both of them strived, did the things that they needed to do, and glory be to God. But these days is about stuff. Everything is about stuff. I hear people talking about, if you can't buy me a $20,000 bag, it's like, yeah, if your money is long like that and you can afford to buy your wife a $30,000 Birkin bag every month, glory. But is that what this is about? Is that what we're trying to build? And unfortunately, you know, like I've said here many times, I have four sisters that I love to death, but if somebody else's husband passes away, life will go on. If somebody's wife passes away, life will go on. But it is not the same. It is not. And it is about understanding the different roles that we play. It is about choosing correctly. What type of a man is this that I'm choosing, or is coming to choose me? What type of a woman am I choosing? What is the character? Even if that person steps out, hopefully not, is that, I mean, we're not talking about somebody who is a bunny rabbit just going from one place to another. But what is it that you're trying to build? Build for what reason? What are you building? What is the reasoning behind it? Is it just about having stuff? Because stuff, you can have stuff. Stuff can come and go, but how are you choosing the person that you're choosing? What type of a character does that person have? So, again, the way that I'm seeing this thing going, and all this, whether it's in Nigeria or here in America or in Europe, this is not going to end well for a lot of these people. Honestly, you can have all the money, you can have the police department to protect you, you can have a Glock to protect you. And like somebody said, even the children will someday go away. It's about what memories have you created with someone that you can sit together and look at life and look at all the blessings and some of the disappointments along the way. That's what it's about. Your money is not going to do nothing for you. It's good to have. There's nothing wrong with money. But if that is your focus, what somebody else is doing, what somebody else is driving, I don't care if you drive a Maserati. If I have a $3,000 car that can take me from where I want to go, I mean, where I'm at to where I want to go, that's all I need. So again, I feel sorry for a lot of people because by the time they come to the realization, they're gonna see that nobody wants you. There's a time to there's a time to plant. There's a time to harvest. And if you think, even in this society, I mean, I hate to say it, we're not the same. We are not the same. If I remember, I went to a party not too long ago, and there was a really gorgeous Nigerian lady that I was looking at, and some of the guys that I went there with were like describing her body parts. Oh, this one I slept with her, that one I slept with her. We're not the same. Some people might be like, I don't care. Well, that's good. That's good and wonderful. It's not about how many people are wanting you. It's a matter of what do they want you for. Are they trying to keep you for themselves, or are they just trying to sleep with you? And anybody can sleep with anybody. So all in all, God will continue to, you know, to bless all of us. But all this foolishness of I want this, I want a man that will do this and do that. Like I tell people, my mother, growing up in Nigeria, she worked for the Ministry of External Affairs, born 5 children, had 2 businesses, successful. It didn't deter her from becoming whatever she wanted to. All My grandfather had 5 wives, they all had businesses. And every auntie I can think of in Nigeria, they all either had a job or had a job and some business they were doing. So I don't know where this notion comes from that, the women were just sitting at home painting their nails. I'm sure there were some, but that was not the majority of people. So soft
Andrew,
life,
if you don't
yes.
like your wife to live a soft life, then look for a hardworking woman. Some
No,
men
no,
love,
no, no,
some women can
no,
cater for their women. They love
no.
them to live a soft
See,
life.
when I
So nobody
when
is
I
saying
talk,
that's not even the topic. We are not even saying that
no,
women should be
Dupsy,
useless in their marriage.
I'm not saying,
Yeah.
you see, when I talk, I don't talk about some. I talk in terms of the general. There is nothing wrong
There
with
are
having a
loads of
soft
women
life.
that are hardworking. There are loads of women that are hardworking. So you can't
Oh yeah,
generalize
absolutely.
that. Aha.
No,
You can't
no,
generalize.
I'm not saying that women are
Can do,
not
can do,
hardworking.
can
Yes,
do.
sir.
Can I say something?
Yes.
That too, like Tukpe was saying, it has its own danger too. That when a woman wants to live a soft life and the man is the male, he goes out and walk himself that death like a male. I'm not saying to walk himself. I'm just giving that as an exaggeration. But my point is this: is that women here in the West, again, I will repeat, they get bored easily. We used to think that our African women, being that they're from Africa, you married them from Africa, you brought them here, that they should understand more. They too, they become acclimatized to the system here and they get bored. You see, even when you allow a woman to work, that too has its own danger. If you don't allow her to work, it has its own danger. I think it's up to everybody to figure out what works for them. But what I've seen in many cases,
Absolutely.
because I've seen people situation whereby women are full-time housewives. The man goes out to work. Don't get me there. I mean, so many of them that are good women, they're still faithful to their husband. Especially in the black community, I see that to be the case in the black community, where the guy go work himself to death. This girl is bringing different women and different men to the home because the guy is always out. The truck driver is driving and is always doing interstate and then going around. And then this girl will be bringing different guys home because she's bored. She doesn't work. The guy does make the whole money. You see, there's a different dynamic out there. It's just everybody has to figure out what works for them. Because if a woman becomes idle, stays home, and she gets bored. Like I just give you that. I mean, there's so many of them, especially in the black community.
If anybody becomes idol, it doesn't necessarily have to be a woman, but I get the point.
Okay, sorry.
And
I get
every,
your point too. Hold on.
every
Rashomon, you're wrong. It's not about staying home. Somebody can cheat at work too. You don't
oh
have
Yeah,
yeah,
I said that. I
Of
said that.
course.
I agree that. I said that too. That too has its own danger when a woman walks. Because that's was also exposed to the danger of office romance and things like. I'm not saying don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying this. What I'm trying to say is that I think it's past the time whereby we'll be saying a woman should be living a soft life now these days. For that, a reason of not letting them get bored at home and start fantasizing, starting online relationships with some other men or other women, as the case may be. It's best that with the women go and work, even though it's something part-time, or maybe work from home. I mean, let her have something that she's doing that is getting her distracted.
From day one.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But
My wife
That's what I'm
works,
trying to
I
say.
work. I work, you work.
Rational man. I'm not saying that, like you said, everybody has to figure out what works for their situation. And I'm not in any way suggesting that a woman who is in the situation to live this soft life, whatever that even means, that they should not do that. But my position is everybody should. This has to be an individual thing. Everybody has to look at what works for their situation. But at the end of the day, if one does not know the reason that you're getting into a relationship, you have to be able to define what that is. It cannot just be about money and resources. There's a whole lot more to life than money. It's good to have, though. I mean, me and money, we've never had any problem, you know. But what is this person? And like I've always said, if I would never marry somebody that, God forbid, if they become crippled and I have to be changing their diaper, if I can't see me doing that with you, you and I have no business together. That is what it means to me. If I say I am committing myself to you, it means whatever happens, I'm going to be there. And that is not an hyperbole in any sense of the word. It is what it is. So if I can see myself taking care of you, God forbid if the worst or one of the things that I will consider to be the worst situation happens to you, then what are we doing together? But a lot of people these days, they would not even see anything remotely close to that. If you can't give me, if you can't give to me, what are you giving back to the person? Your stuff is not made out of platinum. So what makes you so special? What are you contributing to society? Even people who have all the money in the world.
Can do men like you? What I see is that you guys are broke. That's why you're always on girls with soft life neck. You're always on their neck. You want to press their
Madam,
neck. Okay, but what I know. Leave them
no,
alone.
madam,
My husband loves
madam,
them to live a soft life because
Madam Dupsy, Madam
It works
Dupsy,
for
No,
you. It
they
works for
do.
Madam,
Listen to Madam Zip. I mean,
ma,
crying
Connie.
and whining over women that
no,
lives a
madam,
soft
Must
life
no,
doesn't help
Madam
anybody.
must
Dupsy,
No.
Leave
everybody.
them
Madam
alone
Dupsy,
What
because
can
it's
do?
working
Listen to
in their
Miss Dupsy is
relationship.
right.
Why are you calling
Everybody
me
no,
name?
notice.
What did
This is
I
what
do?
you
no,
Yeah,
always
Madam
do.
Dupsy,
leave people
Madam
alone.
Dupsy,
Let them live their lives. Don't
I
whine and
preference,
cry because of it.
No.
If
no,
that's not
Madam
going to
What you can
work
Dupsy,
in
do,
your
this is what you
relationship,
always
don't
do.
do it.
You
no,
don't want
Madam
women to
Dupsy,
win.
Madam
No.
Dupsy, I preference everything that I said by saying that everybody should do what works for their best
Good.
for
Yeah, that's
their
Exactly
important.
now.
situation.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
preference it by saying that. The only thing I'm saying is all this. I see a lot of these situations out there, and the question I ask myself, and I always use, some people say I always use myself as an example. If I can't use myself as an example, whose example am I supposed to use? I have sisters that, thank God, at least from everything. No, I have never heard of any of my sisters and their husband having a fight. I haven't heard it.
Oh
I'm
my
not saying
God.
that they don't.
Mr. Can
I'm not
do.
saying that they don't, but it's never come out.
Mr. Can
So
do.
that
Can I
is
tell
why
you something?
That's
I
maturity.
feel
That's
so, I
maturity,
feel
and
so,
submitting
I
it to one
feel
another.
so, No, I feel so blessed. Every single day I put my music on, I dance because I'm so thankful. And I'm thankful for the blessing. And Madam Dupsy, it's not a big deal. I am nowhere near broke. Like
Are you
nowhere
sure?
near.
Are you
Okay,
I
sure?
don't
because I don't know. I work a
there's
lot, you
nothing more
can't
to
do,
be said.
but I don't have a
You
problem with
speak
money. And my
against
husband doesn't complain
money.
about money. So I don't understand it when men go crying and whining over
But it works for
women
you
that
No,
now.
employ.
It works for
Yes.
you.
I'm
I
a
did not
rational mind. I'm not saying everybody should be like me. Do you understand? I still work for my money, but I live a soft life. Do you
yeah,
understand? So I
And
Madam
don't
there's
want
Dupsy,
people
nothing
to
wrong with
come.
that.
I don't want people to start whining and crying
no,
over
there's
women
No,
that
nobody
no,
employ
whine.
nobody
There's
should.
women.
nobody
No,
Keep
whining.
them.
Nobody
there's
is
no
Keep
one you
them.
whining.
are
It's not
whining
easy,
Are.
about
they're
You're
this
married.
now.
always trying.
But you
Mr.
should not
Kendu,
keep the
you
man too
always
now.
do
No,
this. You always
No,
preach against women going shopping, living a soft life. Why do we have to be suffering because we're married to you? Like, who does that? Stop preaching against
nobody,
and
that
why should I die
woman.
because of
nobody,
you? Why should I
nobody,
die because of you as well?
nobody said you shouldn't go shop. If you and yourself or you and your husband can afford, like I said it, if you can afford to buy your wife a $30,000 Birkin bag every month, hey, go right ahead. Who is stopping you?
That's it.
If you can afford
But
it.
don't play.
But the reality, but hold on, the reality is this: 20%, 20% of people, maybe even less than that, can afford this lifestyle anywhere in the world, even in this America
Exactly.
or in Europe. So if you are giving people this fallacy that a bunch of them are going to leave something that is not possible, because the math will never math. It's like you want a guy that is 6 feet and above. What is the percentage of men in America that are 6 feet and above? Everybody
Remember,
is not
can
going to
that's not
get.
the topic
Everybody is
today,
not
and
going to
nobody
get it.
is promoting soft life can do. Maybe you didn't listen to
No, no,
us at the beginning of
That's
the
not
show.
what we're saying, Mr.
No, we are
Kendu.
not promoting that. We are just talking about if marriage is dead in the 21st century in African society.
But but
Nobody
but but but,
came here.
but, but
See,
soft
I'm
life.
promoting soft
Yeah,
life. I
nobody
don't know about
has
you.
promoted
I'm promoting soft life.
life here.
I can't
No,
stand when Mr. Kendu
no.
goes
But
about
So
you
you don't
see,
you don't like dusty men. You don't like dusty men,
no,
something.
Joker.
but
You don't
I
like
whether
don't
it
dusty
like
is
men.
to
like
say that.
Mr. Kendu, someone like you
I,
can never approach me. Like, for real. That preaching you do really, like, it aggravates me so much. Every single time you
He's
come on the
not preaching.
platform,
Madam
you want
Chioma,
women to suffer with you. Nobody's gonna suffer with you.
don't get aggravated. There's nothing to be aggravated over. But I mean, like I said, even what you said, the topic is, which is this relationship thing, whether it's Nigeria or America. The reality is the math does not math. Even the marriage thing, the number of women that I hear, weekly, monthly, talking about the type of men that they want. The problem is there is only 20% of those men. You can make more of them. So
So
80% of the
what you're
people are
saying now that
chasing
marriage is dead, is that your perspective on
yes,
this topic?
yes,
That
it
marriage
is.
is
It is.
dead. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, it is dead.
are you
In
married
the.
yourself?
I've failed at it twice.
Oh, okay, that's why. A little bit
Yeah,
bitter.
no,
I get.
that's not that why I failed at it twice. But the beautiful thing, at least in my personal
Dupe.
situation, is that they're actually begging to come back, but I can't take them back. That's what I
Okay,
Do
understood.
not.
you're a rational mind.
Do
You're
not.
the same. You're a rational mind.
No,
Do,
no,
do,
no,
How
do
do
no,
how do
not.
you know
no,
what they say?
no.
What are you talking
Dupsy,
about?
Dupsy, Dupsy, Dupsy.
But
I
the same
have no
matter.
reason. I have no reason to come here or go anywhere. It doesn't even matter to me whether they want to come back or not. But the
No, Dupe,
reality is,
anyway, no, Dupe, so that Dupe, can do the same.
And Kandu is a very, very, very matured in how he talks, and it's very,
And then me, I'm
calm.
not.
Rational mind is not calm, but you guys, you are operating on the same frequency.
Just,
I
as-
get
just,
it.
just as you guys,
no,
just as you
Rational
guys
man,
have
too much violence.
Too
my
much
that
my
violence.
own
words now.
thing,
Too much
Just as
my
violence for
own.
rational mind.
You see,
just
But
as you ladies have
Kandu is very
sisterhood.
calm. Kandu is very
You
calm.
see, my own thing is this.
I'm very calm too. I'm very calm.
What I look at is I look at probabilities. I don't care about possibilities. What are the probability of something being that thing? And when I look at the numbers just does not work. You will never get enough men that can provide soft life because it's just not possible. Because they don't, the number of people that can do that are just not there.
Can
Be it
do,
in
can
Mention
do,
Nigeria,
more
Global
be it
economic
in
lasting.
Europe.
can
mention
do.
more
Have you
And
seen the
Huh?
stats? Have you seen the stats
even
of the people
the economic last.
owing credit card bills? Are women. The largest portion of people who are owing credit card bills. They can't pay their credit cards. Are women. Go online, go on
Exactly.
Yeah,
TikTok.
Imagine.
You see a lot of them that are
yeah.
begging. A lot of them are begging, asking for a man to come and help them or somebody come and rescue them. There's a lot of
Yeah,
them.
And
but I
that's,
think
I mean,
in a nutshell, what can do is trying to say is it's not like don't enjoy yourself, but you can't find a perfect person. But at least once the person ticks some boxes, that should be enough. There is no way you can have it all. I think that's what Kandu is trying to say here. Like, okay, you can't find it perfect. You
And
can't find
DOJ, I
anybody.
understand that, but I just don't want him to continue to whine and cry about women
well,
that need
Miss
some.
Dupsy, I don't trust me. I don't
Yeah,
whine. There's nothing.
yeah.
My life is so full that there's nothing. I tell you every day, get my coffee, get my water, get my juice, and dance and thankful for all of the blessings, all of them, because it's a blessing. I mean, again, to have four sisters that have been married as long as mine have been, and not even hearing of this one hit her husband in the head with a frying pan. I mean, that's not. I don't know if we can design that. That is God's blessing. That is not a design. That is just pure blessing.
Dupsy,
Come, Chioma,
I can do.
where
Can do.
are
I want
you?
to ask a question. I want
Yeah,
to ask a
director,
question.
go ahead.
I,
Are
I,
you in the US?
I want to. No, no, no. I want to
Chioma,
say that.
is Chioma there?
I want to
Sorry,
say that
excuse me.
for a marriage to work, shouldn't it be that
Yes,
Miss Dupsy, did you call me?
women,
no, I'm
women,
the one that called you. I'm
women?
asking if you're in the US.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the US. Why?
The environment you are, can you hear?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear the fireworks. Yeah, it's in my neighborhood.
I mean, this
Yeah.
place is it's annoying, honestly.
But at least we're not going to work tomorrow.
Yeah. So I was saying that um, for marriage to work, shouldn't it be that men and women they have to shift, knowing fully that they have different roles in the family to make it work, to make the marriage work? Shouldn't it be that they will have to what have to tamper with their what with their probably their God-given emotions, I mean, or let's say temperament or characteristics, going by the fact that women are probably more emotional, men are much more logical. So for you to be able to build a successful marriage, as a man, you have to be a bit emotional. I mean, you have to allow the emotional part of you a bit to what to come to play, and for you to also be able to what, to keep the marriage as a woman, to build it. I mean, deploying wisdom we might necessarily be that you will have to show up your logical path of of what you want to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I may, you see, I think this marriage thing, you're gonna need Jesus, you're gonna need Prophet Muhammad, Buddha, and everybody to help you because it is not easy. It is not easy. So that is why, in my own opinion, it is the the first part is the process of choosing. What are you basing your choice on? What is the reason that out of all the men in the world, this is the one you've elected to be with? Or out of all the women in the world, this is the one? What is there has to be a fundamental ground that you base that choice on. Because life will happen though. life will happen to everybody, whether you're Bill Gates or Mukaila. Life will happen. Your foundation will be shaken. I mean, God forbid you lose a child along the line. God forbid you lose a business, you lose a job. Things happen. I mean, very few people go through this thing called life without all of these issues. You've seen people that are perceived looking from the outside, they got everything, and you see them by themselves, and you ask yourself, wow, why will this person? They got money, they got this, they got that, they whatever wonderful career, and they take themselves out. So for me, it is just grace of God, and having that understanding that it's just by grace. Obviously, you got work to do. If you don't think you're in a situation to be able to provide somebody that all they want is a soft life, and you go and carry that burden, you will die very quickly. So it is about understanding, what does this person want? Is this someone that I want to build with? I mean, like I said, my dad and my mom, they started in a room, but they loved each other.
They
They
don't
were
make they
committed.
don't make such women anymore. Those kind of women, they don't make them
Yeah,
anymore.
they were committed, and built 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 all kind of businesses and everything, over time. But nowadays,
Nostradamus.
people just want to wait at the finish line and collect the trophy. You have to be willing to build. I mean, it's not just the women's fault. There are too many men that they can't put their things in their pants. You can't be committed to one person. So there are no easy answers. I don't even know if there is an answer. That is why I say it is really the grace of God.
There's no
It's
easy
God's
answer, Josh.
grace.
All right.
It really is.
There's no easy answer.
Because things
But
that
that
you see
area,
online, with all of these things that you see online, this person you want to have this, you want to be with that person. I mean, me personally, I don't date people that are dating people. I don't. When you're done dating the people that you're dating, you and I can focus on one another. Because why am I going to be dating somebody that's being dated by other people? Never done it and never will. So I don't
okay,
understand that
that's
logic.
true.
But those who do it, good for them. But me, I can't even imagine other people putting anything inside of you. With me, they go inside. God forbid. It will never happen. I'd rather be
Can
by
you?
myself.
Can
Yes,
you?
sir.
And
Should I
is
say
it
that
that you're faithful in
most
your
most
relationship always or what?
I've never been.
Kenneth, please hold
I've
on,
never.
you.
I've never.
Because it's
When
talking
I was.
now and
When
you
I.
drink on the color. You can't put
No. When I.
yourself.
When
Are
I.
you
When
too
I was.
faithful?
When I wasn't married, I was not.
Uh-huh.
I was not faithful. But then
Okay.
the two marriages that I had never. Not even. Even when. Even when opportunities had been placed on silver platter. And one of the things I remember I used to tell myself is, there is nothing that woman has that my wife does not, be it a lie or not. That was my motto.
So have you ever been cheated on by any of your wives?
By a wife,
You
no.
personal question,
Um,
Olele.
No,
no,
no, but
by a wife. Well, let me rephrase that. As far as I know, as far as I know, no. As far as I know, no. But I've always, I mean,
So why are you emphasizing on that point that you can't date somebody that is dating other people if you have
no,
not been
because
cheated on? Why?
no, 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 because no. This has nothing to do with. No, this has
Funny now.
nothing to do with. No, this has nothing to do with cheating. This is a mental problem that I have. Because
Oh,
me, I
okay.
am a full
no that
service
no.
guy. And when I say full service, I cannot imagine putting my mouth in a place that somebody else is putting his stuff inside.
Why should anybody even? Why are you even thinking about that at all? That's my
Oh, that's
problem.
the way my mind works.
And you have
I
to
said,
think straight. Because I can't
Dupsy,
imagine my husband saying what
Miss
you're saying at the moment.
Miss
That I
Miss
can't
Miss
imagine
Dupsy,
Come on, come on.
because
Cut it out.
if
Cut
there's
it out.
even that kind of
Dupsy, you might
understanding
be
that
Miss
right.
it's
Miss
only
Dupsy,
you.
Dupsy might be right.
I said
No,
Where is that
Kandu,
coming
Kandu,
from? That's what I want to
Miss
know. Where is that
Kandu,
Miss
coming
Kandu,
Miss
from?
hold
Dupsy,
on,
Miss
hold on.
Dupsy,
Kandu,
I
hold on,
said
Yeah.
it's
hold
a
on.
mental
Kandu,
problem that I have, mental
You
problem.
have trust issues? Is that the problem? You have trust
No,
Can,
no,
issues?
no, no, no,
Hold on,
no.
hold on. You see, now we're going. I know I was expecting this kind of thing to come up at some point. So let me just say something to you. You know, you need to understand something there, Dupe. And I know I'm not trying to tell you what to understand. I know you understand. Maybe you're just pretending because you're very good at that, pretending, acting like you don't even know what somebody is talking about. You know how black women, they like their men using their mouth on their stuff. So if he said he's going to do that,
No, I don't have any
what are we
problem.
talking about?
I'm saying, why are you thinking that somebody else is even coming to that area
Yeah, you
as
should think
well?
about it because it's disgusting.
Why?
It's disgusting to some
If
men.
I
Yeah,
said,
it is.
I
No,
said
It is
why is
dating.
disgusting.
I
that thought
said
coming? You
no.
don't understand what I'm saying, rational. My problem to Monique Pedwene. Where is
No,
that
well,
thought coming from? That your woman
Let
should
me,
be
let me,
able to
let
in
me,
the
let
abundance
me,
know.
of
no,
in the
no,
abundance of the heart,
I
the mouth
I
speaks
said
loud.
that I didn't say that about the people that I married. I said dating. I cannot be dating because I mean, I can't be dating you and we're not doing stuff. I don't know how that
I get
works.
you, but
So if
there
you're
should be some
dating
kind of
me,
level of trust if you're dating somebody as well. That I'm the
no,
only one for this
no,
woman, and
to
you
me,
know
Not the women
it's
of this
not,
day.
it's
It's not
not,
the women of this day. What are you
no,
talking about?
it's
Not the
not,
women
it's
of this
not,
day.
it's not, it's
that's
not
your
by,
if you level to
no,
one
it's
lolly.
not, no, it's not by,
I'm talking
no, it's
about
not
can
by,
you?
no,
Why
it's
is it
not
like
by force.
trust issues?
I've told
That's the problem.
even this year, I've met women that have told me they're dating, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. When you're done dating, if I'm still around, let's talk. I can't be dating you because if I'm dating you, we're doing stuff. So in my mind, if you're dating other people, you're doing stuff with them. In my mind. So why would I be dating you and you're dating other people and they're probably doing all sorts of stuff? So it's not by force.
So can do. Let me say something at this point now. What you just said. You know, this is another reason why marriage does not last. Marriage is on a decline. I excuse me. I don't want to trigger you, Dupe, and I want you to maintain your cool when I say what I want to say. It's no disrespect to anybody. I have high esteem for women, but we're talking
If
about
you
why.
disrespect me, I will remove you from this show. You know me, I don't have time for nonsense. If
Problem
you
will remove me.
disrespect me, I will remove you immediately. For sure. It's
Farabalẹ̀,
not
mi
you
ò.
that you are not the one talking can do. Me mo koto ko and to gbenu esi.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, go
ṣebí
ahead.
we're all talking here now. Àbí ṣé Kàndú nìkan ló yẹ kó sọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé kò yẹ kẹ́mi náà sọ̀rọ̀? So my point is this: is that one of the reasons why marriage is on the decline is this kind of things. You know, when a woman, you see, let's get this fact straight. A woman's sexual strategy and a man's sexual strategy, both are not the same. A man can have multiple sexual partners and not catch feelings.
That's nonsense. That's why you
Hold
can't
on,
have
hold
a
on.
wife.
Hold
That is
on, farabalẹ̀
nonsense
na mo
right
máa
there.
farabalẹ̀.
That is
Ṣé wàá farabalẹ̀ now?
That is
Ṣé wàá farabalẹ̀?
nonsense.
Ṣé wàá farabalẹ̀. So I'm very triggered. That was why I said I gave you that caveat ahead of time so that you know, so that you won't just be caught unaware. And by I say what I said is not disrespect. I'm just trying to, we're trying to tackle the reason why marriage is on a decline. Now, one of the reasons because is when women have multiple partners like that, they cannot bond with a man for so long. Because at some point, like I said, I've been saying that I use that word here, women they get bored easily, especially here in the West. We live in a very over sexualized society, overstimulated
Dupsy,
society.
there is something I want to say.
So my point is this. Let me land now. You say, well, what's one thing you want to say? I'm still talking, and you say you want to talk. Want to say? Let me land, please. So my point is this. We need to understand, we need to emphasize that into our women that, listen, if you are in a relationship with a man, stick it out with that man. Make it work. Because one thing about the way this sexual strategy of a man and a woman is that a woman during sexual intercourse or whatever, they release oxytocin, which is that thing that makes them bond to somebody. So when you get it, when you lose it so much, I get to a point where you can't even feel anything anymore. So for you to even bond with a man, even when you meet a good man that takes care of you, that does everything, but that thing within you that you've been used to for so many years, you can't just stand with the man because you feel this one guy alone is not satisfying me, or I'm not getting what I'm getting from him. Let me go on. That is another reason why women, some of them just want to change partners. So what Kandu said there, for me, it's another thing we need to understand, and we need to tell our girls, our women, that it's best you stick to one man. And when you start jumping from one man to another man, you form a pattern. And that pattern, you always repeat that circle.
It's you that they should stick to a man. It's you that you come and advise women to stick to a man.
This rational man, this una love wanting thing it's been on since Miss Dupsy program started.
She's a married woman.
Yes, she is.
So,
yes, she is.
Don't
join one man, no. Don't join one man in saying this. Me and this guy, we don't have anything for each other. It's just hatred.
Oh, I know now.
Do you know what why I'm laughing?
I'll go and look for her in Canada. So go marry or to marry. So there's no point in that. Go on, please. Yeah.
Do you know why I'm laughing?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You see this city, I mean now, called the city of Chicago. Firecrackers, fireworks banned. It's illegal for you to throw firecrackers, sell, or spark in the city. But the whole hell is let loose here. And I was asking my mother-in-law, you know what she said? That maybe the police will come and arrest the whole city. This is a city that fireworks, firecrackers, spark of any kind is not sold, neither used or sparked. That is the city law. But you people need to look out. The whole place is a madhouse.
So I mean,
Madam Zita.
Oh, come on.
Okay, rational mind. Kilo to first so wala ite poju. Oh, she's in Chicago. Those are gunshots.
Madam Zita, did you see D3's comments? You better run.
Is that what?
Did you see the comments on the screen?
Gunshots. Gunshots. No, it's fireworks. It's going on all over the place. You know, it's the 4th of July now. You know, that's just what it is. You know.
Yeah. So for me, you see, talking about what we're talking about, you see, our society needs to wake up because the way things are going. I just fear for the coming generations because
we all should be human, rational mind. We all should respect each other. That's why I always talk about maturity, matured minds. Don't come and start talking about one oxytocin that you just read yesterday. we have known about oxytocin. That's jotala. So stop talking and stop making excuses.
Hold on.
People should respect each other. If you are married, let me talk, rational man. If you're a married man, respect your woman. If you're a married woman, it's automatic for you to respect your man. How can you be a married woman in a marriage and you will be going around with different men? I don't understand. So it's you now that you come on this platform. It's you that you come on this platform that women should stay with.
Actually,
Madam Dupsy, Madam Dupsy, let me ask you this question. No,
it's rampant right now. It's rampant.
It's very rampant. Unfortunately, it's not but let me ask you this, Madam Dupsy.
If you respect yourself as a man, your woman will respect you. Lie. I've been married for 25 years. I've never smelt it that my husband is going out. I've never. So how will I be the person now to go? My husband.
Madam Dupsy, you see, your situation sounds like the ones of my sisters.
Probably.
You know, you are really the exception. Unfortunately,
let me know.
Unfortunately, you're the
1%.
I've listened to you for probably over a year, And when I listen to people, I just don't listen to what they say. I listen to the things they don't
ẹ
say
má jẹ́
as
kó rí ẹ̀
well.
máa wú orí ẹ̀ máa wú sí
No,
i
no,
torí
no,
ẹ̀
no,
ló
no, no. I mean, hey, it doesn't even matter whether it does. I'm not talking about her in particular.
Jealousy,
It
jealousy.
doesn't matter even if somebody is saying something and they're lying. They're lying to themselves. Whatever they're lying about does not affect my life. But when you listen to people, there's certain things you can deduce from what you hear. And I'm not saying that people cannot do whatever they want. But my own thing is this: we are not the same in a good way. We're not the same. If a guy, an average guy, goes out there and sleep with 10 women, the average woman of the same age, of the same whatever, that goes out and sleep with 10 men is not looked at the same. Whether it is fair or not is not my issue. It's a matter of what is, not what I want it to be. It's not a matter of what I want. It is how society perceives you. I remember back in the days in Nigeria, I remember, ladies or young girls that were considered to be Afrani Adubo. I've never heard about a guy that was sleeping around being considered Afrani Adubo. It's not the same unless the people like to lie to themselves. One thing I don't do is I
Brother
don't lie to
Elijah
myself.
Guru.
I don't lie to myself. That's one thing I don't do. I even try not to lie to other people. Wakba, there's no point. So the issue is, how do you, whether it is marriage in Nigeria,
And because the
yes,
society
ma'am.
has put women down so much, doesn't mean we shouldn't face the reality. Because
No,
a lot of
what do you mean by put them down? Are
yeah,
you saying they're
that's
being put down? Are you saying they're being
yeah.
put down by looking at a woman that sleeps with 10 women
How about
differently
men
that
that
they?
sleep around too? All these traumatized men that
Oh,
sleeps
I
around.
agree.
Are you
I
not supposed to
agree.
blame them as well?
No,
Why?
no,
Why
no.
are they not being shamed by the
Like I
society?
said, when
A
I was
traumatized
married,
man that can't keep his thing in his pants, that was
when
raped
I
when he was young, and he continued to go about doing rubbish, and people will be praising him. Enyoni, Owapa, Kosomoti Olebasun. So you come
yeah.
and start disgracing women when you can't talk
No, no,
about
it's
all
not. It's not. To me, is again, like I said, for me
for you.
personally, when I was
We should
married, I
act our
would.
age, not our shoe size. Go ahead.
When I was married, I did not and would not, even when the opportunities were presented on silver platter, I would not do it. Yeah, I mean, when I was young and foolish, yes, I did. You know, but as I grew, especially once I got married, it was, this is it. It's about this family. It's about how do we make this family to be the best that it can be. That was the focus. It wasn't even about me. I didn't even care about me, but this family. So, but what we're seeing today, and again, when I look at anything, I'm always asking myself, what is the 10-year plan? What is the 20-year plan? And what I see is a lot of these people that I'm seeing out here, by the time, if you don't, obviously, marriage is not for everybody. But like Mr. Rational Mind said earlier, part of any society is that nucleus. It is the family that makes the community that makes the nation. So if you have a bunch of people that are not married, and in the place that I come from, and not till tomorrow, I remember growing up, all my mother had to say is, wait until your father gets home. There is nothing like it. There is nothing that straightens up a child like wait until your father gets home. A woman cannot be the woman and the man. It's not possible. Are there people that have been able to pull it off? Yes. But that is not how you measure a society. There are things that women do very well, and there are things that men do very well. But when you try to put all this thing into one soup, and you say, I'm just going to go out and do it by myself. I was having this conversation a few days ago with someone. I said, look, I don't even know. I mean, even people that are, even women that are married, outside of somebody mistreating you in any way, shape, or form. Like my kid's mother, when she said she wanted a divorce, I was like, with everything that we got going, to go and do what? With who? You know, especially when you have small children. You need to go and take a shower. You got to take the baby in the bath in the shower with you, especially if you're by yourself. I remember many days of the children crying in the middle of the night. I'm like, babe, don't worry. Let me go get him or let me go get her. You want to quickly run somewhere, you got to drag the children with you because you don't have anybody else there. Why would any sane person want to do that by themselves? Outside of somebody, if you're with somebody who is insane, who is not a productive human being, who is not about how can I remember, especially my first marriage, is like, how can I make this woman's life to be so wonderful to her? So why anybody want to do this thing by themselves is beyond insanity to me. Especially, I mean, you have children in this country, like our daughter, there's wrestling, there's football. She actually played football when she was like 12 years old on a men's team, on a boys' team. So, you know, son is doing baseball, he's doing football. You got to take these people to all these different things, school activities, museums. Why would any sane person want to do this by themselves? So,
That's too
like I
much.
said,
That's too much for one person.
yeah, when the
Even
story
two
of
person,
this kind,
even two
all
person,
this,
you have to even
yeah,
struggle among
even with
yourself
two
to balance
persons is a struggle. So that is why I said the main issue for me is the picking. How you pick? Are you picking because a guy has money without knowing what type of a character he has? Some people, they can have money today, 10 years later, they don't have the money anymore and they can't even pull themselves up. What's the character? And this is why the society that a lot of us came from, where this family will look at that family, you know, whether the man is a blacksmith or goldsmith, but they know that his son, that guy, that boy, is hardworking, is dedicated, is committed. Then they will go and give their daughter to that family. Or this boy, look at that lady, you know, look at how pleasant she is. Look at how dedicated and committed she is to her family. Then they will go on to those people's family and be like, we want to marry that with our daughter. Because you've shown certain characteristics about you. When the chips are down, is this the type of guy that because he's been a chief accountant that will go and drive Uber plus Lyft to help his family until he gets another job? Character matters. But all this fake life, being on whatever Instagram, whatever gram, all of them I get. What does that life looks like for you at 60, at 70? Who are the people that are going to be there? What type of seeds have you planted for the future? So to me, that's what it's really about. It is about understanding, you know, it's one thing to be 15 and 22, but where is that future taking you? Because yes,
Can do.
sir.
You see, the problem in the modern dating environment today is that I think the availability of so many things. I mean, there's a lot of factors that is responsible for that. And I was listening to, I mean, not listening. I was reading somebody's comment in the comment section. That's saying that they don't want to date dusty men. And then when you hear that kind of those kind of comments like that, it just kind of makes you wonder. Dusty men. And I mean, you need to go on TikTok and go on even YouTube, or go on some other platform. You see how women, a lot of them are lamenting how they used to think that, oh, I don't need a man, I don't need a man, I don't need a man. Suddenly now they're realizing that yes, they need a man. You cannot do this life all alone by yourself. So I mean, not to say there are no women who cannot
Yeah, but
do by themselves.
in maths,
It's
it's not.
the economy
Yeah,
right now. The economy right now, where the economy is right now, you need two income, or you need some other person to contribute in some ways, so as to just to lessen the load on you. You get what I'm
So,
saying?
this
So,
yeah.
mastermind, are you Dusty?
I wish you live nearby me here. Probably I'll take you out one of these days, and you get to know if I'm dusty or not.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So anyway, so that's just by the way. So my point is this: is that I just think that that's a problem right there. That's a problem because the women of these days, it's all about for them. It's all about material possession, which
Yeah,
I don't really. I'm not saying it's a bad thing in some ways, but
yeah,
whatever happened to that wanting to struggle with the man, wanting to work things out with the man, like you said, your mom, my mom too, my parents too, they went through the same. They built from scratch to become someone until my mom passed away. They never went their separate ways. They were together for over 50 years until my mom passed away in the 2000s.
mm-hmm.
So my point is this: is just that whatever happened to such things, but these days, these women of these days, they want ready made. They just want it. In fact, they start checking you out. It was like, how much do you have in your bank account? How many cars do you have? Do you live in an apartment? Do you own a home? All that kind of a crap. And yeah, and you see a lot of them. They are on antidepressants because
Those type of people,
in their quiet
those
moments, a lot of them
rational
cry.
men, those type of females, they're not even women, they're females. They are allergic to me. Not that I am
Yeah,
allergic to them. They are allergic to me. Because every woman, even people that I don't know, if I meet you, it's about, okay, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Do you have a 401k? Do you have a 403b? Do you have an IRA? I mean, I don't, depending on where I'm at, we can do all that jet setting all over the place. But your tomorrow is more important to me than today. If your tomorrow is solidified, then we can have all those other fun. But I have to make sure, even the people that I was married to before, it became a problem because I was trying to help them to set themselves up, whether I'm with you or not. The same people now that were like, oh, why do you want me to be putting $1,000 a month into my retirement account? That it became a problem for back then. They brought their accounts to me to be managing. It's like you just wasted time. So it's about, again, no guarantees that you're going to be here tomorrow. But the way I live my life is I have to make sure that if I'm not here, my children are going to be taken care of. Not just their financial taken care of. I've been holding them by the hands since they were little kids to let them know that your economic future is important. It's not the only thing that is important, but it's an important part, and we have to work towards that. So like you said, especially these days with the economy, I think it's not going to get any better anytime soon. We really should have had a recession in this country more than 4 years ago, because usually we have a 7 to 9 years of boom, then we have like a 2 year bust, and we haven't had that since May of 2009. We've been on the run since May 9th. I know the exact day. May 9th of 2009. We've been on the run. So a lot of people, with the way the economy is all over the world, not just here, Go to Nigeria, go to Mexico, go to Portugal, go to Amsterdam, go to London. Rents are ridiculous everywhere. Ridiculous. And for those who don't own their own home, a good number of them are going to be renting forever. And that's just how it is. So sorry, Rational Mind. I just
No,
needed
you're
to.
good. You're good. You're good. It's just we just need to understand. I think men and women are on different wavelengths when it comes to relationship. By saying wavelength does not mean
Mm-hmm.
any one of them has it perfectly well.
Yeah,
But it's just like, but
absolutely.
what has been seen by what has been observed by many men is that women are making it more and more difficult for men to enter into a relationship with them. They have this so-called high standard, which by which they use in sizing up a man whom they want to get into a relationship. And most of those things are just vain, are just
Mm,
it's just vanity. It's not really the substance of what really makes up a relationship that leads to maybe a marriage. You know,
right.
it's just so vain, so. I mean, it's just no substance to it. Because
Right.
you're building a relationship on, oh, how much do you
Things
have
like
in bank?
what? What are the things that you're talking about that vain?
How much you have? I'm about telling you. How much you have in your bank account? Do you have a
No,
401k? All this kind of
who
stuff.
has ever asked you that before?
Yeah,
Has
Miss
anybody
Miss
asked you that?
Miss
there are
Miss
women.
Miss Dupsy
There are women.
is totally set. Oh, she is
No,
totally
no,
set.
no. No.
Because
Has anybody asked you that before?
No,
yeah,
I've heard you. You know, like I said, there are things that people don't say. I can reach even from things that people don't say. You
Yeah,
don't
you
have
are
to
the
say
one
anything like that.
no, yeah, you are the one that is reading their minds, but nobody can say,
no,
show me your bank account.
I've had a girl say that to me once.
Show me your
Oh
Yeah,
bank
yeah,
account.
there are a lot of them
no,
saying
not
that
really show me your bank
these days.
account.
Though.
It's
There are
trying to
lots
size
of
me up
them.
by. She's trying to size me up by asking questions like, "Where do you work? Like, how much do you make a year?"
Yeah,
That kind of a question.
that's a normal question, though.
No,
You can
come on,
ask
dude.
me
I mean,
that. Where
come
do
on,
you
dude.
work to? You might not
No,
like
there
my
Because
account.
there
because you've been so
there
married for so
there
long, you don't even
there
know
are a lot of
how
there are a
ugly.
lot of them.
But
There are a lot of them
guys,
these days
I
that are
don't
asking
think
for
It
people's
is
bank
ugly out
account.
there.
I
Where
think what
the dating scene is
rational
ugly out there. Go on, please.
I think what is wrong is the time. At what point in your courtship are you asking that question? You can't meet a guy today and be asking him, "Oh, can I see your bank account?" Can that
They are
shows
asking. They are
expectation? That's a
asking
red
today.
flag.
They are asking today. They are asking.
I know, and there is a lot of them, and that's why I said earlier that
DOG, you should
it's
ask
more.
can do an rational mind. What kind of girls are they looking for too? I won't go no more yet.
No,
Some girls.
me, I will never.
That's
No,
another
I'm
thing.
talking.
That's
No, I'm talking
another thing.
about what
That's
I
why I
see. I'm
agree.
talking about what I see out there. Me, I will never come across such people. They are allergic to
Of
me.
course. Aha.
They
They're
are
allergic
allergic
to
to me.
him.
Ah.
Oh yeah,
How can you
because
somebody be saying, show me
the
your bank
conversations
account?
that I even have are different. The
Exactly.
conversations that I have are
But that's
Rational
another
different.
mind
thing. Can
is
do.
just
That's another thing.
is the
If you
only
talk to
one in
some
that
girls, they
WhatsApp
can't
group.
even
Rational mind. Mm.
Look,
hold a whole
low money. Where
conversation.
low money. Oh, mommy, you have that much for you to be saying all these things. I mean, it's just it's okay. Let me not go into some things I don't want to say here. But the point is, I'm trying to say is that we just need to look at so many things that is wrong with marriage these days. Like I said, most men. I mean, there's an epidemic of lonely people. I mean, especially lonely men. A lot of men just want to sit down, like our friend Ekene, just want their peace. I mean, well, let me not go into any personal thing for myself, but just want to have peace of mind. You better sit down with even some who are even in a relationship that they are married. I mean, they're either married or they are just cohabiting as boyfriend and girlfriend. And the guy would just is I mean, he's okay just sitting in front of his video game with his earphone on his head and then play games and interact with his friends all across the US or across the world, just playing video games. Because if you sit with a woman for so long, you start having problems. Is that time she start finding fault or something? So guys just find solace just sitting down playing video game, and some women get mad with that. So you see, there's a host of so many things wrong with the relationship now. I think everything boils down. I think majority of the issue is with women. Okay, let me give you an example. Some women now, because they were used to be heterosexual in the sense that at least they had a male partner before. because they felt maybe men are the issues. They now go into lesbian or gay relationship. Again, I'll refer you to the stats. The stats shows that the highest demography that has the highest violence in the relationship
Women on women.
are
Women on
lesbian.
women.
They
Yeah.
are the most highest. Well, you think maybe it's a heterosexual relationship. It's the lesbian. Even women on women relationship, they can't even go. They can't even make it work. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell us? 80% of the marriage, 85% of the marriage divorce, it is initiated by women. The stat says that. I just give an example of five of my friends in Nigeria that are going through some kind of divorce or separation with their wives. The women initiated it. They want to stay in marriage. They want to stay in that marriage because they have kids. They want to make it work. But they want to say, yeah, no, she could do it, but they're no longer making the pay.
The rate of paternity fraud in Nigeria right now.
That's another thing. So you see, we're not trying to demonize women here, but I think it's a time whereby women and men need to come to the table. I understand that. And somebody was saying a while ago. Zita said, women are on a time clock. They have time clock. That is how nature has made it. So if you don't get it in your 20s or your early 30s, anything in your late 30s, you might not be able to probably, maybe wherever you might even have complications or bring to life, or bring to birth children with complications, or you yourself having complications. So that time clock, if you make that you are limited to time clock. So they need to understand that these things you do not mess around with it. Except you don't want to have kids, you just want to be a single person, and maybe find a man like yourself who wants to be without child, who wants to be childless like yourself, except that, which are very, very rare these days. I tell you, many men want to leave legacy for themselves. They want to have kids because it grounds you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that that's the only way you can be grounded, you can have purpose in life. Children grounds you, they make you have purpose in life, they are sweet to have, they make you happy as a parent. That you are giving, that you go out every morning, you go and walk your butt out, you realize, oh, I'm providing for my children. These children, they are my hope, they're my joy. That will make you, it will give you a sense of purpose. That is why you see a lot of the women now, single women in their late 30s or early 30s, a lot of them are on antidepressants. In their quiet moment, they cry a lot. They regret for probably having wasted some time. They've been with the good guys, maybe because the guy wasn't enough for them, or maybe the guy wasn't doing what they wanted, or whatever the case may be. They just leave the guy, and then they find out that nobody wants to date them anymore, because most guys now, what they're looking for, if I want to remarry again by myself, if I want to say I want to marry now, I'll look for a girl who is fertile, who can give me a child. Even though I've had several, I still want to have more. It gives me purpose. I'm glad that I'm providing for some people. So that is what men, and that's so what is it? Somebody was saying that even a man is a 70-something years old man, 80-something years old, as long as he's healthy, he can provide. He can still make babies. So you see, we need to understand that women need to understand this. That when you have a man who wants to sit down and settle down with you, make it work. I understand that sometimes there might be some toxic one that you cannot make it work. The best is for you to just exit. I understand that. But sometimes most of these marriages that end up in divorce, they are fixable. But because of these, how do I say, this so-called Amazon kind of relationship that people do today, because
people that are not responsible for children, they love to have many children. If you're actually a responsible dad, you won't want many of them because they are not easy. No, if you're a responsible dad, I do.
All my kids, I raise them.
That actually knows what it takes to raise a child.
I know what it takes to raise a child.
Miss Dupsy,
I'm listening.
What you're saying, you're correct. However, even when a man is in his 60s or 70s and want to have more children, it's not because they're not responsible fathers. It's because they want to seal that marriage. Really.
What marriage? You thought you work.
What marriage are you sealing
at 60? Correct. I agree with you.
They've been on this thing since they didn't work for them. So you got to work for them in their 60s.
When you have a child with your wife, actually seals the marriage.
Yeah, so rational mind. Anybody.
It's not that they want to have more kids and they're irresponsible. No, they want to seal that new marriage.
Yeah,
What
but
new marriage are
rational,
they looking for
rational,
at
rational,
60s?
rational
They
mind.
won't be
Me,
responsible all their life.
me,
They can't be
me,
responsible still at
me
60s.
personally, I will never have had a child, even after 40. If I push it, that will be 45. Because I know what I went through with my children. There is no
Thank you,
way
can do. Thank
I'm
you,
going to be
Jerry.
running all over town with these children, all of the different activities. Why would I want to be doing that at 60 or 65? You even go to the parents teachers meeting. They say to the child, "Is that your grandfather?" No, I'm not doing that. Even if I have all the money in the world, the time, and that is the other thing too, the time. A lot of children, if you see some children that came from very, very homes that money was not an issue, what you tend to see is a number of them that rebel because they never had that time, especially that time with their father. So all of this thing, getting married or having children, is all a balancing act. You have to balance so much. And that is why, to me, this marriage thing is not about love. Like I said, I don't even care
But
about your happiness.
can do. You have to
So,
look it for. You have to
Let
look
me
it
say
from
something,
two
Mr. Kandu,
angles.
you're actually
Sorry,
wrong. A lot of rich
you have to
men,
look
they're
from
not the
two
one raising
angles.
the
And why I'm
children.
saying this is, let's say, for example, a 60-year-old man. I think a 60-year-old man should be looking for a lady that is probably had kids already and they want to settle down. Because obviously, if a 60-year-old man go and get married to a 22-year-old
Hello?
girl,
You
a
guys hear me?
24, 25, they
We
will
can hear
want
you. We can hear you.
kids.
But I don't think he's talking. Go on.
Okay.
But they will want
Yeah,
to have kids.
but
I think
but
that is the problem.
most 60-year-old men will not be looking for a 25-year-old. Let's be serious.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, so you get my point though. You get what I'm trying to drive at. So
Yeah.
I think
If
you
I'm
are
if,
selfish
if
if you're a 65-year-old and you go and look for, let's say, a 28-year-old
Boya
girl
boya
after.
lemon. Boya
if
lemon.
if
Boya lemon. But
if
65,
outside
Okay,
outside
can
of
I say something? I was going to point out to Mr. Kendu, most successful men, they don't really have time to be raising children. It's usually the women that raise children. So I really want you to like remove that in your mind in terms of balancing things out. Like a man
no,
that
I'm
has a fortune, there's a man that is a director of operation for a Fortune 500 company does not have time to run around with kids. Trust me. That's
I
why they have
totally agree.
mad drivers. I
I
want you to
totally
see
agree.
other perspectives, not
No,
the
no, no,
corny
I
perspective
do,
all
I
the
do.
time.
No, I do.
Everything
But
about you
let
is
me ask.
money. That's
Okay,
annoying.
hold on. How many people are directors of a corporate body in the world? What is the number?
It doesn't
I mean,
matter. Just stop thinking that things
we
are
say
not possible. Stop
no,
making things.
no.
It's not
I
black
didn't
and white. Stop making it like that.
I didn't say things are not possible. I said me. I will not want to have a child at 50 years old or 60
Because you
and
can't
be
afford
running.
it. Simple.
No, no, no. Affordability is not an issue. It is the time. And I preference it. I said I know the amount of time I spend with my children. It's not affordability. You cannot buy time. You can't buy time. All the money in the world. I've seen children that have resented, even though the father provided everything, but that time that they didn't have, money can buy it. So I'm not against me again. Me and money don't have any problem at all. Minus zero safe. But time is important. I mean, the father that I had, he was so busy, he was hardly there.
And you turned out fine.
Oh, grace of God.
Yeah.
Grace. Let
Leave
me
it like
tell you,
that.
hold
Simple.
on, listen, no, no, no.
Everybody's not gonna work
Let me
with
tell you
you.
this. I have so many people that I grew up with in Nigeria. So many of them, more than 20 that are in this America. There is not one single one of them Not one single one of them. They have a sister, or they have more, I mean, they have two or three sisters that at least two out of those three sisters have been divorced, have been in on kind of crazy relationship. And that is why I said the ones that I have is not because of my parents were so wonderful people. It's just grace. That's why I'm so thankful for it. It's not because anybody designed anything and made it work like that. It's just thank God. So again, it's not about, oh, he's a 60-year-old man. If he has the money, he can get all the nanny and provide. Some of these children these days is not about just the money. If you don't spend the time with them, these people will hate you. Hate, not dislike, hate you. So again, there are no simple or easy answers to any of these things. At the end of the day, everybody has to do what it is that they feel is best for their relationship. What works for this person might not work for that person. Even in my family, the way I deal with my immediate younger sister is not the same way I deal with the middle one, because they're different people. And I have to design my relationship and how I communicate with them. Some of my sisters, if you give them if you give them $10 million and come back in 5 years, the money will be gone. And some of my sisters, if you give them $1 million today, you come back in 5 years, they will have 5 million. Different people, same mother, same father, same household. You have to understand the person you're dealing with. That's life. Yeah, you treat everybody equally, but on an individual basis, you have to know this is what this person does, this is what they're about, and treat them accordingly. But me, oh, God forbid, I will cut it off before I go and have a child at 55 or 60. God forbid.
Well, that's your. I mean, I understand your view on that. What you said you don't want to do. You know, every person's situation is unique in their own way.
Yeah,
There's
rational
no
mind.
one.
I said it when you said what you said. I said everybody have to do what works for them. I said
Yeah.
it. I just said me. I'm not saying that
So
those who go and have those children at 50 or 60 that they're bad people. I'm not. No, of course not. Yeah, sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
You see, for me, it's what I just think it's just this. I think we've overflogged so many things about this marriage matter, but it's just that it's a very complex um, arrangement. It's just that the way the whole thing is going right now. I mean, there's so many single women and single men that are looking for spouse, somebody that can be their companion. And it's been noted that some of these Gen Zs, they're becoming to like living, cohabiting. I think that's the new kind of method that though it has always been in existence. I think they're taking it a little notch further uh, in wanting to just like, I mean, needless to say, I don't want to start talking about lady Mazapo. However, I will say it's um, some women, some girls, some even some. I mean, I've been with married men and women like that who have open relationship, open marriages. You know, so just to spice things up in their marriage, so that at least Gen Z, a lot of them, they do what they call open relationship, whereby they still live together, but they have different partners outside, and sometimes they do things together and they bring other people in, and all those kind of a crap. So, but my point is this: is that the tendency for people to become bored in relationship these days is so high that they crave for something they cannot have. But so that they can have it, they rather just like walk around it like, okay, we'll still be married. I can go outside and get my phone and come back home. We'll still be husband and wife.
God
Just don't
forbid.
bring home, just don't bring home diseases to me, and don't bring home a child, unwanted child that you're having with some other woman. We're good. So that's
Yeah, but
another way some people go around.
rational mind. What do you think You see, again, like you rightly said, all this microwave thinking. What is the end goal of these
No,
people?
yeah. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's it's what's that word I'm looking for? Um,
Instant gratification or what? I
well,
mean,
it's kind of gratification, but it's why is that word eluding me right now? It's not no. I think the word I want to use is something pointless. No. Let me not say point. I think pointless is not a good word to even use for that. It's empty. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say. The afterword
yeah,
is empty. It just feels like, because the thing about that kind of relationship is that you cannot build bond with that other person. You cannot catch
because
feelings.
you don't have a
And
foundation. How are you going to
let
build?
me say, so many relationship has ended that way because when they open the marriage or they might open the relationship or whatever they call it, one of them catch feelings. Usually the guy, the lady. Maybe the other guy, did that very well. He likes the guy, the way the guy plays, and then he start catching feeling for the guy. Or maybe the guy has he has some swag, maybe the way he talks, and then next thing he just tells the guy, look, I'm out of this marriage, I'm done, and whatever. And then the guy like, what happened? And before you realize it, you know that it was what they got themselves into. So I've seen so many relationships like that ended that way. I've been part of it like that. I've been part of that dynamic. Not that I'm telling you because I hear they say I've
Yeah,
been in that kind of relationship with them before. What I mean, as a third person in a relationship, I'm saying that no caveat. I don't want you to know about that. So I know what I'm talking about. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: is that I've been with couples whereby for them to maintain that relationship, to maintain that spark, whereby the guy he said, let me not go into some details. But my point is this: is just that some people will still remain married. I know couples whereby they are in their 60s and they've been wanting to go separate ways, but the woman put the guy on some kind of like, okay, you know what? Let me go have my phone outside. The guy doesn't do it. Even the guy allows her to bring those guys home. So you see, the whole thing is so messed up that sometimes when I sit down on my own, sometimes my own quiet moment, I'm just like, come on, what is all this crap all about? But it's just the emptiness that you feel afterward. Because some of those women who are so good at that thing, they refrain from catching feeling from that guy. Because if you do that, then it means that they might have to leave their men or leave their husband, which they don't want to happen because they come to that understanding that no, you cannot do that. You cannot catch feelings. So it's a host of so many things out there. It's so messed up. And yeah, it's
yeah.
bro, the dating thing is
It-
ugly out there. It's just so ugly, very very ugly, very very ugly.
well, like
Uh,
even this situation you were talking about. Yeah, you said these particular people they're like 60 or so.
well, they are 60. I mean, I've been with 60s. I've been with my guy. Let me not go into that because I don't want
No,
to
but
start
no,
sounding like
no, and
yeah.
they I mean
So
they
rational mind. Now you be the
Mm.
punisher inside that marriage.
It's okay. Let's just do
no,
that. But my point,
no,
my point
no,
I'm trying to say is you say what?
on a serious note, I have had situations. I mean, some years ago, maybe 20 years ago, where couples actually invited me to come and take care of the woman. And I mean, it's been two situations. The very first one, when I got to this place, it was a stupidiously beautiful place in California. I mean, this woman was ordinarily, if I saw her on the street, I probably would say, she's probably not even going to go for it. Let me just leave that one alone, kind of thing. And it was later on, because we had this encounter, I think two or three times, I don't remember. I came to find out that this woman was the VP of a big petroleum company in San Francisco. Dead gorgeous, but again, They were in their 40s. I cannot see myself. I don't know how gorgeous that woman is going to be. That me, I'll go and be sleeping with, even in that dynamic with a 60
Can you,
year old or
can you,
5 year old. I
let me
just
answer
can't see
you.
it happen.
Let me answer you. Let me answer another person, you and the other person that was in the comment section that saying that, oh, a 60 woman is well, let me not go, I don't know, it's a wrinkled. Forget it. You've not, I don't, needless to say, I don't just, there's no point trying to argue this point. There are some 60 women, they have the body of a 30-something years old woman. Maybe they did plastic surgery or whatever they do, Botox or whatever they did. They have very gorgeous body, like they're like in their 30s.
Yeah,
What
rational mind. Rational mind. The problem with that is there are so many 35 and 38-year olds as well available.
Yeah, there's some younger women that are just like they look like somebody like they are younger, like 30 old, but they look like they're in their late 50s. You know, so what I'm
And
talking about. So it's all about. I mean, I'm just trying to answer that guy.
we're not talking about the exception now. We're talking about, I mean, most 35, 38-year old women are not looking like they're 50. So I mean, yeah, there will always be exception to every rule. But what I'm saying is, for me, I mean, obviously, anybody, I mean, we're not talking about somebody going to go and marry somebody here. We're talking about a married woman who has a husband who is 60 or 63 years old for me to go and sleep with. Say, waiting happen. To gain what?
Well, can do. What I'll just say to you is that what you don't, what maybe, you said you've had somebody proposition you twice like that. You like that you said. But what I'm just trying to say here
Yeah.
is that I'm not trying to like brag about anything. But my point is, what I'm trying to make is this: is that I'm saying that there are people that does that just to save their marriage. I know people who whereby they did that so that they would not end the marriage because they so much love their women and they like them. You know, I don't know if you had this expression. They
And
call
that's
it
just what is missing. And
happy
everybody
wife,
can pay for it.
happy
Rational,
life. Have you heard about that? Have you heard that before?
rational man. She
Happy.
would just have to.
Listen.
She would just. She would just have to
Have
be
you
on.
heard this
Well,
saying? Have you heard this saying?
yeah,
Have you
I
heard
have
this
heard
saying?
it. Happy wife, happy
Okay. So
home. She would
what's the
just.
when they say happy wife,
Rational
happy
mind.
life?
Rational mind. If I'm married to a woman, if what is going to make her happy is sleeping with another guy, make she pack her goods, go her own house or her papa house or wherever house. If
Hey,
that's
but
what's going to
guy,
make her
you guys
happy,
are
it will
talking like
never happen.
this. That's why I said initially, culture is different. It's their own way of life. They don't see big deal in it. Even P Diddy that is young, was he not paying a Punisher to come and do the thing? Some people say it's fun to them watching. So in their own way of life, okay, we are both, oh, me, I can't really perform. Okay, let's get a guy that can satisfy you. Like, let's call can do. Let's tease him and see whether he will be down for it. You were not down for it. Don't you think somebody has been down for it after they tried you? Somebody else
Yeah,
would have
but you
been doing
see,
it for them.
don't let us put that out there. The
Of
percentage
course, you're
of
not
people
putting
that
it
are
out there. I'm
doing,
just
But
trying to make
no,
sure
but
the
people
sorry,
people,
have
my
notion
brother, let
to
me ask
say
you a question.
it's
That will
their
not
own
be
way of
culture
life.
now. That will be a behavior. When you say culture,
Exactly,
that
it's their
means
own way
you
of
have a
life.
society that passes that
yeah,
kind of behavior. It's not a culture.
exactly.
It's just
It's not a
or a set
culture.
of
It's
people.
not American culture. It's
Yeah,
not a white man culture. It's not a black American
exactly.
culture.
So it's a
And
behavior and it's
what is the
abnormal.
percentage? What is the
I
percentage
will
of
still
people doing that?
attach
Very
it to their
small.
culture
It's
because
so
No,
small. It's not even worth talking
let me say
about.
this to you.
they don't attach much to they
Among the
don't attach
Caucasian, it's
much
very high. Among the Caucasian, it's
they
very
don't
high among the
attach
Caucasian.
So
much
it's
to
higher than those who don't do it. That's what you're saying. When you say something is high,
And rational
compared to
mind,
those who
please,
do it,
please. That's not even true. What
that's not
percentage?
true.
It cannot even be. It cannot even
But
be 3%. Do
I'll tell
you
you.
know what three
Hold on,
It's
percent?
not
Do
even
you
up
know?
to number of LGBTQ.
Can I say something? Can I say
Yeah,
something? We have what is known as a swinger club here, swingers club. So if you know what I mean by swinger,
exactly. I tell you it's not
I
part of
don't.
their
so
culture.
in that, I know you know, but I just
I used to be. I used to be a member. So carry on.
cool.
So
You
what are
understand what I'm
you
saying?
saying?
So if you
It's
enter
part of
there,
their culture, it's part of their
so
way
if
of life.
every
You
every
can't
10
forget
every 10
we
people,
in Africa. as Africans, our culture detests those kind of things. They don't attach much to sex. That's what I've realized. They don't attach much to sex.
No, I think we're using the wrong words. This is not again the percentage of black, even black or white man that will let you come and sleep with his wife. His wife is so small, it's not even worth counting. Are there
Yeah,
people
but
that do it?
if you now
Yes.
look at a white man and a
Can
black
do.
man,
Let me
who
say
are the
something.
people practicing that the
Let,
most?
let me say that. Let me say this. Let me say this. I was trying to say that. I was trying to make you understand something. If you enter into a swingers club, every 10 married couples that are there, at least 7 of them are Caucasian. Maybe the remaining 3 you can share it between maybe Hispanic and maybe one black. So they are the
Yeah.
majority in that
Yeah. The
like they
ones
call
that
it
have
they
the
call it the
ones that
life they call it the lifestyle.
the ones that I have
So
gone to, yes, that is the percentage. Yeah. It's primarily
and
white.
then the majority of the guys, the single guys that are there, are usually black men because they prefer black men than any other race. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's the thing I'm trying to say here. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of them, why they do that, it mostly apart from other kinks or whatever crap they say they have, fantasies they have, is because that's the only way they can maintain their marriage. That's the only way they can maintain that marriage. Because the woman maybe wants to leave because he believes there's other guy, one other black guy that does him very well, and he wants to go and be with that guy because the guy is so love the white guy loves his wife so much, and he just enjoys a companion. But I'll let you have your way. I mean, I've never had that word like so many years ago. A man said that to me, say happy life, happy wife, happy life. I was thrown about
No,
when he said that to me. I was like, what the?
But rational
So I was
mind,
like, what the hell?
rational mind. Sorry,
that's a
I'm
very
trying to bring
popular
myself
saying
to
now.
understand you. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
that's
bring
a very
myself to
popular
understand
saying.
you that because he wants to keep his wife happy, or he wants to keep the other partner, let me not call the wife now, happy, he allows her to go sleep with another man. So the other partner, the woman hates her so much that the only condition you can give to the guy is if you allow me to sleep with another man. That's hatred now.
No, no. It's like, here you go. So
The woman hates.
what you done?
Let
Pato,
me
what
tell
you
you, if
done?
as a man, look, wait now. Let me put it this way. If as a man, I say, look, I don't want this marriage again. My marriage is threatened. The only way I can still stay with you as a woman is if you allow me to go and sleep with another man. Will you say that is love?
Well, so you and I. So you and I. I mean, let me say this
No,
to
will
you.
you say that is love?
I'll answer your
The only
question
way
now. I'll
the
answer your
only way I
question.
can stay married to you is
Let me say this to you.
no, I'm from
Let me say this to you.
Nigeria.
Patoski. You're looking from the lenses of being an African, traditional African man, like you and I. The first few times I was positioned into that, I was like, what the? Why would I do even do that? But as I go out with more of my black friends, we started seeing that, and I started, okay, all right, this is how it is, and blah blah blah. I mean, the first few times I was like, whoa, my goodness. I mean, the guy would sit down there and be watching. I mean, I don't want to like, but as soon as I get comfortable with it. But my point is this: is that you might say it's some kind of mental torture to the guy. You see, it took me a while. It took me a while for me to understand that dynamic too, that to even get comfortable with it. But when I come to understand that is their own rationale behind it, I see into the reason why they do it. They get me into conversation
There,
You
there
guys
is
are
no
even
big
seeing
deal in
all
what
this.
you're
Do you
saying.
know they
That's
now
just a
practice it? Do
psychiatric
you know they
disorder. Doesn't mean
yeah,
that that is right. That's just a psychiatric disorder, and
it
a
is
lot of
not. It
people are
is not.
sick like that. So
It's
that's
Yeah,
no
not.
big
It's
yeah.
not.
deal.
It's not.
A lot
No,
of
It's not.
people are sick like
Well,
that.
well,
That's
well,
from the
well,
grave. That's
well,
how they can actually reach
no,
ecstasy. So
rational
that's
mind.
why
that's
it
It
is
psychiatric
doesn't.
true,
disorder right there. So
why
why
it is
Rational
why are
true
mind.
that
people
It
making it
doesn't.
as if it's
Dupe,
normal? Happy
Rational
Dupe,
mind.
Dupe,
woman,
I'm
happy
not
Rational
life,
mind.
bringing
and
it
happy
into
wife,
normal.
happy life.
We're talking about
That's a
marriage to
psychiatric
blind.
disorder right there. So why are
It's
you
okay, Farabale now.
promoting it as if it's a big deal?
How do we call
And
the
that
music now? How do we
Rational
call the
mind.
music
no
now?
now. Unlike my
Rational mind.
yan, tobacco to ring on him more dear. Why my con yan
Ration,
no
ration,
paka on
ration,
But
rational
guys,
mind.
do you know
Mo
they
Rational
now
ya
mind.
no
practice
ya
it in the
itokpa.
house now?
Kilo so let me
Do you know
over
this is being
mo live
practiced?
Rational
well.
mind.
Mo so fine.
I beg.
Most of the
Let
things
me
about
say
some
this.
people, my man live well. I eat
Let
myself.
But
I don't
rational
have
rational
mind.
problem.
mind. Rational
Sorry,
mind. Let me
rational
bring in
mind.
it.
Sorry,
Let
chairman.
me bring in something real quickly. When I
It's
was
okay. Maybe
around,
I talk too much. Maybe
hold
that's why.
on. When I was around 15, when I was around 15, 16, after school, after school, this was back in Nigeria. We used to bring so many people to our home that every single room there will be people benching left, right, and center in some room. This was in Nigeria back in the 80s. So there's nothing new about this. This is things people do. I mean, this was 15, 16-year-old boys and girls. This was no big deal. And it happened several times. I'm not talking about one, two, three, four times. So, but this dynamic that you're talking about, I understand what you're saying, is more prevalent here. You have
Can
swingers
do.
clubs.
Can do. Let
Yes,
me
ma'am.
say something. It's okay when you're talking about teenagers doing that. But what he's actually saying is that a man is bringing somebody to do something with his wife and him watch. That's what I'm talking about right there. Don't make it normal. Don't make
No,
it
no,
as
no. It's not. It's
happy,
not.
happy.
It's
No,
not
let me see
normal.
something you can do, please.
Sorry.
Let me.
Sorry.
Yeah. So don't normalize it. Happy wife, happy life. Because he loves to talk down on women a lot, this guy. So happy, that's what his wife wants. He has to do it to make his wife happy. No, he's not doing it for the wife. He is not doing it for the wife.
I
He's
never
the
did that to
one
my own
that
wife.
has the psychiatric disorder.
I never did that to my wife.
He's
For
do,
information.
Yeah.
he's do, no. I'm saying the guy you're talking about. The guy you're talking
No.
about is not doing
Okay.
it for
Okay.
his wife to make his wife happy. No, he's
So
got some
Yeah.
damage around his
Dupe,
brain.
Dupe,
That's why he
Dupe,
does
Dupe,
that.
Dupe,
Let me
Dupe.
explain that. It's a
Okay, go on.
psychiatric disorder right there.
Oh, they
So
might
it's
diagnose from
normal.
remotely now.
No.
If you like,
Don't make it
you cannot be
normal.
diagnosed.
Still,
You
if you
know the
want to
ethics
make
of
your
your.
wife happy, if you want to make your wife
Yeah.
happy, anytime
If
Yeah.
you're a health,
whatever
if
you
you're a
command,
mental health,
you should fulfill. No,
Dupe,
don't say that.
Dupsy.
No,
If
but
you're a
rational
mental
mind.
health professional, it is against
Yeah,
the ethics of, if it's against the ethic of your, if you are, I don't know if
rational
you
We'll be
are,
mind. I'm
diagnosing.
telling
it's
We'll
you,
be
against the ethics of
diagnosing
your,
people
to
from
be
afar.
diagnosing somebody who
Let
is
me
not in
talk.
front of you.
Yeah.
Rational, let me
But
talk.
rational
I'm
mind.
telling
Rational
you
mind.
categorically, can do hold on. That is a mental disorder. When a man wants to see his wife being laid, and he will be there to watch that is not normal.
So
So don't say
again,
that
like I said,
happy wife, happy life.
well, you can say it's not normal. It's like, again,
It
I
is
used to
not
think like this.
normal. It is not normal. So don't come and start promoting that,
Me
that
ò
happy
promote
wife,
here.
happy
Bí
life.
farabalẹ̀ now, me ò
Happy
promote
life
your
is
coming. I'm not promoting anything on your platform here. I'm not promoting anything. It's just because we're talking about marriage and why it's on the decline. Why are some people out there? Some people are saving their marriage so that it doesn't go on the decline. That's why I brought that topic up. So we are going through so many things here we're talking about here. So I'm not trying to
And let me tell
normalize.
you
Yeah,
something.
but
Rational
I
mind.
feel the
rational mind.
same way like
Rational
you.
This
mind.
thing. Rational
I
mind.
Rational
feel the
mind.
same
But
way like you.
ration,
I was
no,
averse to it
rational
the first
mind.
time.
Rational
Okay,
mind.
go
The
on.
Can do
reality
see
is
one second,
there are
one
people
second.
there are people in this world.
You
Hold
see,
on. There are people in this world that have some mental issue, and I don't mean they're crazy. It could be something that they missed as a child, as a young person. It could be they could have been. I mean, all sorts of things. It's not just even the man. It's not just even the man. It could be both of them. Both of them could be crazy, and they get pleasure from seeing the wife sleeping with other men.
you people
But
are
that's
mixing
not
this thing up. Can
normal.
do. Hold on, 1 second. The situation, the one rational mind is saying is that situation where they are hold, the man can't really do the thing and is bringing another man to satisfy the wife. There are situations where that there are young, which is the one Dupsy is talking about, when young couples start getting engaged in all those kind of things, bringing other people into their bed. And this thing we are even talking about is more the white people are more familiar with this. They do this thing the most. But now I'm telling you, even in Lagos right now, in Nigeria right now, they are doing it in that Lagos that you're looking. Women are even bringing other women into their matrimonial
Yeah,
bed for their man to
rational
do
mind
it.
has he has
So it
told us
goes
the address.
different. It's in
Rational mind
different
has told
form.
us the address where it happens in Lagos.
Why would I tell you? I didn't tell you anything about Lagos.
No, not today, not today. In other conversation, you have told us. Yeah. So we agree that it happens. I don't know. Maybe Jesus is coming back or something. I mean, there's just all kind of
Well,
crazy things going on everywhere.
it's the sign of the end time, right? It is the time of the end time. But for me, I'm just putting that out there so that our listeners will be educated. I'm joking here. I'm sorry. Something went down the wrong pipe.
And then
Anyway,
stop
so
talking now.
Drink some water.
Stop talking. But
Mo,
before you
Mo,
clear
Mo.
your throat, let me explain something.
Okay,
Dupe
go
said
on, go on.
sometimes, and you are not allowing him. You see, the only way you can explain that behavior is to call it an abnormal behavior. It's not the issue of diagnosing from afar. It's to call it a mental issue or that. It's an abnormal behavior. You understand? It's not a normal thing. For most normal human being, even girlfriend, you don't want them to be having anything with other people. But if you now derive pleasure by looking at other people sleep with your wife, even deriving sexual urge by looking at other sexual sin is called pornography. That alone is even an abnormal behavior. And when you keep doing it, we say you are addicted to pornography.
Yeah.
That's
And people
looking at
call it
sexual
Patoski,
things. In this
abnormal.
case,
Some
you are
people
now
call it
Patoski,
looking at your
fetish.
wife.
Some people call it
Patoski, what
fetish.
people don't understand is when you say something is mental disorder, they would think you say that person is crazy. It is a mental disorder according
Yeah.
to the to
Yeah.
how they categorize it. It is a
There is
mental
Right.
Why
no
is
other
it
disorder.
in
way to
packaging
explain
if
it
it's not a
other than
Addiction
that.
is a
disorder? It's
mental
a
disorder
mental
as
case.
well. Rational
It's a
mind.
mental
It
case.
doesn't
You
mean
are
that
mad
person
in a
is
way.
crazy. It's just mental disorder. It's not normal.
Mhm.
You are
Don't
not
come and say
normal in a
happy
way.
wife,
What
happy
is
life.
mental?
No, that's what I'm against. That the guy doesn't have a choice but to make
If you
his
come
wife
on Sunday, I
be
should be
happy.
on Sunday.
No.
The
Don't
son of
help
happy wife,
them.
happy life. What do you have something baby?
No,
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 no.
no, no.
There are so many.
Rational
There are
mind.
so many. When they say
Rational
happy
mind.
life,
The happy wife.
Baby,
They're talking
you're not
about the
serious.
home being happy, not
yeah,
sex. They're talking about
there are
the
so many ways you
home.
can make your wife happy now. You can buy her things. You
Exactly.
Yeah.
can take her
Are
to
you
Yeah.
vacation.
saying
Yeah.
maybe
You can
women are so difficult to
exactly. You can
satisfy?
you can stop stressing.
That's the way
You can
you
stop
Hold
stressing
on,
her.
hold on. Listen, Pato,
Yeah.
have you heard about? I know you heard about it. You have about what you call it?
Nick
ED,
Makini.
ED,
Yeah.
ED.
erectile
Actually,
Yeah, there
dysfunction.
are EDs now.
dysfunction.
Like
Yeah.
So hold on now, hold on. Somebody was trying to make you. I think yeah, DOG was trying to tell you about it a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay, needless to say, but I'll say it. I've been with a couple whereby the guy cannot get it up,
Mm-hmm.
but the only way is if he sees another guy with his wife, and then he would get it up. He turns him on.
the Punisher.
that's
So
a
Yeah,
mental disorder right there
well,
now.
here
that's
you
a
go again.
mental
That's a
disease.
Here,
mental
here
That's
disorder
a
you
right
go
mental
again.
there.
disease.
Here you
You
go.
know, that's a
Rational mind.
mental
Hold on, hold
disorder
on,
right
Rational
there.
mind. Can I
Are
hold
can
you
on,
I
hold
arguing
on,
about that?
hold
can
on,
I can I
hold
give you
on.
something? Sorry, before you
Okay,
go.
go on, go
You see,
on,
when I
go on.
talk of EDs, I don't know why people think ED is a big problem. If all of us here are going to be sincere, once you get to the age of those of us that are above 40 or 50 years, at one stage in your life you've had ED. It could be for a short period of time. It could be maybe you lost your job. At that point, all your sexual urge will go down, everything. That's ED there, but it's caused by that stress. At any point in time, some of us have had one episode of ED twice like that. So it's we can now continue that kind of behavior. Some people that are addicted to pornography can have erectile dysfunction, and the only way they will be able to get it up is when they get that kind of pornography expressions. So if you have EDs in that way, like that person that you told me that you are saying that he can't get it up until he sees the wife with somebody, maybe he has overused pornography. Pornography does not work with for him anymore. Now he's extended to the wife. Now with time, it will not be getting it up by seeing his wife with somebody else. It will be getting up by seeing his wife sleeping with a dog or horse or something. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
people have all
Mr.
kind of
I want to
Patosi,
abnormal
ask
behavior.
Dupsy a
that's not
question.
the one rational mind is. There are people that actually have erectile dysfunction. Not. It's
They'll
not
seek
even about.
medical help.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
saying there are some causes of erectile dysfunction. Pornography is a major cause. Masturbation is a major cause. If, for example, you are so used to pornography, if you don't see pornographic material, you can't get it up. And if it's not available, you want somebody else to do it. Another person will be doing it. So
Agreed, agreed.
I know
There
some
are
rich
people with.
people. I know some rich people who enjoy watching other people to do it.
Yeah, but
Then
that's
they
still
can. So
mental. That's still
they bring
mental,
their
like Dupsy is
friends
saying.
into their
But
home.
Dupsy, quick
Maybe a
Yeah.
question.
That
couple. Sorry, let me land.
all of those things still falls
Abnormal
under some
behavior.
sort of a destruction.
Yes.
Erectile, mental is so fun. I mean, because
Most
all
of
it
the time, all those things are mental issue
is
actually.
out of the norm. That's what we're saying. That it's
Yeah.
out of
Yeah,
norm.
but so my question is, if that is out of norm, would we call the situation like the one Rashana might painted initially, like a older man that is old and he can't really get it up? Let's say 70 and the wife is maybe like 50 something or 60 and she still wants it. Is it mental disorder to bring another guy or call somebody like can do or try to lure somebody like Rashana into
Why are you
community?
calling my name? Which one is
You
called
people
somebody
are the
like
one
can
doing
do?
it now. You people are the one
Ah,
engaging.
Papa,
Jason.
do you say somebody called you now when you were in
Well,
the earlier
that was
I
many
do not
years
expect
ago.
you
That
to
was many
Okay,
years
say
ago.
DOJ.
That was
how.
when I was
Sorry,
that
So
was
now
when I
that's
was
still the
can I
single.
same.
can I
Say
That was when
somebody
I was
respond?
called you.
single. Well, that was when I was single, young, and
Can I
foolish.
No,
respond
I
to that?
know. It doesn't mean you're
Can
doing
I
it. I'm
respond to
just
that?
saying, for example. So, is that a mental disorder for an elderly man
Can I
that is
respond to
trying to
that?
make his wife
That
happy?
question. The
Yeah.
situation you are talking about, if I
Yeah.
recap it, is that the husband is older and the wife is relatively
Mm,
younger. Now the man,
mm,
maybe due to age, he can't get it up, and the
yeah,
woman wants to. Now the normal thing is for the man and the woman to be separated, or the man to seek medical help. If the man cannot get medical help, the normal thing
I
will
get
be to
that.
let.
I'm asking, is it mental? Is that a mental situation as
No,
well?
Yes.
that's a physiological problem now, due to age and other stuff now. That's a
No, I
physiological
don't
problem.
Mm,
understand. DOG, the man will love
The
to
man is
watch the
old.
woman. The
The
man is
man
okay.
is
old. Yes, I get that. So he
Yeah.
likes to watch, right?
no, he can't
No,
get
he
it
doesn't
up.
like. Not like he likes to watch.
He
Like,
doesn't like to watch
Okay.
it.
okay. So in that case, we've said okay, like the young people doing it, we think is mental, or as a young couple, you want to see another man doing it on your wife, another is mental. I get
Yeah.
that, but in that situation
Okay.
of that man that can't do it, and the
Yeah.
only thing he can do is okay, maybe get another man. We can't call that mental. Can we call that
No, I don't
mental?
understand. He will get another man for his wife, right?
That's
To
right, but
help
because he's old, he
the wife.
And
can't
he's going
do
to
it anymore.
watch it as they do
He
it.
probably won't watch it. He probably won't watch
But
it.
he will be the one to get. Why
He
the
can be house
control?
and be
I don't get
I
it.
don't
You
know
have to be
exactly.
very. Why the
Why will he be the
control?
one
Why does he
bringing the
want to
person?
So
know?
let me explain. Let me explain why they control.
That's still a
Yeah,
mental disorder right there.
It
You don't
doesn't
have
mean
to.
hold
he
on,
That's a
hold
wants. He
on,
narcissistic
allows
hold
it.
behavior.
on,
Why the
hold on.
control? Why does he want to know? He can
Okay, hold
allow
on.
the woman to go and he's not questioning the woman. Why
Hold
does he
on,
Yes,
hold
want to
on.
know? Where is the one
Hold on.
getting the person for the woman?
exactly. That's
So
mental.
that's still control right there. That's
Let
still
me
a mental disorder.
let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Why is it true that to some extent some people might have some mental issue when it comes to that, but not all of them. Not all. I can tell you for a
How?
fact.
How?
Not all of them. I don't want to be sounding like I've been with some of them who are lawyers, doctors.
Mm-hmm.
These are people, highly placed people in society
No, it
where I
doesn't
live.
mean that doctors can't have mental
Hold on,
issues.
hold on, hold on, hold
What
on.
kind of
Toski,
opinion
Baba
are you
yóò
taking?
mọ̀wé.
You are
Farabalẹ̀,
No,
farabalẹ̀, farabalẹ̀.
let
Because
him
the person
land
is a
now.
doctor, a
Farabalẹ̀.
He's
lawyer,
just
can
going,
have a
gambling.
mental disorder.
no,
Farabalẹ̀
he's
now,
going somewhere now.
farabalẹ̀. Hold on.
Let's see where he's taking
This
us.
discriminatory behavior
Hold
is
on,
too
They like
much.
hold
to
on.
mass or go kankan. So because the person is a
Bọ̀bọ̀
professional,
àbí?
that person can have mental issue.
Farabalẹ̀ now, farabalẹ̀. For the fact pé wọ́n jẹ́ doctor, wọ́n jẹ́ lawyer, me pé wọ́n ní mental issue. But I don't know what you're talking about because if you say somebody has, because he has some sexual kinks, he has some sexual fantasies, then it is crazy. I mean, I tell you, some men who are married, who doesn't even do all this thing I'm talking about, who are just husband and wife to them, just themselves. Do you know what they have? Some of them, they have dungeons in their house. Monopoly dungeon.
Dungeons.
But
How?
then again,
Dungeon.
it's
Hold on,
a
now,
question
Let's
of
explain. Let's hear now. Dungeon. Like
It is not, hold on, it is not bad for one to have, if you're married, to have those kind of kinks. Married men that they don't even go out just between themselves. They have stuff they do behind in their
I'm
basement.
talking about that particular
So
fantasy.
hold on. So that's
Watching your wife being
I'm
laid.
telling you, hold on.
That's the particular fantasy I'm talking about.
There are different dynamics out there. Shori, Dupe, it's good we don't even say this thing around you because you being a married woman, I don't want to sound like one. Maybe when you try to promote some things on your
Coach
platform.
Omode now, leave that one.
Coach Omode more understand, but so I think these I don't feel comfortable saying.
There's some mental problems with people.
No, well, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you to some extent. To some extent, that's what I'm saying to you. I agree that some people, not totally. I agree with you to some extent that there are some people who have some mental around that. But most people have found they are normal humans like you and I who hold down a job, who are even highly placed in the society. So that does not mean that the fact we only man mental issues.
No, the mental issue is not like you're on the street, you're crazy. It just means there is an
maybe
imbalance
maybe
somewhere.
I can understand that.
It
could be
just
some
means
form
that,
of mental.
and yeah, even this swingers club, trust me, even the swingers club and whatever other kinks that people have is an issue of percentage. What is the percentage of any society? And any of these things we're talking about, I have seen documentaries 800 years ago. And as we know, even in Egypt, they used to have bathhouses that men and women come in bunch. I mean, we're talking about some of these things that I've seen in India 800 years ago, where women and men in open bathhouses would be benching.
2,000 years ago in Corinth, in
Yeah, so there's
Athens,
nothing, in
they have
Egypt.
temples where
Yeah,
people go
Athens.
sleep with each other. In
Exactly.
Athens,
So there's
2,000 years
nothing
ago.
new about people being kinky. People
But
have
does
always
not
been
mean it's
kinky.
normal. Even that
It
time,
doesn't mean
they know
that.
it's
Yeah,
not normal. Even
exactly.
that time, they knew it's not normal. Now, let me
Yeah.
expand something that Dupe is saying that it looks like we are not getting. You see, because these things have to do with behavior, and behavior has to do with the mind. People don't just behave. People behave as a result of their processes in their mind, and they sustain that behavior becomes a habit. Now, if you respond to something as a result of the stimuli you get from your mind, that means that behavior is coming from your mind. So it's your mental. It's the mind that controls us. 80% or 90% of what we do is based on what is in our mind. So if, for example, your activity suggests a behavior or something that is not normal, then that means the mind that is producing that thing is not normal. That's a mental issue.
I agree with Mix Dupsy totally.
Absolutely. Before
I
now,
don't
Dupsy used
agree.
to
It's all totally
wait,
mental.
rational mind. Before now, when Dupsy say mental, at the point there was a time we had an say, Dupsy, will you be diagnosing everything as mental? I went back to the scripture and I found out that the root of all behavior is from the heart.
Okay.
And so if the heart is good, behavior will be good. If the heart is bad, if the Bible says if your eye is single, your body will be full of light. But if the heart is dark, or if your heart is dark, then your body will be full of darkness. In other words, if you have
I
mental
agree with
heart,
you.
if
If
you have
that's where you're
behavior that is
coming from,
mentally wrong in your heart,
I agree with you.
if
If
your
that's what you're
brain get
saying.
problem, your behavior will be wrong. That's the problem.
But it's just that sometimes I just don't want to classify
Everything
like that.
that is abnormal
It's
can
okay.
be traced to mental.
I agree. I agree. If you are putting it that way, morally, if you're looking at it from a moral perspective,
No,
which
even
is what.
from medical, that's what we are saying. I've just
No,
used
it's
the
no. There's
scripture.
nothing medical about it.
I've
Here
just
you go
used
again.
the scripture to
You
explain
cannot.
a
No, the scripture is not talking
psychological.
about. Hold on. When the scripture talk about the heart, it talk about your mental ability. Yeah, I understand that. But that is not a medical. There's no medical diagnosis for that. But the point I'm trying to say is that, but if you're saying that people's mind can be corrupted, yes, I agree with you. That in that way, in that regard, if it's mental from that point of view, I can understand. I agree with you on that.
I am
But let's
saying
do
that
that.
the Bible and science agree on that basis.
Yeah, there's no agreement when it comes to that. No,
the actions proceed from the mind.
Yeah,
And
but
when that mind
rational mind. I don't
woke,
think there's anybody arguing with the fact that there are situations where a man, let's say because of all of these complications, yeah, there are kinky people. Whether they're a carpenter or a physician, they are kinky people. Like I told you, the very first time I had this situation, I did not even know this woman was a VP of an oil company. Dead, dead gorgeous. The husband was not an old guy. They were just, I mean, Yeah, I think it's whatever. I listed myself on some dating place, and she reached out, and then we started having the conversation, and he came in, and they explained what they wanted to do. I was like, okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean it's because they're old. There's just some people that are. I mean, I've gone to swingers club. The places that I've gone to, they were not old people there. They were people my age for the most part at that time. Some people are just kinky, you know.
Well, excuse me, let me ask, what do you mean by
There
Yeah.
is
So
swingers?
something I
What do you mean
wanted
by
to say.
swingers club? Is it
hold on,
like
hold on. Somebody
a
wants to speak. AI wants
nightclub
to
or
speak.
something?
It's been a while we had from her.
Yeah,
AI, go on.
it's just like at least the ones that I went to one in San Antonio, Texas. Beautiful place. You won't even know. It's just a
Like a
regular
nightclub?
building. Yeah, it's a club, but it's not like a nightclub kind of situation. That one you pay. I think it's like $50 or whatever, and then they have rooms in the back. But the
I
guys,
don't know. This
you
is the first
cannot,
time
you
I'm
can,
hearing that. Yeah.
yeah, you can never go. You can't go there by yourself if you're a guy. You're a guy. You can only go in the back with a woman.
Okay.
And the number of people that I saw there were people that actually brought. I don't know if they were married or they were, boyfriend and girlfriend. But these were people that were together. I mean, I wasn't asking them their marital status. And then the one in San Francisco was actually like a nightclub. It was actually a 3-story building. So the first floor is just whatever. Then the second floor.
I need to go description.
No, he
Can
was
do. Let's
asking.
just see
He
what
was
the
asking. He asked the question, so I was
I
writing
Yeah,
it down.
because
I
I never
mentioned your
heard
name now.
swingers
You
Okay,
club
now that you
complained.
before
people
actually.
have brought that topic, there is something I wanted to say. What is your take on Didi's case?
On which
well,
case?
PDD,
Pop Didi's case.
Pop Daddy,
Oh,
Pop Daddy. Well, for
He has
me,
been acquitted. He's been
yeah, I had
acquitted
that.
on the
I
serious.
think
He's
two
been
of
acquitted of some charges, not all.
some charges, not all
No,
of
the
them.
serious ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
serious
Was
ones.
that?
the
Yeah.
RICO case, yeah, the
Okay.
racketeering
So,
and
what is
the
your take on it?
yeah,
Well,
because
you
do you
see
want to
that,
go
that that
first?
that in case they're very complex. They're complex in the sense that that's this is what we're talking about. And Dubai would say he has mental issue. Maybe Pop Daddy has mental issue really. How about I mean, Cassie now is being sued. I saw it on the blog recently. They said one of the
Puffy
guys
definitely has mental issue now. What are you saying?
possibly does.
The
You see,
only
the thing is
issue,
this.
the only issue with the case, let me tell
I
you,
am
what's one
so
thing.
happy with him for him.
Why are you so happy with him for him?
Okay, let me say this. Since this evening, we'll be talking about men and women issue. I really do have this anger when a man walk his way to the top. You did not accuse him of stealing. You did not accuse him of killing. You did not accuse him of anything, or maybe what do they call it? Stealing somebody's intel or something. You accuse him on women. I really don't like it. I for one, I am a woman, but I don't like a man
I'm with you,
falling
right
because.
on, man, right on.
Hold on, let me finish. I don't like a man being dragged to the mud because of a woman. I don't like it. I would have been happy. This is a global platform. I would have been happy that Sean Diddy Combs was accused of maybe killing Tupac Shakur or Heavy D or all those other rappers that were shot in the street of Chicago, in the street of US. I would have been happy for them to have accused him of something like that, or maybe stealing somebody's song. But this women thing is really, for somebody like me, is actually very, very annoying. When I see a superstar, a wealthy man, a progressive man being accused of sleeping with a woman or sleeping with, if it's a rape case, I don't mind. if Didi was taken to the court that he raped a woman, that word rape, I wouldn't mind. I would say throw him in jail. But this attitude of men all over the world that have found their feet at the top echelons of life, and all of a sudden women came out from nowhere accusing them of what is that. That's a thing. I am so
Like of
happy
Bill
for him. Let me
Cosby.
finish. I am so happy for him that he was accused of violence. Yes, beating woman. Yes, if they want to throw him in jail for that, I don't care. He's prostituting and transporting people. They can accuse him of that. But all those serious cases is CA. Honestly, is CA. As long as it's not a rape, it's CA. And I, for one, I don't like anybody. And I will keep saying it. Hate me, like me, I don't care. They did the same thing to Michael Jackson. How many will I call? I don't like it. A woman will come out and say that the Michael Jackson, he's 7-year-old. But what is your 7-year-old son doing with Michael Jackson in the first place? But nobody is going to ask that question. Why? Because they want to bring the guy down. I don't really like it. I don't like him. Well, I don't like him. Only one of his songs that I like. I don't really like him as a person. I don't like his pomposity and his arrogancy. I don't like Sean for anything. But you see that thing they want to bring him down for? I am so happy with those juries. And I am happy for him. I rest my case.
Yeah. Firstly, I think
Is
it
that
got
DOG?
yeah.
Is that DOG? Please
Yeah,
give me
yeah,
1
it's
minute.
DOG.
So if they accuse a guy that he's sick, he's got some fantasies that is not normal, that is bad. I don't understand AI. I don't get you. The guy is not okay. He was traumatized from childhood. Even there's a rumor that he sleeps with his mother.
So
you
what is
think
this?
society should?
What the heck are you as a woman doing with such a man in the first place?
That's
Are
the
you a
woman's
baby?
problem, and
Are you a
I'm
baby?
not.
Did he rape
I'm not
you?
siding
Did
the
you
woman
force you
as
into his
well.
house?
But when you say you
Did you
hate,
force him into
you
stay in
hate,
your party? What are you
you
doing with
hate
such a man
the
if you think he's
judges
a
from
mental deranged person?
judging
What the
him,
heck are you
I
doing
don't
with him in
support
the first
you,
place?
AI. So if you're sick, seek help. That's what we're saying here. So why are you saying they're dragging him? They can drag you for a pedophile. They can drag you for a rapist. They can drag you for different crimes. So
I am so happy for him.
Yeah.
I have never celebrated.
They can drag him for
like
anything that he has done. So don't say you're happy that don't say you're happy that
is terrible. Stay away from him.
They're dragging him for because
the
he's doing
thing is,
something that he's not supposed to do. If you're sick,
the thing is,
society will drag you.
the
They won't
thing
let you
is, I
put the
won't say,
society down because you're sick.
I won't say
What's all that
Didi
for?
is sick. Obviously, is sick, but at the end of the day, I just feel a lot of all these celebrities do all these things. In Diddy case, it was because of, I think it was just because of his situation with those liquor guys, those Israeli guys, the Syroc people, when he had to sue them and he actually got them paying millions of dollars. He won the case. I think that is when it's down, they tried to bring him down. And it has always been like that for almost every black man in the US. We look at Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and the likes, you know. But in this case, why I get why AI was saying she's happy is because in the instant when they charge him for RICO and racketeering, I and that was why they were trying to build the case with Casey, and everything with Casey shows consent, and I think that was why it was easy for the jury. They didn't even take long to find him not guilty for the RICO case, because even for a RICO case, one person can do a RICO, can be charged for RICO. It has to be chains of people doing it. One man can't be doing RICO, you know. And the arson case with Katkudia, what was his name? Because they say they think he was the one because he was jealous. The guy was dating Cassie as well. He was not the one. So everything was clear. But and even the one they found him guilty for, it was because it was paying it was the receipt for paying and flying prostitute back and forth. That was why he's being charged for these two charges. But the three serious one he has been found not guilty for it. So I get where when AI said she's happy, I understand where she's coming from.
Listen,
But
the
when
areas
but
they
we
charge
can't
him,
say
I'm
Puff
okay
Daddy is
with
not
it.
sick. If you are
Even if they
engaging
charge him
in
of
things
beating
like
a
that,
woman,
you are
I am okay
definitely
with it.
sick.
If they charge him of killing, I am okay. He has committed a lot of things that they turn blind eye to. That's the area I don't like. Because those ones will be a serious charge against the guy. He has done a lot.
And but that's
But
the funny thing.
charging him, trying to put him
He has never
behind
been
bars the rest
convicted
of
for
his life
anything
because a
before in his
woman.
life.
What, by the
He
way, what are those women doing around him, if I may ask? Leave
Yeah,
them
well,
alone. If you
yeah,
think
at
they
the
And
are
end
that's
of
how he
lazy,
won
leave
the
them the
case
damn
because
alone.
text messages shows Casey messaging showing that she's enjoying it, saying, when are we doing the next freak off? And you can see the slogan outside the court after the case, like a freak off is not a RICO. A FO is not a RICO. A FO is not a RICO because it's consent. It shows consent. And the text messages, and I think why Cassie even backed them because she's been settled already. I think why she came to be witness in the cases, she probably thought they will find him guilty. And if they find him guilty, obviously she will be guilty as well. So I think she's just more like a deal for her. Like, okay, I will help come and be witness in this case and help you find him guilty. But everything
Okay,
that transpired between them for 11 years, PDD, it's easy for PDD to counter to not to show that there is consent with what they were
okay,
doing. Yeah.
okay. I think the first question has to be, what is RICO? They've taken this thing that was supposed to be for gangsters, the mob.
Exactly. One man can
That's
be Rico.
really what is supposed to racketeering. So and in America, a DA can bring a suit against a sandwich in America if that's what they decide to do. Personally, I don't subscribe to anybody's trying to bring a black man down. That's just not a space that I operate at all. This has happened with so many. There was a Epstein guy that killed
So
himself in
many
jail.
of them. So many
Yeah,
of them.
but you see, this is the thing. This is the thing. Whenever you're going to go and attach yourself to riches and fame, anywhere, there are so many consequences that can come with it that you may not even know. I never followed the case. I don't really follow whatever these people do. But from some of the things I've heard here and there, people talking about it on panels like this, the girl was sick. Cassie or whatever her name was, she was sick from a young girl, like around 15, from some of the things I've heard. So she's one of those people that at a young age got sexually perversed in whatever way. So, and that can happen to a lot of people. Is one of the reasons why they tell young boys and young girls not to get sexually involved at young ages, because some of the damages that it can do to you down the line, you cannot even conceptualize what it can do to you. So somebody can be beautiful, they can be whatever, they can be rich, they can be whatever. But the things, how they grew up, the demons within them that you don't even know. Even all this talk of a man allowing his wife to be sleeping with
And you say the
somebody else.
trauma. There's nothing
Yeah,
like
yeah,
demons. They are
yeah,
trauma.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So there's a lot of, I mean, I'm sure most people in life have traumatic things. Even me, when I look at some of the things that I've done, I ask myself, maybe it was all those free for all parties that I was having at 15 that made
It's,
me
uh,
go through some of those things that I did. So again, I understand where Madam AI is coming from, but in any society, part of the reason why we have all these rules and all these laws is to protect the weak in society. You know, you could. I mean, you've had so many people in high top people in Hollywood that would not give an actress a job unless she sleep with them. What do they
Must
call
then
it?
must you be an actress if you don't want to sleep with them?
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. You must not. But unfortunately, there are too many. It doesn't have to be an actress. There are too many people. I mean, even in Nigeria, there have been many instances I've heard about that somebody will not get a job unless they sleep with the boss of the place. You
Okay,
don't have to. You don't have to. But too many people in life, because of the flash, because of what they want, they will stoop down to whatever level. So I
okay.
know. So I know all these things. I mean, I'm not supporting anybody suing anybody. I mean, look at this guy, Shannon Sharp, that was sleeping with a 19-year-old girl, and the girl recorded some of the conversations, and she was suing him for $50 million. You know, just because of the reputation that he has. So if you lie down with what do they call it? If you lie down with dogs, you have a very good chance of catching fleas, and that's just what it is.
Okay, let me tell you. Do you know why I said these things I say? I said them, I will double down and I will triple down and quadruple down on it. You see, if you are somebody who happens to be in a team in your lifetime of somebody who is extremely in high position, you happen to find yourself in his team where he's going to a meeting, you are part of his meeting, you are part of his itinerary, you are part of everyday official life. You will be ashamed of womanhood. I repeat, if you are somebody who has found yourself in a team of high-ranking person where you follow him, you go anywhere, like he's in a meeting, you must be there, you are in this place, you must be there, maybe 4 of you always in his itinerary, you will be ashamed of womanhood. I don't know about women of in those days, but I'm talking about women of the now. So whenever I see a man of that level, you look around you, all the mess, his business, his life, his music, or like this one that is a rapper, his business is you didn't see anything to hook him and throw him in jail for life. All you can lay hands on is women and how he rose with women. I don't like it.
So let me say something. You see, the thing about Cassie and Cassie and what's his name? PDD's.
PDD.
Yeah. The issue around them is like, you know, in some of the testimony and some of the transcript that I read was like she wanted PDD to himself. He said, well, she wanted to have babies for PDD, and she wanted PDD to herself. And all the reason why she went through all those things that, according to her, she said she did all what she did just to please him, sleep with those multiple men, just to please him, so that just to make him happy, so that he would want to pitch tent with her, and maybe wife her. Well, that eventually he wifed her up, but
Can a man wife you are dumbass like that?
well, you know, well, the thing is that she's so dumb to not to understood that PDD was just using her for whatever he was using her for. Because how would you be a wife to somebody like that, and then he shares you with somebody? But yeah, you go
Rational
again.
mind. Let me tell you, rational mind. Anything between man and woman that is not a rape case, that is a CA. When I mean CA, it's called consensuous adults. Should not bring a man down.
Oh, it should not. It should not. It should not.
I
But you see,
don't care what anybody is thinking.
but you see,
how
what
they
triggers?
did it or where they did
Hold
it.
on.
If you
What
beat your
triggers all this
girlfriend
thing?
and your girlfriend takes you to court, yes, suffer for it, for beating a woman. I don't mind.
But what triggers all this thing? Hold on. What triggers this thing was that a video of Didi beating Cassie
That's
up at
what
the
I'm
hotel.
saying now.
That was what triggered all
It
this
is
thing.
toxic. if a relationship is toxic and the girl decides to sue him for that, if it's why you want to lock him up, that's fine. I don't have problem with that. And that one, the girl collected money instead of locking him up. So who am I to tell the girl to lock him up for beating him? I should not be discussing about that case because the girl collected money. And
It's
that's the
even
case he would have gone
funny.
to jail
It's
for.
funny. The Punisher, the guy they invite to their bed, Cassie tips the guy self sometimes. Cassie will be the one even telling the guy what to do to her. There are evidence for it. There are text message Cassie was sending to Puff Daddy when they were not even together. I've missed the free cups. Those are the things that knock the case off. And I think the
Yeah,
Fed
that I
they
think
were
that
really stupid.
Just
that
adopt. The way they
that
did it should
shows
not be a man down.
that
I keep
that
saying that.
shows that
Yeah, they were
that
just trying to
shows
bring
that
him down.
yeah, but that shows that there are some things within her from childhood that she has not dealt with. Anybody, whether it's her or whoever, to
Then
even
a
put
man will
yourself
go
in
to
that
jail
type.
because of what you dealt with, that you are
Oh
dealing with
yeah,
in society.
society.
So why
Yeah, I
should
mean,
a man of that rank go be thrown into jail for? Do you know that racketeer would have dumped that man in jail for the
So
rest of
that's
his life?
this is where I agree with AI. I just believe it's those liquor guys that he had issue with because this case started from Roddy, or what's his name, is DJ reporting him after he had settled Casey. Then that guy gave them information that the guy has videotapes, has all this. And the way they started the case, you would think they have loads of evidence. But when the case started, you just see that everything is just Casey's testimony. And it's just now looking stupid because the defense lawyer now have different things to counter what Casey was saying. So it's more now like Casey was even really into it. So for me, that's what I figured out. I think what Casey thought is they threatened her, and when she saw the charges, she thought, oh, if this case goes down this way, I might be found guilty being involved. So let me go and testify against this guy. So she came there with her pregnancy to come and testify in something they can counter because all along was just Casey. So what are they using to? What do they want to use to prove the record? Nothing.
yeah,
Literally nothing.
yeah.
The
But
sickening thing about the whole thing was even his
It was
even her
funny.
husband,
It was
even
funny that
Cassie's husband was
the
there.
jury didn't spend up to an hour
Natural
to
mind.
find him
You
not
want
guilty for
to,
those
you
things.
want what some people are saying is that a consensuous adult went into the bedroom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But my point is that
upside down left, right side with anointing oil and olive oil and baby oil. Then you want to throw a man in jail.
yeah, but
Because
Madam AI.
Because this thing has been, let me finish. This thing has been going on over the years and nobody is speaking about it. I repeat myself, if a man beats a woman beater, take him to court, throw him into jail, let him pay. I don't have problem with that. A man rapes a woman, take him to court, jail him. I don't have a problem with that. But for a man to see a woman, tell the woman I like you, as from 16 years old, and the woman say yes, and they enter somewhere after several gymnastics, the woman come out.
So it's okay for a man to take a 16-year-old
Let
who
me
has started bleeding.
is
Is it
not a
okay? I'm
woman.
asking you as a
A
mother. Is it
16-year-old is
okay
not
for a man to take
a
a
woman.
16-year-old and be
me that
having sex with that 16-year-old and be abusing her?
Are you going
Is
to
it
listen?
okay?
Dunsi?
No,
Are you
you're
going to
arguing
listen?
as if what you're saying is right.
Excuse me,
You
Dunsi,
don't
are you
listen to
going
people
to
yourself.
listen?
You don't. I don't want to listen to you because
Okay.
you two, you don't listen to people.
Okay.
Is it right? Because you're
should
talking
be
here now as
asking
if
what is the
it
adult
is
Cassie was
right
actually
for Diddy
19.
to just
She
take
was
the
19
16-year-old
when they
into
started
a room and
dating.
they
ask
start
what
doing
is
what they're
the
not
adult
supposed to
age
do.
in the United States.
The girl is damaged. Diddy is damaged. So they didn't take Diddy to court because of Casey's case alone. They took him there because of loads of cases. So you're making everybody believe now it's just because Casey and Diddy
it's not
were
the case
doing
I'm
something.
talking about. I don't
So it's
concern myself with it.
no, it's not. It's not all about
I'm not
that.
concerning my case about
It's not all about that.
Casey.
You see
What
now,
she's saying,
what the
what she's
Fed,
saying
You're
that
not
see what the
listening to
Fed
me.
has
as
said.
long as it's
I'm not
consent,
listening to
This is
you
what I'm
because I want
trying
to
to
talk. You're
say
not allowing
now.
me to talk.
And I don't want you
That's
to
why I'm not
listen.
listening to you.
No,
I've been
don't
listening to
listen.
you and I want to say something and you're not
Excuse
allowing me.
Don't listen. You should know the adult age in the United States. The adult age in the United States is 16 years.
Okay,
No, that is
that's
not
fine.
true. That is not
That's
true.
fine.
not everywhere.
It
Not
In the
everywhere.
United States, you know all the rules
differs
What
from
age
state
do
to
you
and all the
drive
state.
a
laws
car in
there.
the United States?
16
No, it
doesn't
differs.
matter.
It
No,
doesn't
it's
make you. It
different.
doesn't make you
My
an
children
adult.
It
start
doesn't.
driving at the
Yeah.
age of 15 years.
And
Does that mean
what
they can
age can you leave your
consent
parents'
to
house in the
any adult
United
taking them
States?
into a room?
No, no, no.
You're saying I'm
It
lying.
What
You
was
know,
all
I
that
know the
for?
hard on and I go say they lie.
Farabalẹ̀ now,
Which
Dúpẹ́.
age is that?
You
No,
think
it
No,
I'm
so
going
doesn't
to
matter.
I
let
want
me
to talk.
let
I
It
want to
doesn't
talk.
matter. Even it does. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
okay. She wants to talk. Go on. Okay.
Let me talk. I don't like it when people just come as if they are the only one that knows what they are talking about here. What we are saying here, and I love the way can do, you have that fluency.
Ducey, if you want to make a submission, make a submission. Don't go personal. I wouldn't like
I
it.
can go personal if I want my show.
And
Yeah,
I'm telling you, if you want to go personal, I walk away.
I go walk away now. It's
We're
my
just
show. Have you
having a
forgotten?
conversation. Look,
Have you forgotten that it's my
submit
show?
whatever you want
It's
to
okay
submit,
now.
and I
Dúpẹ́,
have
it's
the right to
okay.
submit whatever I
No,
AI,
have
it's
you
okay.
forgotten that it's my show? Have you
It's okay.
forgotten
We know
that?
it's your show,
I
but
don't care whether
This
it's
is
your
not
show
one
or
man show
not.
now.
You
This
shouldn't
one
go
I can
personal.
go personal.
Okay?
If you don't
AI,
want to
AI,
listen,
AI,
then
it's
you
okay.
drop.
Just calm down. AI,
There's
just
no
don't go.
big deal in that. There's no
Don't go
big deal.
AI.
You can actually
We
drop. It's
appreciate
my
your.
show. So it doesn't
Dúpẹ́,
matter.
Dúpẹ́,
This
má
is
sọ̀rọ̀
not one
báyìí, má
man
sọ̀rọ̀
show.
báyìí. Má sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí, Dúpẹ́, má sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí.
Russian my
Má sọ̀rọ̀
question man
báyìí.
saying like it.
No,
So
it's
if
okay.
somebody
It's okay.
comes to your show, you go
It's
personal
okay.
on the person because the person made
No,
a
let's not do
submission.
that. It's
Is that
okay.
what
AI,
you're telling me?
AI. It's okay. So make
I
your
can go
So
personal if I
if
want to go
somebody
personal.
comes to your show
it's
and
not
make
right. It's not right. You
his
cannot go
own
personal.
opinion, you go
I wouldn't
personal on
agree
that
with you on that.
person because the
Yes,
person
I
did
can
the
go
submission.
personal. Let me go personal if I want to go personal because you
It's
don't
okay.
want
It's
to.
okay.
You
Can you make your
shouldn't try
submission?
that. Honestly, sincerely speaking, you shouldn't try that with me.
If I try it,
Please,
what will you
It's
do?
okay now.
Don't.
Because you always behave like a teacher on this platform. If I try it, what will you do? Will you
Ladies,
beat
it's okay.
me?
Being
It's
a teacher
okay
is
now.
different from going personal.
Woman, where's woman? Where's woman?
I have never been personal
Rational
with
man,
anybody
chill,
here.
chill. Yes, allow
Okay,
them.
if I
That's
go
one thing I
personal,
can
what
say.
are you going to do? That's the question you are not answering. You think I'm
And
what's
I
his name?
said, do not go personal on me.
It's okay now.
If
You
I
want
go
to do a
personal, what
submission,
will
AI.
you do?
do
If I
not
go
go
personal,
personal on me.
Where's woman here?
what will
Woman,
you do? What
One
will
man
you
is
do?
not here, na rational man. Just chill.
When
Rada,
you go the personal,
yeah,
then you
master
will find
bite now.
out what
Master
I will
bite.
do.
Dúpẹ́, you want?
drop
You are
from my
jumping
show,
No,
the
it's okay.
please.
fence. If you
Your
go
mouth is too big
personal,
for
then
me.
you see
Please
what I will do.
drop from my show. If I go
No,
personal, what are you gonna do?
Dúpẹ́, everybody's here for some
You
reason.
annoy me sometimes. The way you
It's
talk.
okay.
Okay, rational
It's okay.
man. I don't feel like talking any longer. Rational man, you can go ahead.
No,
Anyway,
no,
to
no.
top
You
it,
will talk. You will
don't
talk.
be
This is the
talking
thing.
anyhow.
This is the
If I
You will
go
talk. You will
personal,
talk.
what will you do?
No, you
You
cannot go
think I'm
personal.
that you
Let
come
me
and
tell
say
you
that
something.
he stole
Go the
something.
personal first now.
Miss
Hey,
That's the
I'm
Dupsy,
thing.
abusing you already now. That your mouth is too big. I'm
Ah.
abusing you already. I want you to drop something about
Miss
me.
All right.
Miss
All right.
Dupsy,
I
why
said,
don't
To
go
talk.
the
Let's
personal
end this session.
first.
Miss Dupsy,
Let's
why
end this
don't you
session.
go ahead and
If I
say
go personal, what are you gonna do?
Miss Dupsy, why don't you go ahead and say what you want to say? We might be able to
Rational man
Exactly.
pick
So what
won't
you
up
leave
want
me.
to
Don't
say.
something
mind
from
it.
it.
Rational man will be holding me. Don't mind it. That's what sport is telling you. Rational man leave Dupsy now.
No, but
Sometimes you
go
have
ahead.
to shut some people that think they have big mouth.
No,
You have
you
to shut
cannot go
them up
past.
sometimes. You have to shut
You
them
cannot go
up.
past. Going personal is not good for your show now. You know, you can't
I
hear
understand rational mind,
everybody.
but the
Rational
Go
way
the
she
man.
does it,
personal first.
I
You
have
You
to
have
don't
go
need
to
to ask
drop
me
personal.
what
yourself.
I'm going to
Just
do. The
It's
first thing
okay.
you're
Miss
going to
Dupsy,
do
AI,
is
it's
go
okay.
personal.
Miss Dupsy, why don't
You are
you
just a coward. If you want
Nonsense.
to go personal on me,
Dupsy has
No,
said she
no,
doesn't
you
want
no,
to
say
no.
say
you
Don't.
anything.
not
We should say
getting
what
now.
and just
Are
say
you
what you want
okay?
to say. Rational man.
Hello.
Miss
Hello.
Dupsy,
Madam
AI, if you want to
Zita.
leave, no problem. I understand.
Miss
Miss
Dupsy,
Dupsy.
why don't you go ahead and say what you were
Stop
going
it.
to say?
I'm
We
the
might
one
be
that
able to
made the
pick up
Miss
call.
something
I
Dupsy.
from
made
it.
my own submission. You are getting angry about my submission. Instead of you
Madam Zita.
angry on my submission. You are going personal. What the
So,
heck is that? Why would
If
you
I want to
Zita.
go personal, it's my prerogative. I can go personal if I want to
Hello,
go
can
personal.
you guys
Yes.
hear me?
We can
My
hear you,
show.
Chioma. Go on.
Coco shit,
Hello.
you think
Hello?
you
Chioma,
can
we can
shut
hear
me
you.
up on my
Carry on.
show?
Hello.
You think I'm passed that you bring one stupid
We can
story
hear
and
Chioma
you,
start
wants to
Chioma.
say
yarning here?
something.
Am I your mate?
Hello.
Zita, am I
Chioma,
your
we can
mate?
hear you. It's okay, but
Hello.
Shit
yeah,
that
let's
man.
talk him.
I'm sure you're not gonna like me if you go
Madam
personal on me.
Zita,
I
hold
can
on.
assure you that.
Madam
You
Zita,
like
Shut
hold
up
on.
and stop shouting. Go personal. Go personal. You're a coward. If you want to go personal on me, go personal.
Miss Dupsy, hold on.
You're just a
Hello.
bastard. You're not talking anything. You're just
Yeah,
saying you
good night.
want to go.
Everybody,
Go
hold on,
personal. Let me
everybody.
hear you.
Hey,
I'm
It's okay, hold
crying.
on.
I
Are you
want to give my
normal?
own contribution.
Okay, Choma, go ahead.
So they said that Natasha was found guilty. Can you imagine? That is crazy. So after he sexually harassed her, they found her guilty. Does that make sense to you, Miss Dupsy?
No,
It's
Shem, I thought I read somewhere that the court has ordered them to return her back to her seat.
no, that's why if you look at the next headline that
That's what
Mr.
I
One
read
Man
too,
has,
Chioma.
huh?
I thought they
That's
said they
what I
should return
read.
her back to her position. That
Yeah,
she
they
go
should
back and
reinstate
resume back
her.
to her
That's what
office.
I read too.
Then why did One Man put that she was found guilty?
Oh, one man can put anything. It's just to attract people to come
No,
on the
I
show.
This
think he was
one man, can
actually.
you
I think he
imagine?
was actually
Oh
found
my
guilty of
god!
maybe cyber.
No,
Hold
he
on.
was found
I
guilty
think
of
he was
certain
found guilty
things,
of
of
cyberbullying and all
certain
those.
things. Right.
Yeah, of certain
And
things. Yeah.
and and the other thing I wanted to say is in America, the
It's not the
laws.
DD case.
The,
We are talking about Senator Natasha. Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So
Sorry,
yeah,
but
let me just keep something
In
in.
America,
Let me keep
though, you
something
see,
in quick. You see,
there's so many rules that can get you. Even if somebody consents, eh, if you facilitate the moving from one state to another, that is a crime. Even if the person consents.
that is why the guy is guilty now
Yeah.
because
So
there is a yeah.
facilitating,
That is why he's flying people from one place
even
to
if you're
another.
not making, even if you're not making
Mm-hmm.
one kobo from it, you can be you I mean the way the laws are, it depends on the DA that's bringing up the case.
Mm-hmm.
You can be found guilty even for something that you didn't even know was a crime. So in this country, you have to be incredibly careful. There are so many things that if you don't know what's going on, you think, oh, I'm not doing anything. Where you find yourself, you will not like it. But I think what Miss Madam AI was trying to say is that maybe in the state where this thing occurred, maybe 16 is of age.
She was
And
not
I think
even
what,
16. She was
yeah,
19
but
when they were dating. She was 19
no,
years
even no,
old.
I'm talking about prior to even that, when she started all of messing around with guys. You know, a lot of people, a lot of
Yeah, but it was not. We didn't
one of,
know who she was messing with. We
yeah,
just know
but
about this Diddy case.
yeah,
But when
but
she and Diddy started dating, she
yeah,
was
but
19. And
one
I
of my
just think
sis-
the lesson here is people
mm,
need to be careful in what they engage themselves
why
in.
but the biggest lesson is why in the world, whether it's PDD or whoever, unless if a woman takes omorogun to your head, why will I be striking a female? I know some people's mouth can make you want to kill them, buy them, but
Yeah,
why
but
will
you
you be
can tell
beating up a
Diddy has
female?
that.
That's why he should have been in jail for beating
Why
that
will
lady.
you be
Exactly,
striking a
and which is
female?
where I agree with her. Like,
I mean,
if that, if that,
that's
it was,
just
you see, yeah,
ridiculous.
that video was being paid for. I think they did pay almost 5 million to keep
But
that video
but
secret.
look.
But
The
you
thing
see,
is
my
this.
brother, hold on, hold
Hold
on,
on.
Kanchi, hold on. Let me finish.
The thing is, if you did not put, whether you are black and they want to entrap you, if you did not raise your hand against somebody, or you did not do something against somebody, they can try to entrap you all they want. You know, if you
Eh,
have
but all they are
something.
even all Didi was getting in trouble for is not even the beating now. That beating was just to show the
Yeah, but
kind of
it will
person
bring
he
out
is.
other things. That's how stuff starts. When they start digging in your
It's just to
closet.
show. It's just to show, and everything they've brought out, they really didn't have proof for it. And I just feel the Fed, they actually did Cassie dirty because they threw her under the bus. That's the way I say it. They make her come to testify, and they want to base all those charges based on her testimony. I think that is what killed the whole thing because obviously this girl was really involved with this guy for 11 years. They
Yeah,
dated for
but
11 years. So this
has
guy had
anybody heard
text
has
messages.
anybody ever heard of somebody called Monica Lewinsky?
Yeah, of
It
course,
doesn't matter
with
whether
the
you are the president in this country, whether you're Bill Gates or Bill, what's his name,
Bill
Clinton,
Clinton.
or what? I mean, what is the crime in somebody giving you, you know, giving you something. That was not even a crime. The crime that he committed was that he lied, not the sexual act itself. He lied under oath. That's what almost derailed the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
So in this country, there are so many things you can do, especially lying under oath is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter who
Let me
you
even
are.
ask. Sorry, let me ask. If the woman, those people that know American law, if the man beats the man can go to jail. What if the woman beats the man? Can
It,
she also be
yes,
prosecuted
it
and
can.
go
Of
to
course,
jail
if you have
Yes,
and get the
of
evidence,
same
there
course.
is
sentence?
evidence.
If there's evidence, unfortunately, too many times they do not uphold that too many times. But if the DA wants to take up the case and there's evidence, women go to jail for abusing men
But
every single day in this
in the
country.
case of a woman beating the
Yeah,
man, the weight of
yeah.
evidence that is required is it as much as the weight of evidence that is required in if a man beats the woman? You
No, the
understand what I'm
answer is
saying?
the answer is no. The answer is no because at the end of
Everybody
the
is not
day,
balanced.
yeah, what the world has never been balanced, and I don't think it will ever will be balanced. I mean, there are so many different things they look at, and in some cities and some states, is gotten so bad that somebody's got to go if the police is called. Either the woman or the man got to go to jail. So if you're having an altercation with a woman and she hits you in the head or whatever, and there's blood or your eye is swollen or whatever, she will go to jail. She will. Because there's been too many instances where somebody calls the police, either the police don't come or they come and just leave, and then before you know, somebody's fight. So because of that, they've become a lot more, hard on all parties. But at the end of the day, it's still looked at she's a woman for the most part. For the most part, you know. So I mean, you gotta know. I mean, my thing is you gotta walk away. You gotta walk away because yeah, I mean, some men and some women
So
they
the
can
best
they
thing in
can
America is as a man, just stay away from women. That's the
just do
best.
what?
Just stay away from women. Stay
No,
away
no, no,
from
no,
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 no.
no. They're good women. They're good women. They're
yeah,
good
but
women. You
You
just
have to
have
know how
eventually
to control
the good woman
yourself
can
and
become
read
bad
the
now someday.
situation.
and a good
So
man
please
can become
stay
bad.
away
A,
from
a,
women
a good
completely.
no, 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 no. A good man can become bad. A man that was so wonderful. I mean, you see people they get in a relationship. They're on the phone for 12 hours. When you start, and then one day is I don't want to be with you anymore. So obviously, I mean, society is hard. Between taking the children to school, taking them to activities, your mortgage, if you don't have your mortgage set up properly, I mean, life happens. Life shows up.
Mm.
If you're not
Which take us
prepared.
back. Let's go
Yeah.
back now. Which take us
Mhm.
back to when women look at
See
what a man has,
all those
because
superstars,
that can disappear
all those
anytime.
boys in sports, all those ones in their sports overseas and even in the United States. Anytime you see them in camera in the courtroom is because of a woman.
Mm.
That's not right.
Yeah,
No,
I agree with
again,
you.
like
That's
like
not
I
right.
said,
These people
like I
flock
said
on
before, what
they
are you
run to them,
after?
they pay money, them some of them even
Because
sleep
they
with
get
their
paid.
aides to
They
get to
get
them.
paid. You don't know they get paid.
Not only that, you don't even have to go to court. All you have to do is, have some text messages or some phone recording, and
Mm-hmm.
somebody, if somebody they know that if this thing comes out, it can affect their career. They'll break you off $500,000 or $2 million,
Even
just
let's
like that.
even say,
But
even
this
if
is,
the
but this
person is
is
not wealthy, if the
But
person is
is
not
that right?
wealthy,
no,
yes,
it's
it's
not.
not
It's
right.
not. It's not. But this is the reality. You have to
Let
look
me
at
use
life.
my I will
Life is
use
not
my
fair.
situation as an example for you. 2000 2010 in the UK. So I had a girl. She came, then she left. After 2 hours, police came to my door claiming that, oh, you've raped this girl. I didn't do anything to her and all those things, you know. The,
Wow.
the case went to court. I was in remand for 6 months because they were looking for proof that was not there.
Mm-hmm.
There was injury on the girl, forensic show injury. But that
Mm.
was why they actually even gave me bail the first day. So the second day, I was even going to church in Rumford, somewhere in Rumford. I was going to a praise and worship. Then the police called me on my phone to come to Barking Station. And I got it. They said, oh, they have to arrest me that they found injury on the girl. So there is possibility that happened. So they can't leave me on bail, that I might
Mm.
run and all that.
Okay,
Do
the
you know
girl
when? Do
said
you
you
know?
raped
Do you
her.
know
Is
when
it the
they?
girl that said it?
No, okay. The girls. So I'll get to the part that you will now get the picture. So the girl, the wound that they found on the girl that made them come here and detained me. When forensic and all those results came, when trial started, they were old wounds.
Mm.
That didn't happen that day. They found out that the girl is doing it because if they found me guilty, they are going to pay her money. So I got to realize when we are going for the trial, there is a white lady that was working in the court. And the ladies keep talking to me when we are walking in the tunnel to go to the courtroom to say, "Oh, everybody's talking about it, that it seems like you are innocent, that everything, that you need to be careful, that and the judge that is taking up my case is good, that if she doesn't find you and the way she will talk to the jury would know, and everybody has been talking all over the crown court and all that." So she told me they call it honey trap. So they will set you up, accuse you. If they found you guilty, they get paid a lot of money.
There was the girl come inside your house.
Yeah, she came to my house. She's somebody that I'm dating.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do anything to her. We
Yeah.
didn't even have anything together. The first day when they took me to court, so the whole thing why they now charged me was because of the wound
Thorny
they
was
saw on
there.
her.
Yeah.
Between
Old
So
both.
they
wounds.
now said,
Yeah.
but they didn't
Yeah.
give me so they didn't give me bail because they said there must be change in circumstance. What will cause change in circumstance? If DNA comes out and they didn't find anything. They didn't bring anything. Every time they say, oh, come to court, it got to a point they stopped taking me to court. I do this online. I'll just watch them in the
Right.
courtroom.
Right.
They'll just say the DNA is not ready, it's not ready, it's not ready. Till they took me to trial. So at the trial, even the judge was furious, like, you just kept this guy for no reason, for
Yeah.
no good reason. And
If not shall go you they worship, make it they pour oil on top of am because
Baba, let me tell you something. Baba, I was praying.
if
Baba, that's when
somebody
I know that when you get close to God more, if you pay attention, you give your time to God. I started seeing vision. There is a guy in the part of the jury in this case that I tell you, it was 7 days trial. There is a guy, all 5 counts, I was not guilty for anything. The guy in the jury, after the discharge and acquit me, the guy came to meet me, my mom, my friends, everybody, and my family, where we were standing in the corner and say, oh, I just want to tell you, whatever God you are serving, keep serving the God that he is a praying Muslim. But he realized that since the trial started for 7 days, he couldn't sleep. Something keep just keeping him up and keep saying, that boy is not guilty. That boy is not guilty. But by the way where I did pray, like he looks, so something that he did do. So later, there was a revelation in the courtroom that the girl's family, the father is schizophrenic. It was the father that called the police. The girl lied. The girl has actually had a similar case with the ex-boyfriend.
mm,
Same thing.
yeah.
The girl lied that
Yeah.
she's never had sex before. She
Yeah.
So,
had had sex. You see,
the,
so these things, people, women lie too, which is the
Everybody,
no,
point.
it's not even about the lie that
everybody,
I'm
So, which is
everybody.
why
saying.
I supported Miss
It's not the lie
Madam
I'm
AI
talking
when she was
about.
saying,
What I'm
because it is
saying is
wrong.
that
Imagine, bro, I would have
the
gone to
way
prison for what I didn't do.
the
Mm.
way women
The way I would be
flock
crying. I
around
can't sleep when I was on remand. I'll be watching TV. I'm not seeing what is happening. No. I'm in thought. I'm lost in thought. Then nature will take its course. By the time I'm waking up back from that sleep, I will cry from my sleep. I met a lot of people. Some people is their wife that lied against them and got them into prison. It's not funny.
you were
There is this
no,
Indian guy I met.
seriously, you were lucky because there are so many cases where a situation like that, the woman would get somebody to beat her up, cause injury,
Wait, oh no. Yeah,
and
of
then
course.
call the police. So that's why I said whatever you're serving, I
Of
mean,
course. It's
thank God,
God though. I don't have any
because
other God though. It's
God
God.
forbid, God forbid if it was a situation where after she left your place, she called somebody to come and beat her up, and she
So
shows up at the police
luckily,
station.
when she left my place before the call was placed, before the dad called the police, because it was when she got home, they realized that when she left my place, how come she took long to get home? So she went somewhere, and that was where they planned the thing.
Yeah.
Because
So
they brought out the graph.
Was there
If they want to do case
was there
with
an
you,
argument between both of you
what?
when she was at your place? Was there an argument? Did you people
Nothing.
fight?
She worked. I even gave her money. She said she needs to go for one interview. I even gave her money for
So
cab. That
that
one
means she had
we are
planned it
oh
before.
and they
yeah,
it's premeditated, of course.
you
Do you know how many
you
boys have
were
called me
you're
But
lucky
after
were
I
you
said
people
the
in
still
best.
dating
You
then,
see why
or
I
you
said the
were no
best thing
longer
is to
dating her?
stay away from women.
ah,
I
How do you
left her
explain
Mr.
that
after
one now?
now.
Patowski, how are we going
How do
to
you
move
explain that?
society? How are we going to move society forward when you keep saying stay away from women? How we go
Then
get
now,
picking?
No, that's what actually part of why I
which
raised this
pikin?
story
Then they
was
chop
because I
pikin.
was going to say to Pato, you can't be that naive. You see,
Yeah,
people like people that are people different
yeah.
experience.
People lie.
No, my
God will
brother.
keep us
If
safe.
not for God's intervention, do you know that that's the end?
Of
The
course,
person will
Yeah,
now
go to
that's the
jail.
head now.
His
I
record is
know,
damaged.
but
He
yeah.
can't get job. He
what I want
can't.
to say to you is, then I was not married. Now I'm married. If put that in my mind, and I'm thinking, I
You
don't
won't
want to
get
have anything to
married
do
to
with
another
woman,
woman.
I won't have my
Yeah,
lovely family now. I
exactly.
won't be happily married. I
Exactly.
won't be with a
I mean,
beautiful woman to the place with now.
one has to be careful. I remember many
That's
years ago.
exactly what I'm saying. We
I
need to be
remember many years
careful.
ago. I was dating a lady, and then I was in the computer business. I was selling so many computers, it was ridiculous. Even sometimes I have to go and rent two U-Haul trucks to move. Back then, they used to have monitors for like $900 for one monitor. So me and this lady were dating. It even got to a point that I was spending most of my time at her place. And then I was dating somebody. Well, I came across somebody else, and I was dating that person long distance. And one day, she found a letter that the other lady had written to me.
Ọ̀kánjúà náà nìyẹn.
And I was a playboy back
But
then.
that
I
even at
wasn't
that
married.
doesn't mean she want to set me up.
But this is the thing. She called the police. I had a computer. This was a system, not a laptop back then. I had a computer at her place. So we got into some situation, and I had the key to her place. So I made sure that she wasn't there, and I went there, took my computer, took my other stuff. She called the police and said I stole her computer. They actually came and picked me up,
Hmm.
and I was like, are you people serious? This is what I do. I sell computers. Why would I steal her computer? Look at my bank account. I run hundreds of thousands of dollars through my account a month. Why will I go and steal a computer? She said, and she gave me the money to buy the computer. But as far as the law was concerned, I didn't have a receipt. She
And it
said
was in
it
our
is hers.
apartment.
I agreed that I took it from her place. You will not believe I had to go to court, and I had to plead. What did I even plead, Seth? I had to plead something, Sha, and they
You
gave me
plead badly.
probation for stealing my own stuff, which didn't make any.
This
It
is
didn't even
what
make
this
any
is part of
sense.
what Madam AI was saying, that
Ayé mà
it is
It
lágbára.
didn't
wrong.
make any. It
You
didn't make
can't
any
lie.
sense.
You can't
It
do
didn't
such
make. I
things
mean,
to people.
I'm talking to the DA. I said, look at my bank account.
Why would I need
Does
it? I don't have a need to steal the
this is what I
computer.
do? Why would I go and steal a computer? It doesn't matter. I had to take a plea. Oh.
Of course.
because they told me that if I went to the trial and
They
I
will
got
find you
convicted,
guilty.
and I
You will
no,
be
and I find
sentenced.
no, and I no, there's nobody there because it's hearsay. But if I got found guilty, and this is the crazy thing, by then the other lady that wrote the letter, me and her were, kind of going on, and she actually came to court. And I went and spoke to her when the DA came and talked to my lawyer and everything. I said, man, I was crying because I couldn't believe that I'm going to have to accept a deal for stealing my own stuff. I was crying. I said to this lady, I said, no, I can't do this. I can't take this deal. And she was like, well, if you want to go to trial, and because the lawyer told me that if you're found guilty, you'll be going away for 3 years. She said,
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait for you.
It's true. Do you know
She
when I
said,
was
I
on?
will wait for
Do you
you.
know when I was in remand? Some people were convincing me. Even there was a prison officer that said, you better plead guilty because if they find you guilty, they will sentence you more." But that was why I'm saying God is good. Then, even if I open Bible at random, if things are happening, I know I left that man. I was so sad when the man was. He was really convincing me that I should plead guilty. I'm saying plead guilty for what I didn't do. Do you know when I opened the Bible, it was Deuteronomy. I can't remember the chapter, but it was saying, "Rely on God. Don't rely on human wisdom." It
You're
was
you're a
somewhere in
bet you're
Deuteronomy.
you're you're a better man than me. I took the plea and got my 3 year probation because there's
Oh
no
my
way I'm
God.
gonna get locked up. I was
Oh
making.
my
If
God.
you- Do you know how much money I was making a month? I'm gonna go and sit down in somebody's jail for 3 years. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I understand you.
No
And
way. I wasn't
I'm
gonna take
telling
that
you, when I
chance.
was in remand, I met a lot of guys, and their stories is touching. One guy, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan guy.
Women
The guy
sometimes.
has twin.
I don't like what women do to you guys.
Exactly. That's why I was supporting Madam AI when she was saying, because a lot of guys that their life has been ruined in prison, bro. A lot of people I
Yeah.
met. A
This thing you
lot
are
of
telling
people,
me,
young,
this thing you are
old.
telling me, when somebody did it to my friend, his wife
Hmm.
did it to my friend. My friend was detained for months. He lost his home because he couldn't pay. Nobody was paying mortgage now.
Mortgage.
He lost
Yeah.
his. He became bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
He was eventually divorced. He had to leave the US for UK. God so good. He met another lady that was nice. And you know, this person became an MD of one of the major multinational. If I mention the company, you might
You
eventually know.
see, Mr. Patowski, you see, there's hope for
He
even
became
you.
the
Mm-hmm.
MD of a major
Exactly.
multinational company in Middle East.
See,
I said,
let me
I
say
said,
this
yeah.
before I go. You see that Sean, Puff Daddy, he has done a lot of things that for people like me that follow things, there are a lot of things that guy has done that is supposed to put him behind bars.
Hmm.
But for women, no. For women, no. No of these superstars should go unless he kills a woman or beat up a woman. That one can go to jail or rape a woman. But
Yeah,
to be
but
having
Madam,
an affair, you go
Madam
You know,
AI,
outside.
sorry, sorry, let me
Madam,
ask you. I'm
Madam AI,
asking you a
you
question.
know the story of Samson and
Hello,
Sam.
everyone. Please let me talk?
Okay.
Yes,
Because we
ma'am.
are talking about something else entirely on my show before somebody from nowhere brought Didi's topic here. I'm not talking about Didi here. Please, if you can redirect the conversation to is marriage dead in 21st century African society? I will
Yeah,
appreciate that. I don't want anybody
absolutely.
with her narcissistic behavior to come and start controlling this show. The girl has got problems herself, so she should go and treat herself. I don't have words for her because she's doing as if she wants to be personal with me. She's going to. I'm not pansato. Zita Jakori Ekpe. You have to run now. You won't run for your guy. Oh, Tobeni. That's why you dropped. You're a coward. You can't come here and come and start controlling me. You can do that on one man show, not on Dupsy show. So I wouldn't even expect you to come on my show any longer. Zita, you're the one I'm talking to. So guys, please redirect the topic to what we're discussing. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So can do. So from
Yes,
experience, I
sir.
was going to throw this question even before Rational Mind that today.
Sure.
Like, so what would we say the red flags people should be looking out for when they are choosing their spouse?
Yeah, I think the most important one is if you're dealing with someone, um, and especially if you go to their home, you should look at how do they address their parents. And for me, that I usually meet people online, when they start talking, people will tell you who they are. When they start talking and they start talking about, this is my girlfriend or this somebody, if you see how I dealt with them, because the person that is poking their parents in the face or talking back at their parent, one day they're gonna talk back and poke you in the face too.
You are
So
naughty now. You don't
so
even
it is
talk of
those,
your parents. If they talk to their
yeah,
parents, then you are zero.
yeah, it is those subtle things. I mean, as the age that I am now, there is nothing. I mean, my father is 83. Actually, he's going to be 84 in some days here. I cannot talk back at my father. I mean, I can disagree with him about certain points, but I mean, how is my father going to be talking? I'm going to be talking back at him. Where do they do that at?
But this is the part of the problem we have in the society of today. The kids now, the way they are so rude, the way they talk to
Yeah,
anybody,
it's not the fault.
anyhow.
It's not the fault of the children. It is the fault of the parents. It is how you raise these children. I mean, I have been to people's house, and there was a particular time I went to visit somebody. First time there, they're from a different culture, but all these young people, they were like 19, 20. After they finished eating, they just stood up from the dining table. And I was like, whoa, 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 where are you guys going? This is my first time in this place. So they were like, we're going outside. I said, yeah, yeah, but who is going to clean up your plates? They were like, our mom will comment. I said, no, no, no. Everybody, pick up your plates, go and empty them and put them in the sink. The people that own the place, they were like, yeah, tell them. But that's just the way it is.
So you
My
need an
kid,
outsider to make you tell them,
no, no,
to
no.
help
I'm
you
talking
tell
about it.
them.
Is the parents that are like my children. By the time they were 6, 7 years old, I tell them, you pick up your toys.
Hmm.
You're not going to scatter the whole room with toys, and me, I'm going to come and be picking them up for you. Wait, no, that's not going to happen.
Honestly,
So
I just feel the whole. I just feel
you met,
everything is upside, especially from
But do you
where
know
we are
another thing that
from.
I one key thing that I also think that can make marriage endure, which people don't look at, is value around certain issues.
Mm.
One of them is money. Your
hmm
value relative to money. For example, I've I've happened to talk to couples. The woman, her value around money is she's out for money, work and get money. When she sees somebody has made so much money, she feels this person is making money. Me self, we have to make that money. The man is someone that is contented, working hard, making things happen in his family, but he has set his contentment. He's not that kind of person. Sure, when I engage, I say, look here, that if you chase money, have that kind of disposition to money, you will never be satisfied. Like, because the more you get one, you feel you want more. Because you always see
yeah,
people that are better than you. So if two of such people are married, there's going to be problem down the line. The lady is likely to
Patoski,
think the
that's
man
the
is laid back.
Patoski. The problem is those two people should never have gotten married.
Yeah.
And that is why I
So
talk about the
value
person that
is
you
key.
choose.
Value around money, value around maybe religion, value around morality, value
Yeah,
around communications. I know couples that they wake up in the morning, the man says good morning. The man has not even done anything. Oh. The woman is angry or happy. Good morning. Say, what is good about this morning? You say, did I offend you in your dream? You understand? He has not done
And I
anything.
think also there should be mutual respect. The way
Ah,
the way they
DOG,
always say because and I
DOG.
think
Good morning. You like Aproko. You've been on this platform for, I've been listening to you. You people like Aproko. Eh?
No,
You people no
Simba
go rest.
is that
you
Simba.
wait. You know, like Avoko, now you come. You were listening since.
Simba.
Can do. You like
Yes, sir.
Aproko.
What
Simba.
is that? What does that
Simba,
mean? I
put
don't
your head
understand.
in Simba.
What does that
That's
mean?
Simba.
I think
Simba,
what
put
does
your
that
head in
mean?
the show before you
I don't know
came
what
in.
that means.
Hey,
What does
show
that
my alpha
mean?
now.
I'm fine. How are you? We were going to end
Fine.
the show before you came in.
No, I just want to just catch some jokes before I just.
So
And I've been listening to you people.
what
It was a nice session.
what does
Okay.
that
I
mean? You
was.
like my
So why are you
position?
just joining, Dr.
Eh,
Simon?
Yeah.
Why are you just
I was
joining?
listening to Dupsy when he was yabbing can do.
What did I say to you? Can do? What can do is a gentleman.
when
What did
Kadu
I?
was talking about soft life and all those things.
Now we should leave people with
Jokes
soft
doesn't
life
like to
alone.
hear that.
Now, no, now you people should leave women with soft life alone. If their
But
husband agrees,
No, I was the one
Madam,
yapping. I was the one yapping for
Madam Dupsy, I never said
No,
anything
you so
against.
yes, you jab and then the two
I
of you
never
are
said
having can do
anything
now. The
against.
two of you.
Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
but I
please
never said anything
leave
against
women
soft
alone
life.
with their soft
Didn't
life.
say.
Yeah,
Yeah, I said everybody should do what works in their relationship. I mean, why
yeah.
would I be against soft life? I mean, hey, if you can,
It's
hey,
all
if
about
you,
money, just like the way Patoski said, talked about it. It's all about money. If the man has money, there's no problem most of the time in the relationship. But if the guy is struggling, I understand, and women should understand too. I'm not coming from the school of thought that women should be over demanding from their husband that is struggling. Struggle with the man. Yeah,
This is good,
agree to that.
Jutsi. It's the
But if
way
there is
I
money,
think
I just
because we gave you
cannot.
chance now, and people allow you to talk. You've now said it better because the way you always say it, I think a lot of people because
No, I
for
always
me, I'm
say
always
DOG. No, DOJ, I always say that you should struggle with the man when he
No, no,
starts
no, no.
like,
The
yeah,
way you are talking now
struggle.
was different. Is
yeah.
actually
I think
different
because
from
people
the way you said
there's
it
a lot of
earlier.
people they don't always
Maybe
give Jutsi chance to
I'm not very
speak.
It
fluent
was
with
as
English.
if
Mm.
it
It's
is
not
all
easy.
or
English is
none.
not easy for me like that. I'm not very fluent with English. That's the problem. But what I'm
no,
saying is I
yeah,
struggle with the man. I'm not in the school of thought when girls will say I want a rich man. Although if they want a rich man,
The
it works for
impression
them.
people will have about you, Dupsy, will be
Yeah.
totally the way if you say it the way you say it, it will be like be making
Honestly,
a different
Okay,
honestly,
message.
how should I be coming across to people
no,
so that
no.
they
The
understand
thing
me?
is,
No. When
I think the
the
thing
earlier
is,
on, the way you are saying it is that what is wrong with these people
no,
now? Let's
no,
in
no,
fact
no.
as if it is
No,
simple
that's
if
how
enough.
Gypsy is always talking.
if you
What
have
I've just
listened to
realized
Madame
now is
Dupsy for a
when
year,
Gypsy is talking most
you know
times,
where she
people,
stands on this
yeah,
thing.
people want
Madame
to.
Chioma, that's a different case. That's a totally different case. If you're not bringing
No,
10
Chioma is
million,
not even a madam. Chioma
don't
is not
even
even a
go.
madam. Don't call her
If you
madam. She's not even a madam.
if you don't have 10 million, don't
It's
even
What
start
do you
with.
say, Chioma?
a babe.
I
Are
don't
you a
like
madam?
dusty. I don't like
It's a
dusty
babe.
men. That's the thing. I don't like dusty men. So
Yeah, but even Madame Dupsy, you see, again, at the end of the day, it's about the person that people choose. If you don't want, I mean, there are no
You don't
easy
want a
answers to
dusty
this thing.
man.
No, it's not about being dusty. If you don't want to start out with somebody,
Our slangs
and
for him has to me. It was with the dusty man, literally.
Chioma no lama bio.
yeah, so it's about the person that you choose. What are your values? What are you about? And there are no easy. We've seen instances of women sticking with a man, and then once the man starts to get some coin, all of a sudden his woman is not good enough. So there are no,
And can you see
that's
why a lot of
Yeah, I think
ladies
that's why some women too.
prefer
Yeah.
men that have made
Mm.
it? They don't want to start from the scratch with most
right,
men, so that
right,
you
but
won't tell them afterwards that they are not your type. Do you understand?
right,
So
and
most
that
of the
is
men
where
they say, yeah, I
yeah,
wasn't brave enough to actually toast the woman that was my standard then, but I had to go low to toast you because I didn't have money. Now that there is money, we have to move above board and go with the woman that is of value
Yeah,
to
but
you.
those
yeah,
people too, at the end of the day, there is always a repercussion for all these kind of things. They will
I agree.
suffer.
I
absolutely.
agree. Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
but
That's
I
why I
would like
said.
to
That's
tell
why I said
Dupsy,
it is
don't let
grace. It is
people, don't let,
grace.
sorry, can do, sorry, can do.
Okay, earlier on,
Dupsy,
Candy, you're asking me
Dupsy,
what is the meaning of aproko? Is gist, oh.
Yeah.
gist, yeah.
Apropos,
Mm,
I've
Dupsy,
mm.
never
don't let
heard.
people
This is
always
the first time
short,
I'm hearing it.
people
Okay,
So
always, I think
Yeah,
it's
let
okay.
DOG talk, please. I want to listen to DOG. DOG, go
Dupsy is
ahead.
always saying that soft life thing, but what I've realized is at the longer when she's talking, a lot of people want to quickly jump into cut her short. They don't allow her to finish because the impression. So that gives most people the impression that that is what she's about. She just wants soft life. You must choose somebody. So now that she had, I think now that she now had the time to.
DOG, the reason why people normally want to cut her short is the impression people have about the way she talk. You
Yeah, because
how
know,
they don't
can you
always allow her to
how
land.
can you
let me
cut
give
our
you.
short? How
Simba,
can
let
you cut
DOG
our
talk
short on
now.
our own show? How do
Let
you
DOG
cut
Me
her
that
off
is
talk.
on our own show?
okay. Let
They
DOG
don't
we want to
allow
say
her. They
what you
don't
will
always
like.
allow her.
Let me
When she
I will
starts,
tell you what people feel about you.
yes, you see, when she
Okay, I will
mentions
listen to you,
soft
Simba.
life,
Let
when she
DOG
starts
finish.
talking about that soft life, they don't always allow her to land. So when she leaves it for them to now talk, everybody stop her there and think, oh, Gypsy is just saying, don't struggle, you just want soft life. So now, I now realize that now that she had time to finish what she was saying, she really made it clear, like, oh, I'm not saying don't struggle with the man.
So she
If your
should
man
not
does,
be talking in phrases again. She should be making full sentence.
I think
Oh
she should be
yeah,
standing on
yeah,
her
in
foot to
context,
make
yeah,
people
I get
shut
that.
up when she's talking so she can finish what she's saying. So it will be more clearer. So the
Even
message will be more
even
clearer to people.
DOG,
DOG.
Simba, let me quickly say,
When people
DOG,
are
you should
talking about
understand that.
marriage,
Let me quickly
she
say
also
this.
has this thing to say.
Let me
Every
quickly say
time
this.
people are talking about marriage,
You
people
see
can
now,
make
you two are not allowing her
Simba,
to
let me
talk.
quickly
She
it,
say,
wants to talk. You didn't allow her
DOG,
to talk.
you should understand that a lot of guys on this platform don't like me to talk because I come across to them like somebody that can actually be under a man. Even somebody was abusing me here some weeks ago and said I don't have a husband.
exactly the
You
people have
understand?
that
So I
impression.
come across
Exactly.
like that to them that
But
I'm a single mom.
Dupsy, I know that the way you speak is even from the way you behave. Because I've seen you on this show before that we do live show, people, and I
Exactly.
can see the way you are loitering around your husband. That day there, you didn't even have a time. You are just
Exactly.
so that is why I said the way you talk is not actually showing your true character.
No,
Simba, you should understand that I'm a
no, it's not
fierce
But
the way.
person.
It's not the way she
Yeah,
talks.
but
Is
I'm
not
a
really showing
fierce
her true
person. I
but
character.
love
She's
but
like
Akumagi
that
Gigi.
all
You
throughout
okay?
the time. She's like my
You
auntie.
are enjoy your
And
marriage. You are in a
funny
marriage,
enough,
and
that
Mi-
my
you
Mr.
value your
auntie,
marriage.
that my
But
Simba,
auntie
you
you
whose name
see,
is Dupe.
I have listened to her for a year, and just I have seen her children come on the show, and for me, I can tell the type of person that she is from listening to her for the number of months that I've listened to her. I don't get the impression. I mean, people can make something look like what it's not, but for the most part, what I have found is when I listen to someone long enough, I can, for the most part, you're not going to know everything about. You can get the character of the person you're dealing with,
Can
and
do
I
because
don't
you're
have.
not
Your
biased. That's
advantage is
why
because
you are
you
not
have
biased.
sisters. You have
Somebody like Simba
sisters.
is biased, and a lot of them, like
You
Patoski,
have
Simba,
sisters.
Rational
And
Man,
me,
they're all biased.
Dupsy's personality is just like my auntie personality, and her name is Dupsy too. So even
Oh,
sometimes when
God
she's
Oh,
bless
talking, I'll just be
Ah,
like,
ní someone dúpẹ́ mọ́
God
nìyẹn
bless
now. Ní sọ́wọ́ àwọn wa ń dúpẹ́ mọ́.
I'll just be like, ah, this is Auntie Dupe part two here, So I
Or
understand her
Miss
most
Pro
times.
Dupsy,
Max.
Miss
Pro Max.
Dupsy, Miss Dupsy,
Come, I'm listening.
my boyfriend is waiting for me.
Oh, you want to shut down the program? Oh, Chioma.
You guys
Let
should
people
go
talk
back.
for 5 minutes. They're talking about me, so I want to listen to them
Oh, okay, sorry,
for
5 minutes.
the next 5 minutes, Chioma. Go ahead.
Okay, me, I want go sef. Pato
Yeah,
Skiapa now.
Simba Muwa, all your side.
Ah, ó máa tójọ́ mẹ́ta.
Yes, so. And Dupsy, the other time, man, when you
yeah,
were talking, you and the other lady,
yeah,
when Rational Mind was trying to intervene, you now said
yeah.
that you're making argue. You are talking about one person.
National
You
mind
know,
is too
tell
biased. Me.
no, téèyàn méjì bá argue, tọ́yàn méjì bá argue. Èyí tó bá jẹ́ tiẹ̀ níbẹ̀ ni wàá bá sọ̀rọ̀. That's the thing there. Kò
Yeah,
yẹ.
I agree. I
That's the
agree.
only
Correct, yeah.
thing.
That's
Because
right.
tó bá bá èyí tí ò ṣe tiẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kò ní gbọ́. Mo mọ̀ pé òkè tó bá
Yeah,
bá tiẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ like Boni rational and so yeah, feel a magic she magic. That's the
Yeah,
in there.
I agree. I
But
agree
at
to
least
that.
let's settle it. Paris síbẹ̀.
Yeah. Ó ti tọ́nu mi. Kò kí n pẹ́ tọ́nu mi
No,
Patoski.
she's not that kind of. That's the
Kí n
person
tó.
she is. That's why people don't understand her. People.
Hey, you know, Dupe,
So
you
so
know when I remember the day the drama
you
between you
and
and Kenny. Ah, I laughed tired that day. Eh?
Are you there?
Kai.
Are you there now? Are you there? Simba. Or you were
Eh?
just listening? You were just
I was just
listening.
listening. Eh, no, it
Oh,
was not. Let
Even
me
now,
tell you, it was not even that day. I went and searched for that clip later, and I was watching. I was laughing. Eh? The two of you are very funny. Eh? Even
yeah,
that Kenny guy.
Yeah, it
I don't know. I
was.
went to search for his music and I started listening to Kenny's music since that day.
No, Kenny is a very funny guy.
so we should expect that Miss Dupsy and Madam AI are going to be friends in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
No, AI
Four
is
weeks.
not my
In the
friend.
next 24 hours.
No, we can't be friends. No, as but we can actually chat here. We can't be friends. AI is too. She's too
No,
controlling.
I understood what
Yeah,
you were trying to say because she
yeah,
said 16-year-old, and I know exactly. I would not consider it,
yeah. To be
even
friends
if the
with
law in that state says 16
Says
years old.
16
I mean,
to
exactly.
anything
Yeah.
sexual.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
My children here, they started driving at the age of 15. Patoski, how old now? My brother said drive. 15. They started teaching them from grade 10. Was it grade
That is
10?
good.
No.
Withdraw on you. What is that?
Okay. Oh, you didn't allow them. Oh, no. I
But
allowed them.
Dupsy, my daughter there, they didn't allow her to drive now. She even went to driving school and they
Because she's
said
an
until when
international
she's
student.
18, they will not give her driver license.
Probably because she's an
No,
international
16
student.
can start, but she'll get her learner. But when she's 18, she'll drive.
Learner, yes.
For
Yeah.
17.
Yes, that's
Somebody
what
to
they.
decide
She
her.
has written the exam, passed the exam, and they said until when she's 18.
No, she can drive.
No.
Somebody
She
will
can
be
drive
beside
at
her to
17.
Yeah,
supervise her.
No,
somebody
they
with
said
a
That
somebody
driver's
has
learner,
to be
license.
with her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she has to
yeah.
drive with that learner for 1 year.
yeah.
Hmm.
Somebody can actually be beside her after that.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
understand?
it's
Yeah.
really nice
Somebody can
chatting
drive
and
with her
catching up with you
and
guys.
own
Oh.
her. And
And
somebody can
Dupsy, you see,
yeah.
can you come up with more similar topics and topics
Yeah,
for
it's
people
Choma.
like
Choma is not listening. She's the one that does all those things, though. Not me. Me, I
I'm
just can
listening.
you hear what DOJ is saying?
Yeah, he wants us to come up with more topics.
thinking?
Miss Madam
Yeah.
Chioma is already out already. She's just here in
Choma is
body.
not a
Her
madam.
spirit
She's
is
a
of
babe.
We
Have you
should
not
come
seen
up
her?
again
Have you
with
not seen her video? She's not a
Oh
madam.
yeah,
In any
I've seen her. I've
Chioma,
seen her on
say
video
me, your
before.
boyfriend, I'm here. You are telling me you are going out with another person, eh?
Oh, Dr. Simba.
Oh, she's
How much money have you
don't
given
wo-
me?
You that have
don't
already prepared for you to come for next Hajj. Okay, no
don't
problem.
worry.
You can
She's
do
FH
she's
whatever
just
you like.
she's just dating other people. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm just doing talking to. Wink, wink.
So Chama, quick one. I'm thinking we should come up with how people that are divorced to can cope, and
Like co-parenting.
yeah, no, cope on their own. Because for example, I'm sorry to mention his name again, Ekene, the way he sounded, there is a lot that I think he bottled in during those things. And I think we need to talk about divorces as well. And let's hear from people how people feel they could
that
cope.
divorced. Yeah.
It's different topic around that. So it won't be just about women, men.
Yeah.
Just
Because
yeah, just to tweak it around.
we're having more people in that category nowadays. Oh. Yeah.
Mm.
We're having more people in
Mm.
that divorce.
Shoma, can you come up with something like that so that
Yes, I can.
yeah.
Yeah.
And how they can seek help too. Don't
Yeah,
say that depression is for the weak. It's a lie. You're human.
it
Human
is.
being
Oh
Oh,
gets
yeah.
depressed.
it is. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
we all
a lot
have
of people
elastic
say
limits.
I'm
The
a
way we
man. I
can
can
take
never be
things are
depressed.
different.
No, you can
And
actually be
also, we need
depressed.
to discuss domestic violence. I think that's the number one thing that leads to divorce within Nigerian households.
Mm. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
actually, when I was in Nigeria last year, I met a lady who actually was telling me that she hosts a group for divorced people. She actually invited me to come, to come to the group. I think she said she had like a group of about 20 something people that they get together. I don't remember if it was every 2 weeks or once a month in Lagos. And I was telling her, why don't you do this thing on YouTube? You know, you
Yeah,
should do
but
it
the
on
problem
YouTube.
is, bro, access to data for Niger. Is people never chop. So
No,
come stream on YouTube.
DOG is not that bad. It's not that bad now.
she did chop well. She did chop
Hey,
well.
but
So
you're talking about she. What about other people? A
no. I'm
diverse
talking.
probably has a child with
They
parents.
already have a group. They get together in person. This is not online.
And that's
So
what
I
I'm
was saying
saying.
that
They
why
want her
doesn't
to
she
come on
host it?
YouTube.
But there are a
Yeah.
lot of YouTube channels in Nigeria. People do live program now.
Oh, I
I
didn't.
know,
Well,
but they
I
can do
mean,
the
like I
live
said,
program. They
this
won't
is
be able
this is
to bring
somebody.
those people. Not all those people will be able to come. Not all those divorcees will
No,
be
no,
able
no,
to
no,
come.
no. This no. You do. I don't think you're getting me. She was telling me she already hosts this for
Okay.
divorced people, so they meet in person, not online. So I was just telling
No,
her
she
that
can
why don't
even
you?
she can even do it, record it, and post it
Oh yeah, I see
online.
what
Yeah,
you're
you
saying.
can,
Yeah.
Mm.
Just like
and
I see.
you can even have people be in silhouette. They
I
don't
even
have to
think
show
that,
their
you know
face.
what, I think
Hmm.
people in the West even need it more than people in Nigeria, because the except for women in Nigeria, the implication of divorce on the divorce is not as high as what we have here. If a woman divorces you here, you are in soup. If you divorce a woman, you are in soup. In Nigeria, if a woman divorces you, okay, but if you divorce the woman might be, there might be stigma or some other stuff, you know. But here, you are going to really suffer both mentally, economically,
Both
socially,
ways.
yeah. So I think it should even be more here, because I
Then I
belong.
think about parenting as well.
Yeah,
Parenting
in
for
my
people in
society here
Nigeria in
in
diaspora.
Canada, you know, the Canada is becoming like Calgary here now. It's becoming like the UK, where you have a lot of Nigerian women that are divorcing their spouse. You know, in the UK, those most of the women are just single. Now Canada is becoming like that. Calgary, for example, is almost becoming like that. They just, you see people that just came in, maybe few months or a year max, marriage don't scatter. And these were people
You
maybe
see,
they've been
even
married,
with
they've been
I
after
think the
10 years.
pressure with oversee, the pressure adds to what causes this divorce, especially with most Africans abroad.
You started discussing the topic ahead there.
You know?
Mm.
That's to tell you it's a
Then I
very
think I
good
think
topic.
I think I think we should touch parenting too with people in diaspora, most especially because like in the UK now, the rate of stabbing is crazy, and it's young boys, young child. I've had a lot of experience of people. I've seen family that even that was one, they almost stabbed the guy. Then police had to go to his house. They now realize even him has machete under his bed, and his parents didn't know. Police
Hmm.
advised the dad is my friend. Police now advise that they need to move from this area because if not, they will still attack him. The guy flew the guy back to Nigeria to go and be
Wow.
schooling in Nigeria.
Wow.
And I think it's because the challenges of people paying bill, a lot of parents, and I think most of the time when they tend to mingle with wrong people is when they close from school. A lot of parents are not there to pick their kids from school. So when they came out from school, they mingle with a lot.
Exactly. And you know, the funny thing, just like you said, the funny thing is when I talk to a lot of Canadian immigrants, when you ask them why did you come, they say because of these children, because of these children. And when they get there,
Mm.
they do one time for these children.
Yeah.
Because most of them will say they
About me,
are
Yeah.
I know
coming
they
to the US
joke. I
because
know
they
they
have
joke.
children.
I think the kind of support, family or social support that we have in Nigeria,
It's not
that is
Limited
perfect.
now.
lacking
Yeah.
in those
It-
places, is actually a big problem.
It's a big
Yeah.
problem. And childcare is not a joke. Baba,
Yeah.
that was a point. I need to
No,
this.
in Nigeria, people,
I resign from my work. Say, there is
Because
no
your
way you
salary
can
say,
do it.
you, you,
You have to put your kids
DOG,
ahead. Yeah,
people we know they go out to all those places because they are searching for better life, but
exactly.
Mm.
they are not prepared for the stress.
And
or
challenges
that and challenge that comes with it. In
with kids,
Nigeria,
when
let me
especially
tell
when you
you,
have kids.
people might be talking, shouting, being power, but they have less pressure on them. They have
Mm-hmm.
less stress.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
understand? In Nigeria, you might not even
100%.
have money. You will not starve. Believe me, you
Mm-hmm.
can go to your friend's house, you go and
Mm-hmm.
eat. People
Mm-hmm.
are ready to offer you. There's no those things are not. You can't do that in the Western world now.
Of course.
No,
You will see people that even borrow you money. So people
yeah, I
don't
think it's
know what they are
no, I
actually
think it's just
benefiting from that society.
no, I think it's there are different type of pressures. I mean, um, I know over here in America, obviously it depends on how you get here, and I know I have a cousin who moved from Nigeria to Canada with 3 children and the wife, and I don't know exactly how they did it, but they live in some sort of a government housing thing. The
Like
government
a council
provided them
flat or
some
something.
housing. Yeah,
Mm.
and luckily for him and his wife, he's actually doing a whole lot better now. And in America, if you come here, obviously it depends on type of visa that got you here. In certain situations, I mean, obviously, even when you're getting your visa, they want to make sure who is sponsoring you. Does that person have enough to be able to take care of you or you and your family until you get, status? But
Mm.
in America, for the most part, at least I've lived in different places in this country, and every single place that I've lived, there are food banks that you can go and get food every week. I mean, everything from vegetables to onions to canned food. So, I mean, it just depends on the situation. And if you're
But
not living your
bro,
life
bro,
based
what I'm
on,
saying is
hold on,
like
hold on.
aside.
If you're not living your life based on what other people are doing, I thank
Aside
God
food,
for my own
aside
self. I,
feeding,
I don't
aside
care if
feeding,
my I don't care if
as
my neighbors all drive Lamborghini. You know, consign me. I face my
okay,
life.
aside feeding, what I realized lately is like all these guys that just came to the UK now with this COS, all of them, they are having issue. Even one of them was giving me gist about another one that
Mm,
they have social worker issue with their kids now because
mm,
husband and wife went to shift. They lock kids in the house.
mm.
A neighbor called to say he can hear kids shouting. Police
Yeah,
came. The kids are the only one in the house. They were
yeah,
lucky they've not taken the kids. But me, I told that guy that was telling me that if you are close to them, you better warn them that even in school now, they would have related with school to be watching those kids. And
yeah.
school will be giving them report back on that ground. They want to know that school is giving, and they will be watching them.
Mhm.
So a lot of people are taking a lot of risk because they want to cover their bills. Things are freaking expensive. So that's what I'm
And
telling
Yeah.
even the society expectation from home is also a pressure.
exactly. So you have, like you
Because they
said,
want to
don't put
prove a
yourself under
point that
pressure.
that
Don't
the
compare
decision that they have
yourself.
taken to relocate is actually
Exactly.
the
About some
best.
people
They
sold
want to,
their house for this
God
yeah.
COS
bless
or
you.
this
God
CSO
bless
thing.
you. Ẹlòmíì tó yẹ kó padà kò ní lè padà mọ́. He wants
Ó
to
ti
keep
talé,
that.
ó
Yeah.
talé ta mọ́tò.
He wants to put like didn't take a wrong decision coming.
No, where níbo ló fẹ́ padà sí? Just like they said, ó ti ta lé, wọ́n ti ta mọ́tò, wọ́n ti ta lẹ̀.
So I go tell my other people want talent to they just don't want to go back. Or the wife
People
will say,
think about what
he
people will
become
say.
mi ò ní padà. Tó bá fẹ́ padà,
What
ìwọ
people
ni kó
will
máa lọ.
say. You know how our society is now. You know how Nigeria is. They will rubbish them. You just go,
But
you
wait,
do.
aside from what people will say, you've made the decision to move yourself, especially those who have been able to move themselves and their family. What are you going? Is it? I mean, what report tells you that you're going to go back and do what with what money?
Exactly.
Exactly. But me, I always say to people,
But
don't
let
be
me tell you
afraid.
another thing
If
I've
if
discovered.
if you have gotten to a point that you need to go back, don't be afraid to go back.
Do
When
you
But
know
go
another
back to what? Go back to what? What is it
I mean,
that made you
see
leave in the first place?
Nigeria, you can go back to your parents' house. Here, if you stay here, if you are not careful, you want to manage, they will eventually take your kids self away from you. You will now have to go to that Nigeria without those kids self at some
I
point
think,
when it gets.
I think for the most part, this is just my observation. I mean, of dealing with Nigerians all over this country. if you, I mean, I always tell people, me, I cut my coat below my size,
Mm.
and I don't care what anybody else is doing.
That's the
I
way
don't.
forward. That's
It
the way to
doesn't. It
live
does.
life exactly.
It has never bothered me what somebody else is doing.
Yeah, but
I
Baba,
don't.
I'm telling you,
It's
bros,
never
bro, I
ever.
will tell you now. Only the way you are talking now, only 10% of Nigerians are like that. Nigerians, like my wife is not Nigerian, she's from Zimbabwe, but she'll say, ah, you Nigerians, you guys are likers of this because she works with Nigerian. She's in the healthcare
Mm,
sector, she's a boss. So she sees how Nigerians live. Say we are likers of things. The way
yeah.
the expectation is high. People even so the way forward that people don't know is the way to even live this life is don't compare your life, live your life according and plan yourself. When you get
Yeah.
to where you want to get to, your story will even be sweeter.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Brother,
saying. If you have
do
gotten
you
to a
know that?
point over abroad and
Do
you
you know
know you
my
can't cope
brother, this thing you are
anymore,
saying, man, it's easier if you're an individual. You see, if you're a married person, the decision you take, your perception of life is not just your choice. Somebody say, oh, I don't care whether my neighbor has this car, just use my
Yeah.
car.
That was me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if your spouse is the type that say, ah, and when they shaking, she also wants to do it, then the pressure is
you
on
see,
you.
that's
If
what
you
takes
don't
us
feel,
back to the topic
then
of today now. That takes us back to the
Yeah.
exactly,
topic of today. You have to
What
marry
if you
type of
don't
somebody,
person?
do it,
you
you are
have to
seen
marry
as laid
somebody
back.
that you align with,
No.
somebody that you
Exactly.
plan.
This happened.
That's the
This
major
happened.
source of problem here in
No.
Canada.
This happened to me. My kid's mother. She's a Black American. She's not a Nigerian. When she met me, when she met me, she knew the type of life I was living. So there was no issue. But I got in some problem with the IRS. I lost everything. So I had to start all over again. And it got to a point where I worked was like 3 miles from our house. So, we started doing better and bought a brand new SUV and all whatnot for her to be driving. We had an old car that I was driving. It got to a point she said, why don't we buy you a BMW or a Mercedes Benz? I said, for what? It is more important that we're putting over $1,000 into our retirement account every month than me driving a BMW. I said, when you met me, you knew the type of cars I was driving. Do I look like somebody that is deprived of a car? But it's just it's the mindset. I'm
Mm.
not looking for a girlfriend. I'm already married. We get picking. What do I care? I mean, if somebody doesn't like the car that I'm driving, that's their own problem.
As long as my car takes me to point A and B, I'm
You
fine.
know, can
And
do
it's
Exactly.
not giving me
what
issue.
can do. You know what normally bring fights between you and I is everything is not about
Oh, but
the way
I
you
can
feel.
only talk about me. I can't talk about other people's life. How am I
But
going
there
to
are some influence that okay, somebody mentioned that is why if you have a spouse, there's no way it can be about you have to consider
Alone.
her also.
Yeah, I consider her. We bought her a brand new SUV. What else do you want? The one that
Which
I'm
is
driving,
Eh,
I
good.
didn't say
And
I didn't
this
say it's
point that
paining me in the
Simba just
behind.
made now,
Are
this
you
guy
guys
was
hearing
trying to make it earlier on, rational mind about when this guy that was divorced was
Ekene.
talking, Ekene was talking, Madam Zita cautioned
me?
him.
Are you
Da, da,
people
da, da,
hearing
da, da, da. And I'm thinking, it's true. The way he was speaking was just about him, about him, about him. This is what I want. This is what I
Hello,
want.
good morning.
But
Are
maybe
you
your
hearing me?
partner wants something else. Did you sit down to talk, to communicate and reach a compromise on how to go about it? Then he mentioned something. Then family started.
Hello, good morning. Are you hearing me? Are
Good
you
DOG.
Okay,
hearing me?
morning.
Midwest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Midwest.
Midwest, can you hold on? Just hold on. DOG,
I do
and you
not
will
know
see,
whether my network
I'm
not.
always emphasizing on matured minds getting
Nice.
married. Do you understand? So
Yeah.
Ekene is a good, is the way I can just see Ekene is a very lovely guy, but I don't think he has that maturity. I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah.
still talking about, and Kandu has it too.
Yeah.
Kandu is
Then he
always
mentioned, oh,
very,
family were telling me,
yeah,
family were
yeah,
saying this. I'm thinking,
exactly.
did you sit
Kandutu is
down? Did
like
you
that,
understand your
and
wife? Did you reach compromise? There are things you have to sacrifice, and it can't be
DOG,
about you.
rational mind can do Ekene, they're in the same boat. But you will see, and I'm not saying that they are not nice people. You can see Kandu is a very lovely guy, talks very
Yeah,
calmly
calmly.
and
Yeah,
very calm.
and
So
no
it's not as
argument
if,
with anybody.
and that's when, if you listen to the first 5 minutes of this show, I said it, don't pressure anybody into marriage. Some people can function as a very good friend, as a very good son, as a good cousin, but they can't function in that role called husband. And they can function very well as a good father, but they can't just function in that role called
They can
husband.
even function. They can even function better as a boyfriend.
As a
Yeah,
boyfriend, thank you, Simba. They can
but
function very well, but that role called husband is too overwhelming for them, so they can't function very well in that role. So that's why I
but
disagree that anybody should pressure anybody into marriage.
So,
yeah,
but
but
husband,
like I
If
now,
said,
you
but
let
let me
me
ask you,
West just
Dupe.
say
okay.
something.
Now, let me
Yeah,
ask you,
Patoski.
Dupe.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
husband role as defined by who? Is it as defined by their wife? Because the
No,
point
no,
is
no,
that
no,
in most cases, sorry, the women
no.
have certain expectation of who a
No, no,
father
no,
is
no,
to be.
no,
That's their
Patoski,
own
no, not
understanding.
not as defined
You say,
as
look
they
at
were.
this
I
man,
just
that's a father.
no,
You
Patoski,
are
no,
not
no. I'm
like
not
that.
even talking about women that compare. I don't like that. Do not compare, please. I hate
Let
it.
me tell you, my
I
sister,
even hate it when you compare your wife. Don't
70%
compare.
of women or
I
men
don't.
compare.
Eh, that's not
70%
that's
of
not
women
even
compare.
matured enough,
Only
Patoski.
few of them
That's
voice
You
it
been
can't
out.
that's not even
70 to
matured when you
80%.
compare. Don't compare. I don't want
Dupe,
that.
Dupe,
Yeah.
that
Dupe.
can
Okay, have you seen the situation whereby the
for
woman and the man
comparing.
they are working though, but the woman will
Yeah.
be asking the man, "What are you using your money?" I don't even know what you are using your money for.
That
Exactly.
is rude. That's not respect for your man as well. That is rude.
Meanwhile, she's also
You can't
earning,
even
no.
say that
So
to your man.
And she's keeping her
no,
That
but
is
a
money.
lot
rude.
of women do.
Ẹ
They
jẹ́ kí n
ask
kí èèyàn
that
mi ẹjọ́
question.
torí Ọlọ́run gbogbo yín tí ń bú mi látàrọ èèyàn mi, my darling, my love is here. Fatai, how are you, my darling? Love you so much, jàre. Torí gbogbo wọn tó wà bí wọ́n ń bú mi ni. Fatai
ah,
èèyàn mi ni. Tí wọ́n gbọ́ pé èèyàn bú mi, ó pọ̀.
God forbid me. They didn't. My mother didn't teach me to abuse people.
I'm only joking, my brother. Can't
Yeah,
do
I
such
know,
a
I know, I know, I know,
I'm
I know,
only joking.
I
Fatai, how
know.
are you, my brother? Hope you're doing
Yeah,
well.
make a
Yeah,
shake
Èèyàn mi,
to
èèyàn mi,
sister.
yeah,
èèyàn yìí.
yeah, yeah. Number one,
Èèyàn
number
mi,
one,
èèyàn yìí.
number one, number one.
Má
You
yẹ
know,
kí
it's
Simba jealous. Simba máa tara mi tó wà ẹ̀ ní. Inú ò ní dùn.
number one.
Thank you,
Wọ́n
my
ti gé,
brother.
ìyá mi, wọ́n ti gé àṣàkẹ́ létí lọ.
Wọ́n ti gé lọ.
Number one.
Fatai
Wọ́n ti-
Natasha. Hey, ó ga jù.
Àṣàkẹ́ ò gbọ́n tó ń sọ mọ́.
Kò gbọ́ nǹkan kan.
Àṣẹ àwọn fámílì àṣàkẹ́ lélẹ́yìí, àwọn fámílì àwọn kò gbọ́ nǹkan kan mọ́ lélẹ́yìí.
Kò gbọ́ nǹkan kan wọ́n. But please let me allow Midwest to talk
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni,
for
bẹ́ẹ̀ni,
a
bẹ́ẹ̀ni,
minute.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Yeah, I
And
will
guys,
call
don't
you.
forget we are keeping Chioma. So let's
Yes, we are keeping. Don't worry, she's talking to her boyfriend. Oh, boyfriend there, one leg there, so there's no problem. So Midwest,
Good,
you can go
yeah,
ahead.
good morning, everybody. I just want to, somebody was talking about car and pressure for wife. I think that have to do with Nigeria culture, not the country hosting us. I don't know if America, I've not lived in America, but I would compare Europe as an example. Uh, for the Europeans, the car you drive doesn't matter to anybody. If you like, go and buy Lamborghinis, just your own. Somebody driving bicycle, it doesn't send anybody.
It's for your
Even though,
pockets.
even though if the Europeans, they said, even if they choose to go and buy 20 years old car, and you are telling buy a new car, he will tell you, no, 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 I don't want to buy. The person is rich. So I think for them, they don't use car to measure their level of wealth. But we Africans who live in their midst, if we are able to buy a Jeep with that same Nigerian mentality, we believe we are better than that man that is driving a lesser car, particularly when it's from Nigeria. I think that is number one difference there. I think if we want to really adjust things, we should consider our culture, how it affects us negatively, and see area where we can, learn from this Western on, because they don't allow things to put pressure on them. What the neighbor is enjoying, no, they just plan for themselves. And two, concerning marriage issue, like as Madam said, he said marriage is for mature heart. I agree. Every heart is mature once you are above 18 years to understand that marriage is in existence. But what I will advise is people should look for someone that suits their kind of people. All men are not the same, and all women are never the same. So you can't use A to compare B. And in doing so, that's why marriages are having problems. Still boil down to that competition. Because sometimes we're not even raised from the same home. So you imagine couple coming together, raised in different background, different understanding, and then they choose to live together. So definitely there's going to be a lot of issue because I've never seen marriage that is free from issue. And what really make marriage to sound is the ability to manage those issues, come out of it, and move forward positively. So that is just my sum. There's never a level of maturity you're going to have that is going to sustain your marriage. I've seen marriage that have lasted for 40 years, broken up, 30 years, broken up. I think those years are enough for them to mature. So it gets to a point where they fail to manage. And coming to our country, how it affects our immigrants here now, particularly those ones that are just coming. I think these young, the new ones, the real challenges they have because olden days, either the man move first. Most cases, by culture of Africa, is the man that have to move first, except if the woman is coming here to study and the man approve it. Anything outside that, I think that woman is already ready to go and also herself. That's why she moved. So let us not be sugarcoating anything here. So if a single woman is traveling, she has made up her mind, according to our own culture as an African people. So to go and hustle and do it herself. But those who are coming now as a family, they don't know what they are going into. They just assume coming here, their problem is over, only for them to come and see huge problem or problem that is even bigger than the one they have been witnessing in Nigeria. But the problem is how to fix themselves. How can one fix oneself in this Western world? You see opportunities around, but legally, we are not used to legal something country we are coming from. We don't even process document themselves. So here you see yourself going to office, become a document country. You do this, you do that. So the whole thing is strain a lot of family at the same time, break marriages. And that's what I've witnessed here. So it put a lot of economic pressure on them. Pressure on how to fix oneself is breaking those marriages. Not that they don't love themselves. So any couple that is coming, they should prepare their mind if they are coming as a family, because they don't have, they are not in the system. So to fix oneself in the system is very challenging, and they are ignorance of those things because in our society we don't do those things. So we are not document people.
It's so
So
sad that they even report themselves to the point that they would deport both of themselves back.
yeah, we are not document people, so we don't understand the stress of documentation or trying to fix oneself into a society, particularly when you these days where almost in Europe here, far right is taking over government and they are tightening everything. So, and that is number one thing. So if any couples, if they are coming, they love their marriage, they should ask questions. You're going to see yourself in a challenge that is far worse than what you are witnessing in Nigeria, no doubt. Except you are those
Thank,
politician family where they have a lot of money, so where people
thank
can
you,
just call
Jeremy.
woman. Yeah.
Midwest.
So
Mild is mild west, right? Mild.
no,
Mild
Midwest,
west. Oh,
Midwest.
Midwest. I think I
Mm,
can see L there. Okay, Midwest. Okay.
thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
Àgbà
much,
ti dé,
Midwest.
ìyá tí ń lógo.
Mo ń lògo, but mo dẹ̀ mo rí L ń bẹ̀ ni. Mo ń lògo, ọjọ́ òní mi ò lògo. Mo ti ń lògo as far back as ìgbà tí mo ti 40. So let me hear my darling, Fatai. What do you have to say about this our topic? Who left? Patoski left. Okay. Fatai.
Yeah, you don't share.
Okay, Fatai, when are you planning to get married? Or you're not planning to get married at all?
Why you? Yeah, down to the
Check
level.
jump question. Yeah. Jump,
No, but then she jump question. When she jump question. ẹni jẹ́ kánsá láti ìyá mi di màámi nìyẹn o. Màámi wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀.
Bàtà ìjọ kí ni ìyàtọ̀ màmí àti ìyá
ó yá mi màámi àti ìyá mi. Ó dàbá àwọn màámi yẹn máa ń disturb èèyàn. Àwọn màámi yẹn wọ́n máa ń disturb èèyàn gan. Ìgbà wo ló máa mú ìyàwó wálé?
Òrìṣà tí ó sì rí òrìṣà bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́ màámi. Ọlọ́run bá mi fọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ màámi.
Àmín. Náà túbọ̀ máa fọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ wọn. So, Fatai, what do you think?
Me, I not be expert for this kind of things now.
I know, but what are your plans regarding marriage?
DOG Alpha now.
Adé mo wà bẹ́ẹ̀ brother mi mo là ń lẹ̀.
Ṣé DOG ni àbí OG? Old guy.
Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ó tó jọ́ mẹ́ta.
DOG ṣé OG tó ti máa ń lo IG ni àbí báwo?
OG eléyìí ò tiẹ̀ lo IG gan mọ́.
OG eléyìí ò lo IG, OG original eléyìí. OG gangan traditional OG. OG eléyìí.
That guy.
Yeah, a long time, my brother.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I got you. Yeah, me so anything. Where do I even?
You can start from anywhere.
Yeah. No. It's not that. It's not a big deal. It could have happened many times. So that's not really a big deal.
So there's no girl that is, that is always like you're always looking at and thinking about. Hey, Oshamo, I just about my mom. There's no girl like that.
No, I don't have that problem. That problem. It's not a question whether you got to have your mom. That's not the problem. Yeah. That's not the problem. If you want something, you go for it now. So that's not the problem. Yeah. I don't really want to talk about personal stuff, But yeah, I mean, some blast from the past. You wish. You didn't do bullshit. I was there at time. Why you do bullshit with that again? That kind of thing. Those ones there on the normal,
No, I'm not even talking about those ones. I'm talking about the real one.
No, the main one that is it's just that I'm not. I have how do I put it? I don't have a settled mind for it. It's not about girl. I don't have a settled mind.
Yeah,
that's what it is about. It's not really.
And I like it when people make up their minds like that. That's not. I'm not thinking about it now. Maybe not in the next 5 years. Probably you can have a change of mind.
And I think that's what you're trying to say. People like Fatai it won't be easy to be pressuring people like Fatai. Even if you
exactly,
they'll just look at you like, I beg, I know what kind of you leave me.
Exactly, yeah. That is not something I'm thinking about now, but maybe later, but not now.
Yeah. It might not be up to 5 years. I don't really think it's gonna be up to 5. I just need to tie some places, So I tie some places, I don't think it's a big problem. I don't think it's a big problem. I go by my way. I do what I have to do. I do what I have to do. I have what I have to have. But when it comes to strong commitment, generally I'm generally very shy of strong commitment. Generally speaking, so I have to say that. And also I have things I'm doing. Also I have I can't deny I have a little bit of. Backlash from the loss of my parents. So That also is a lot of things. So it's not kind of complicated. So I will but because
Sorry,
you're gonna have to, you're gonna have
I get what you are saying, Fatai. But when you said you have a little bit of issue with being commitment, in how is this something you
I
can?
think that's from Fatai's past. He has shared some of it here before on my
Oh,
show.
okay.
Yeah. So and that's what I said at the beginning. If you think you still have some things that you're dealing with,
With
please be whole yourself first. Treat yourself.
true,
Make sure you take care of yourself. You are very
100%.
important. Don't say you're looking for somebody to complete you. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be whole
It will
yourself.
just be
So
complicated again.
exactly. So I think I know where Fatah is coming from.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Fatah, you can go ahead.
but I do appreciate because uh my mama every day she dey fight me that time and I regret that I should but it's all right, somebody they look say, they always look say like this, but you should have give mama. I say, mama, now what you want with this? Leave me alone. But I'm okay, my coach come out lover, But it's one of those things in life. It's one of those
I
never.
love the way you didn't pressure yourself, Fatah. You are doing it at your own time. That's the best. That's what we are preaching. So that when you do it, it will work. Yeah.
That's part of
Don't be
what
pressured.
is
Yeah.
killing these things.
Yeah.
Pressure.
Don't be pressured.
People will just find anybody and go and marry because they've been pressured to get married. This guy wants to marry me, let's marry. Even though they didn't do their due diligence, watch the person, make sure they are okay with the person because of the pressure. I'm working, he's working. Okay, let's get married. They've overlooked all the red flags. This guy has slapped me before, but because of they've been saying I should get married, I'm getting it, I should get married. Then they get married then after a year. So what's the point? So you are doing the right thing, my brother. You will still make your mama proud when you do it. She will still be proud.
The only balance I see there is that with like pressure, I don't really care about society pressure, but we couldn't see tomorrow now, But I think I would have, but if I could turn back the hands of time, I think I would take the pressure from my mom. I think I would take it. I think that I think I would take it. Not from nobody else, but from her, I think I would take it. And I think I would take. I think if I could turn the balance of time, I wouldn't even mind not going to school just to stay with, just to not lose all that time. My mom also, she had some. I mean, I think she would have loved to see me more, and think if I knew that this is how life would be, I would have loved to be like that. I don't even care about the education or travel abroad. I think I would choose that over the education even. Maybe in hindsight, it could have a lot of regrets from that angle. But those are personal things. So I don't really like to talk about my personal self, because it brings a lot of I don't even know how to carry it. So I don't know how to deal with it. So I don't talk about that. I prefer to talk about I rather talk about other things,
And I always appreciate you, Fatah. I
So,
always and I could understand you very well. That's why I have that strong connection with you. Yeah, I could understand even your unspoken words. I do understand them. So I think I understand you perfectly. There's no pressure still. There's no pressure still. You take your time. I hate divorce. I don't like divorce. So I prefer people not to get married than getting divorced.
No, it's not even about
Exactly.
divorce. It's not even about
Yeah.
divorce. If
Mm-hmm.
you are into something and it doesn't work, of course you're not going to kill yourself there.
I
it's not
know,
work.
I know, I
Because
agree totally.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the
you're
thing
broke. I
is,
mean,
Fatai,
somebody has
you see,
broken up with how many girlfriends? So divorce is a marriage is a higher, more stronger girlfriend, you know.
but
Yeah,
Dupsy,
yeah,
Dupsy, I think
And
what I
divorce is not a
always think is, I think
yeah.
if you get married and you
Mm-hmm.
divorce, even if you
Mm.
remarry, is never the same
I
again.
agree. I
And
agree.
I have a friend in the UK here. He's my age mate. He's not married, doesn't have kids, and I'm close to the family. So the mom is always calling me to pressure me like, Bore, you sorry, talk to your friend. Da, 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 go to talk
Mm.
about. Then I always say to her, we talk to him rather, and not like he's not looking at it himself. But
Mm.
mom, what would be your joy now that he's okay? Do you want him to get married and be calling you every day? He's not happy, and you've been through marital life yourself, how would you be feeling where you are, knowing that he's not happy with it?
But DOG, but even the divorce and all I personally, I don't really think that those are the issue because life is never a straight line, you know. So even because a lot of things that is also used to tie people down in our ethic. I mean, okay, I'm not. This is a opinion, or this is not a.
Yeah, bro. That's why we are here for able to
This
share
is
their
not
opinion.
a
Yeah,
standard. I'm not actually aware of. I'm not even close to expert, you know. So I'm just saying, like a lot of things too. Is if you be scared about, like, if you divorce, then you remarry is never going to be the same. No, but a lot of people remarry and they were better for it. A lot of people remarry
they
and
might be
they.
better, but when they say it's never the same, there's a lot of
Yeah, there's
things
a lot of trauma that
that
you carry from
that
the
comes
first
in
one.
play.
It's
You
not easy
know,
like that,
it's not easy
Fatai.
I
like
know.
that.
A lot of
Well,
people, yeah.
I'm just saying that there is an element of scare element there also when they say, "Oh, you will never be the same." You understand?
Yeah,
Even
but
if
There's a
you
lot
Yeah.
of
not
trauma
you,
and
not
there's a
you in
lot of
particular.
relief that comes with it also. It
Mm.
depends
you
on
want
what
to,
led to the
I,
divorce.
I,
There's a lot of relief that comes with it also.
Exactly. So it's
What
not even
what
about you. What they say is to never be the same. It won't be the same. Like if married before, it won't be like your first marriage. You know.
Exactly.
my
It's
own,
either it might be the experience might be better, it might be worse or better than the
Better.
previous one. So,
Mm.
Exactly.
some people
But
think
at least there'll still be some kind of emotions
Chance
from,
exactly.
yeah, from the previous one. That's what I'm saying.
Ones.
I prefer you not to marry rather than to marry. I'm not against divorce in any way. Of course, if it's not working, you have to divorce. But I just don't like the emotions that comes with it,
Comes with
the
it.
trauma. Yeah. I just don't. A lot of people get depressed and,
I don't even know how people do
disorientated with
it
it.
because I believe if I've had kids and God forbid something like that happen or I become a widow, I don't think I will ever remarry.
Yeah,
I will
as
ever.
somebody
I don't think I will ever remarry.
as somebody
it's,
that
I will
has
just look after my kids
BOG,
and
it's
enjoy
easier
life.
said than done. Don't just pray that you don't get to that
That's
kind
what
of
I said. That God
situation.
forbid,
Uh-huh,
but
yeah,
uh-huh.
as
Baba,
somebody that has done
they
it
no go love
twice.
no woman go love your child from the other marriage like their mother and you. There is a lot of things, challenges those kids will face. It is only if they are
Yeah,
adults, maybe if they have grown up and they've left the house, yes. But if you are living with them under the same roof, Baba, when you are not there, bro, I don't.
yeah,
I'm not from a polygamous home, but I have a lot of friends, and I know what they go through. It's not for some their
yeah,
mother are there, some their mother are not there, and what they go through. So when you look at
yeah.
all these things, I just look
As somebody that has gone through it twice, even before
that
going
the
through it,
next thing is for you
yeah, even before going through it,
to
I used
marry
to
at that
be
point.
part of a soccer program that had like 500 kids, and you could
Hmm.
see the behavioral pattern. It's,
Mm-hmm.
it's, it's, it's unbelievable how distinct it is of children that come from the divorced home. It was so clear you could see it. And I don't wish it on anyone. When I went through it with my children's mother, I did not want it, but it was what she wanted. And there was nothing, what am I going to do about it? And I know there are people that go through it and they survive through life and this and that and the other. But I guess maybe because of the way it happened for us, our children that are now in their early 20s now, they're still suffering from it. They really are. It has impacted them in ways that I cannot even imagine. And
Yeah, that's part of it. What are you talking to me?
yeah, when I got married the second time, I didn't even want to get married, to be honest. Uh, but I did it. But it was not the same. I didn't even feel the same at all.
Mm.
I did not feel the same. And I think a lot has to do with the children that were involved and the way that I looked at myself as a father. I wasn't I was a father that would put a child in the back and take a wrapper and wrap it around and be walking around the house type of person, hands on. So I'm sure it's different. And I wonder sometimes people like myself or even other people that have done it 2 or 3 or 4 times, how can you love so many people in
Mm.
this life?
Mm.
Can you really love this one person and then you leave them and then you love that other person? I don't know. Maybe it's just my own personal, the personal way God made me.
Can do. I
Uh,
don't think it's about love for those people. I think some people are just so scared to stay alone. They
mm.
can't stay by themselves. They don't believe in that because there's no real
But but
self-confidence.
then they keep living.
So
They
yeah,
keep living.
Yeah, and this is
they
why
can. Yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate you using your experience to tell us like
Mm.
what you've seen in kids like that and how it feels when you even remarried again was not the same, which was what I was trying to say to Fatai too. Is I've not been through it, but I can feel it I don't think it's ever going to be the same. You know,
No,
I,
dude, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm
I
just
know, I know,
saying,
I know,
like,
I know. I say I'm trying. That's what I was trying to
yeah,
point out
yeah,
to you.
there is
Yeah,
some scare
you know,
element.
I
People
appreciate that.
but
Duke can
back
I
share
want
that
to.
to
part of his
What I,
experience
what
as
I,
well.
yeah, well, let me also come here. What I've observed within the black community is that I don't really know what exactly is wrong with us as a people, and currently, the trend that is going on, women are divorced, and now they are with another guy, and they are going behind to go and be collecting kerewa from the man they said they have divorced. It's common now within Europe, black community. So I don't really understand what is going on
and I
around us
think
as a black people, because I'm becoming so confused about the whole thing. I've seen many, witnessed many myself, and don't really understand. Yeah,
Midwest people. I think
yeah.
particularly in America, has to do with I think it was a trend shift from around what was this president that did there was a policy that encouraged it was supposed to be to support women, like, so a lot of people get benefits out of these things. So I think it has to do with direct government direction in a lot of Western situations. So I think that is mostly, so people prefer to to just have a baby and forget about the marriage. So
Yeah.
that has to do with sort of welfare support.
Yeah, Fatai, let me just say this. We are all going to go backstage now. I'll just thank the people that gave us super chat. Then we all move backstage.
No, can
Chairman.
I quickly share my experience, please? I just joined in now, Dupsy.
Yeah, do you want to leave us? Just stay there, Sam. Oh, we are going to move everyone. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
Duplicate,
Jan Zola.
duplicate.
Fatai, don't go.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Don't go, Fatai. Ja, thank you, Ja. Thank you so much, Ja, my in-law. That's Chiama's boyfriend on this platform. Ayo. Thank you, Ayo. Brother Miolowo, thank you
Ayo,
so
where have
much.
you been? Ayo just came on. I've not seen him in the
Ooh.
chats as well all night.
Oh no, Ayo just super no, he super chatted in the afternoon, not now. We're just
Hey,
trying
but
to
it was
thank
not in
them.
the chats all along
No, he
until
was
now.
there. He was
Oh
there.
yeah.
He came,
Oh,
yeah, he
because
was
I
there
went
for
to look. I
hours.
only saw Oga
Yeah,
there.
Oga was there. Ayo was there for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were there to support.
Ọ̀gá ni nà, ó ṣe
Oga
ọ̀gá.
ló jẹ́, èwo lọ́gá.
Ó ṣe ọ̀gá, ó ṣe
You know
Bàbá
the
ìwà,
one that you
but
know what you know. Okay, but you saw Oga, but you saw Oga. You know, Oga, no better.
Oga, Oga.
Ọ̀gá
So
mi ló ga.
who's the next person?
Madam
Ayo,
Rosie
thank you.
wọlé náà. Madam Rosie ti wọlé. Madam
Rosie will go backstage. Yeah. Ayo, thank you again. Ayo, brother mi owó ti pọ̀ jù. That's Khashoggi of this platform. Ike, yeah, that's Chioma sugar daddy. Ike Ogieme, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for always supporting us. Loye State, I love you with all my heart. Thank you, darling. Thank you, Loye State. Ike again. Oh my God, this guy with oppression. Ike Ogieme, thank you so much, darling. Thank you for always coming to support Chioma. Thank you, Ike. Who again? Ike again. Chioma, is this another one? Like $150? That's a lot. Thank you, Ike, for always supporting us on this platform. Thanks, Ike. Then who again? I think that's all for today. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So we're all going to move to the backstage. So we continue our gist at the backstage. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for supporting me. Kandu, Patoski, Fatai, Simba, POG, AY, Samo, Princess, Rosie, Chioma. Thank you so much, everyone, for supporting me. Thanks. Okay, we can now move backstage.